Well. Welcome in. 8 minutes past the hour. We thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We look for some great updates from this past weekend from the guys. Rick spoke in Crestview, Florida. Cannot wait to see how that went as he lets us all in on how things went when he was down in the Florida area in Crestview. Also, Caitlin Bussey graduated from Auburn. We'll hear from Bubba on the Big Bussey weekend and how that all went down. I'm sure stories from the road and adventures will be the high point of today's show. And those are all future best of moments anyway, so we look forward to that. Plus, we'll take your phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Will Meet Could Spin, and a whole lot more. Ken Harrison was our RBU, Rick and Bubba University podcast this past weekend. Did one amazing podcast. Hopefully, all of you watched or listened to it. If not, you need to put that on your list of things to do. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Just search that wherever you get your podcast from. All right, well, let's bring him in. Over to my left, it's Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Busy weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those days where I come back and I feel like I'm starting a vacation because I've been so hard at it over the weekend, doing some things at the house. And so I've come here to break. And I will echo your thoughts on the podcast. It is outstanding.
It is. It is a really good podcast.
Give that a watch, listen, whatever, however you enjoy that. It is worth the listen.
Yeah.
So, how are you, Greg?
I'm good. Back again.
Yeah. Our weekend consisted of busy, and then there would be downtime.
Yeah.
It was a mixture of both. Got a lot done. But, man, Terry claimed that she was getting her house back because we've had a variety of things going on with boys back. Now they're gone, friends over. Oh, my goodness. And so it's just been, storage facility and all this. So we worked all weekend on the house. And then she started, I don't know if your wives do this, when she's trying to fix or figure out if she wants to paint a certain area, which I asked, I guess us dudes, we always think everything's okay and nothing needs painting. And then she starts saying, well, no, look at here, look at there. I'm like, well, just do whatever. Well, she goes and gets these paint samples, and she comes home, and she just starts painting sections of the wall to try to figure out what color of paint that she wants to paint. And it's not a big room, but it is the room it is the area that you walk into if you come in through the back door. She wants to paint that little entrance area. And so now if you walk in, there's just a variety of paint colors on the wall, and then that just allows her to step back and see what what color she would like. They give out paint samples, the little squares, but you can't tell anything.
I can't tell you how many times we've went by the little sample. Well, now not me, because I don't care if it's close. It's close.
Right.
And it's on and go, well, that didn't look like I thought it would. I go, well, this whole room is done now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry it doesn't look like you thought it would.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. I actually, not the house I live in now, but the first house when we moved to Pleasant Valley, we had it built, and I painted a room in a brand new house before anybody ever moved in. It had already been painted because it didn't come up with the.
You love that.
So I had a brand new house that I'd already paid someone to paint, and I had to paint a whole room before we moved in.
You love
because
that.
Because it didn't match the sample.
Well, I'll tell you what.
I thought it did.
We had 2 rooms painted this weekend.
We're not looking at samples. We're painting sections.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
Big square blocks, and then now we're stepping back to see what color we like.
Well, it'll give you the real. Now it is. It is a little different, but it's not enough different, like say, for me to care when the sample doesn't work out. But
I screamed Oompa Loompa at Reese at one point, and that just means to be quiet. He comes in, and the boys are honest, and they go, well, what's going on here? Who picked that out? Who picked that color out? And she was standing right there, and I was like, you bet Oompa Loompa.
Who picked that crap out?
I did, son. I'm trying to get it off her. She's like, what? You don't like it? Well, who picked that out? I'm like, son, you're killing Daddy over here. But so anyway, so I guess I'll be painting this week. But we just had a busy week. So you got a lot done too, Helms?
Yeah, mine was mostly outside, and I don't like we got enough going on now with all the contractors at the house and having that, and so. But there was some things that I had to do in order for them to do this week. So it's okay. You got to knock this off. Hey, Helms, just a heads up. We're 2 days from being there from doing this. So what you said you were going to do, got to have it done.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of what I was dealing with. Big week at our house as far as contractors, and hopefully we're probably 2 weeks from completing that. Had a guy came out and look at the tree Saturday morning, and he's going to handle it. I don't want to give any information yet because I don't need you people bogging him down till he gets mine down. That kind of thing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I'll give
you don't have to give his information. Just is he going to get it? And what about the other two?
He's going to take care of everything that I asked him to do, that in my mind I had on my list to do.
Well, you're grinning, so that means that must be good.
Yeah. So I will as that plays out, I'll give you more information.
Okay.
And then
I was concerned about one thing. I just got to ask you about this.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, fire it up.
Your pressure washing job.
Yeah.
I was concerned about that when you told me what you had to do, where you actually had to get on the roof.
And I did that. Did that yesterday.
And pressure wash.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which that's never safe. OSHA would love that.
Well,
how many shingles you blow off?
Not done. I was very careful on that front. I would have worried about that, Greg.
I would have done that. I'd have blown shingles all over the yard.
Of course, yeah.
So there is some on
the
eaves of the house. There's 3 up there. I think that's what they're called, eaves. The little bitty,
dormers.
Maddie calls them mini houses.
Are they
on
not
top of the
dormers?
house.
Am I wrong?
I don't know, Greg. I don't know. That's why I said I'm not sure what they're called.
I may have made that
But
up.
they've got wood all over them, and some of the wood is rotten, and right up, and that's why we're having those replaced. And right up beside of them, there's like this mold, or I don't know if it's mold or some almost a grass. It's not mold. It's some kind of, I don't know, something green growing on it. Well, it needed to be cleaned off because you don't want it growing on the new wood. So that's what I was getting off. And so very interesting. I pulled the pressure washer to the front.
Oh, boy.
And I threw a rope on top, and I tied the wand of the pressure washer on it so I could pull it up like we would if we pulled up a bow or a gun in a tree stand.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Yeah.
Cranked the pressure washer, then went around the house, got on the ladder, climbed up, grabbed the rope. I called Caroline, the most responsible kid I have, and I said, hey, can you come? Amanda was at home at that point. I said, hey, can you come around and just make sure that I can get this wand, make sure it's not hung up in some bush or something like that. I thought I had it pretty sure. So I just pulled it up, and it took me maybe, 30 minutes, 40 minutes.
Okay.
And then it took me longer to get the pressure washer out, the ladder up, and all that than it did to actually pressure wash. But I will say this, and I knew this going in, roofs and tennis shoes, when the roof is wet, that's a bad recipe.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So y'all are going to laugh at what I was in. I stayed in sock feet because the socks will grip that rooftop.
I'd like to see now.
Now you have
why,
to.
Why not?
Hey, now here's the thing.
You done with them
I'm
socks
mad at
after
them.
that?
You are. You're done with them. And hey, buddy, if you don't put some water on the roof, they're hot.
Oh,
Your
yeah.
feet
I
get
bet.
really hot.
You're right. Yeah.
But it grips, and so there's no, I'm telling you, tennis shoes on a wet surface up there,
not good.
you don't get on a roof. I've learned the hard way.
Yeah.
And
Sucks.
so I thought I had a plan going in.
I wish they were knee socks.
You're messing with water, so you don't need to get up there with tennis. So I climbed up there with shoes, and I took them off and got my socks, and they were grip fine. Knocked
You
that
just
out.
rolled them socks off, threw them right in the trash.
I did.
Yeah.
I did, by the way. Sure did.
I wish I could have. Mad at Amanda, there was no picture taken.
Well, and
from
for
any
some
of the
reason,
kids
she decided we ain't got enough going on. Let's paint 2 bedrooms.
Oh, wow.
So Maddie's room and our guest room was painted, and they nearly run into the problem you're having where they thought they'd picked out the wrong color. But it was a little too late, and they were like, well, we're going to live with this because we think it looks good.
All right.
Rick and Bubba.
Another made-in-the-USA product right from Dalton, Georgia. Our friends at WizKid Clean Pods make smarter cleaning products where you bring the water and their clean pods bring the clean. From glass cleaners, bathroom cleaners, floor cleaners, and pet cleanup, these cleaners will defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime. Now, you know what that means? Reduce cleaning frequency and reduce the amount of chemicals in spaces. Get 10% off their bundles with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. ContractorsContractors.com/Bubba, code Bubba.
There are good and bad surprises. With a protection plan through CarShield, the surprise of your car breaking down is easier to handle. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or headaches. You choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. Get covered today at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10%. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 800-391-8888.
Here's a question. Is there anything that matters more than the safety of your loved ones? That's why we use Simply Safe Home Security. Their security technology helps you sleep at night, and they always put you and your family's safety first. Simply Safe has affordable plans starting at less than $1 a day. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Inflation is rising, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in 2008? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
If you own a fleet of trucks, if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards? That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. A to B has no setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, and no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or truck stop that accepts Visa. Apply for the A to B Fuel Card today at atob.com/radio and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card.
Okay, folks, the MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep with MyPillow and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get to buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, a roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba for our special show savings and discounts, or rickandbubba.com.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after the top of the hour. Look forward to the Caitlin Bussey graduating from Auburn weekend that Bubba and Betty and the family were at. Look forward to some recaps from that. Rick was down in Crestview, Florida on Saturday. Can't wait to see how that went. We've got a lot of things to update you from this past weekend. Helmsy spent some time first segment talking about his issues at the house. They got a project going on at the house, so you got a lot of moving parts. Plus, the dead trees that were an issue from last weekend. He talked about that. He has got a company ready to go, and so hopefully that will go well. You seem to be happy with your meeting with them last Friday or Saturday.
Saturday morning.
Was it? Yeah.
So,
but that's good though that they come out and and
he wanted to come.
I think we could do it. That's 3.
Yeah, I think so too.
Maybe we'll give it a shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure what
we did talk about you and I how we
I'm sure
took
he
on
laughed
that
at
one project. And he was like, yeah, look, y'all got after it. I get it. Probably won't go that. Probably won't take that approach with this one. But yeah, he said y'all got after it.
Do y'all? Let me ask you a question. Do y'all sharpen your chainsaw chains or just buy a new one when the other one's dull?
I've got
which way do y'all go?
One.
I've
Just
actually
sharpen it.
not the
Sharpen it.
Well, I mean, they don't
Fine.
cost $20-something bucks, or it used to be.
You know what I
didn't
do?
A file costs a lot less than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I take the old one and ask them to sharpen it.
Okay, so you take it somewhere.
Yeah.
You don't do it yourself.
No, I don't do it myself. I don't know how to. I mean, I guess it's nothing, but just
You can look. They got videos now.
Yeah.
You can watch.
Yeah. YouTube will tell you anything.
But to
How to
your
do it.
point, I have 2 chains that are pretty much always sharpened.
Gotcha.
Because
You just
I
rotate
run
them?
into that.
Yeah.
And so what I'll do if one of them gets dull, then I've got this old one that is sharpened.
Well, where we used to live, I used my chainsaw all the time.
Yeah.
And now that we've moved, I haven't really, but it reminded me that I think the last time I used my chainsaw was at your house. And
really?
Yeah. And it's there's going to be some work weekends that are about to come up at the hunting down at Lenore's and stuff like that. So I'll be asked to bring my chainsaw. And I just realized my chainsaw it needs to be sharpened, I'll
Or go buy another. Like I said, then you got 2.
Yeah, I do need to rotate them for sure.
I'll tell you where to. I don't know if you got a place to take it, but I got a.
You got a guy.
Yeah, I do, and he's awesome, and they'll get to it quick, and they love the show.
Yeah,
so which makes it even better.
Started laughing just a little bit because I this past weekend didn't have a lot of time to sit down in front of the TV, but like I said, it was busy. Oh, we got a little bit of a break, and that was kind of a good weekend. And so I was flipping through, and I saw Pickleball Championships on TV, and it was on ESPN2. I think that's where it was. So I just sat down. It was maybe 10 minutes. I watched, laughed a little bit, and called Terry. Hey, Terry, pickleball's on because, that's her new thing now. And I see today is National Pickleball Day. So I guess all of you will be out there playing pickleball.
Let's see how many tennis courts we can tear up, get you folks out there.
Yeah, I know. For some reason, a lot of cities can't do both. I don't know why, but I know in Helena we can. But there's an area where, I don't know what y'all were doing. Was it yesterday afternoon? Mid to late afternoon, there was a thunderstorm system that came through.
Sure did.
It was cutting up, man. And
we never got a drop of rain.
Are you
but
kidding
it was
me?
Popping lightning.
I was around the outer edge of it. I went
that
to
was
visit
me.
The grandkids in Chelsea. Went and seen Ellis and Marion, and also my son and his wife.
Yeah,
but you actually see them too, but you're there for the kids.
Sure.
And I could see it. I'm talking lightning was going straight down, but we were on the outer edge. Everywhere I kept saying we're going to turn into it.
Yeah,
and we'd be just a little off, and then it hit when it cleared and came through. There was a double rainbow. Of course, Lisa's taking pictures out of the car, want me to stop. The power line's in the way, and I'm like, I can't just stop where so you can take a picture of a rainbow. But I bet she took 50 pictures. Oh, it's a double.
She's trying to take.
Wait a minute, the trees are in the way. Back up. No, we're not on a side road. We're on the main road, and she want me to set a shot up. She got about 50 pictures of it though. So if anybody wants to see a picture of a rainbow and a double.
Oh well, it's not every day.
You got one,
double.
then you got another on top.
Sure, yeah, it's double. Well, I guess yesterday Terry couldn't make it, but all of her little girlfriends where they go and play. I think around 3:34, something like that.
Yeah,
they were we're meeting to play pickleball, and they got stuck out in it. And Terry started laughing. Thank goodness they're all okay because it was full of lightning, thunder,
it was popping.
raining sideways. They got stuck out there where they can play. It's on out and around a lake, and you got some pavilions, and it's at tennis courts. So I'm sorry. Now they haven't like excavated the tennis courts and made
painted
pickleball
lines and
But I mean they're doing both. I mean
too.
you see well you can do both.
Yeah,
right. I mean, there's people playing tennis now. I don't know if they've painted extra lines. I have no idea.
You have to because the court's not the same. You sometimes they'll tape them. Either way, it's hard to see a ball. There's so many lines out there already you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So when a ball lands on a pickleball line, it's like, well, crap, is that the line I'm supposed to be calling it out on? And sometimes they're different colors. It's just a bit.
Well, they ended up
we
getting
got
stuck
enough
out there.
acreage that we could just do both.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they tell the story of trying to run to the pavilions, everybody save yourself kind of thing.
Yeah.
And if
sideways rain.
Hey, living in the Southeast, a lot of you, depending on where you live, severe weather, but where we live, it can come on you quick. And look, five miles down the road, it'd be sun shining, and because these little systems come through. Well, it came over there, and Terry was telling the story of how they were just running for pavilions and just soaking wet, with pickleball rackets in their hand. But I'm going to tell you what, today's National Pickleball Day, so I don't know about it. We might have to get out and hit a little bit. But so you're not happy at all with pickleball being played on tennis courts at all?
No.
Not at all?
Not at all.
So they can't.
Don't have anything against pickleball. I just wish y'all do your own thing.
Oh, wow. So I mean, you don't want them even on the tennis court?
No.
Wow.
You asked me.
Well, I know.
By the way, I had when that storm come up yesterday, I had my Raycons in and didn't know what was going on, and I thought I'd been struck by lightning.
Rick and Bubba.
The sun might be setting on summer, but HelloFresh helps us savor every last bite of the season with farm-fresh ingredients and chef-crafted recipes delivered to your door. Did you know that the ingredients travel from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days? That's why our meals always taste deliciously fresh, and HelloFresh always has your back with over 55 items to choose from every week. Family-friendly to fit and wholesome to veggie, they have tasty choices that please even the pickiest eaters. And I can even swap sides and proteins to truly customize my meal. Fall right around the corner, and HelloFresh is ready with flexible options that work with my busy schedule. You can skip a trip to the grocery store and get meal staples, snacks, and more from HelloFresh Market, because saving time is what they're all about. And that's what I'm about too. Sign up today for 16 free meals across 7 boxes plus 3 free gifts with the code BUBBA by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
If you own a fleet of trucks, or if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards. That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. Seriously, folks, with A to B, there's no setup fee, no transaction fee, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or any truck stop that accepts Visa. And talk about nonsense. Unlike other fuel cards, A to B has no gallon limits, and A to B is going to help you grow your business. As you're paying on time, you're growing your credit. Apply today by going to a2b.com/radio. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. That's the letter A to the letter B.com/radio to apply with no credit check and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. A2b.com/radio or head to rickandbubba.com under sponsor.
From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we started using Upside to get cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Next, claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. Check in at the business. Pay as usual and get paid. In comparison to credit card rewards or loyalty programs, you earn 3 times more cash back with Upside. Upside users are earning more than $1 million every week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app and use the promo code code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. Have you tried an American-made Helix sleep mattress yet? Unlike a lot of other mattress companies, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility right here in the States. You order, they ship your mattress directly from their facility right to your front door for free. And if you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll come pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress, which we love, by the way, and the 12,000 five-star reviews, what they're saying about Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you and your partner with a perfect mattress just for you. Plus, you've got that 100-day risk-free trial. They also have plus-size mattresses and kids' mattresses ranked best mattress winner by Parents Magazine. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We'll get you $350 off all mattress orders. That's the best offer yet. helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to MyPillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, MyPillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We are updating a lot of different things from this past weekend. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour, so look for a Crestview, Florida update from Rick as he was speaking there Saturday. Bubba and Betty and the big Caitlin Bussey weekend from graduating at Auburn. I know there'll be stories from there. Don't forget, too, Ken Harrison was with RBU this past weekend, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. If you have not watched or listened to that, you need to do so. That's just, boy, it was a good, very good podcast. So check that out wherever you get your podcast. All right, Greg, you said something in the break, just in passing, that I can't let go. And that is that Lisa Burgess said, hey, she's on me about my running.
Well,
what do you mean by
first
what do you
of
mean
all,
by that?
I know everybody's sick of hearing because my running compared to people who really run is a joke. But for me, I'm trying to
Sure.
I don't know why I'm doing this. But anyway, we did the thing with the phone, how we got that working. And Hobie, who's going to run a marathon, reached out.
Your
and asked
spy
me-
belt.
Spy belt.
Yeah.
Anyway, Hobie was interested in it because he's a real runner.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I'll get out and run in the mornings on the weekends because it's cooler. you
Yeah.
know. So I run up and down my driveway, and you can see it from every window in the house and all this. And I guess Lisa every now and then looks out there and makes sure I'm not laying off the side of it. She has
And you
to
got a
drive.
really long driveway.
Yeah.
Quarter of a mile, you said?
Yeah. So I'm running. I come in. I'm done my run. I think I'm sharp. And she brought up. She said, "Let me give you some advice."
Oh, she's studying.
She goes, "About your run." I thought, hey, she was impressed with my run. That's what I was thinking. She goes, "Don't ever wear those white socks again." She goes, "You look ridiculous." She goes, "You had black shoes, you had white socks and black shorts." She goes, they were sticking out like a neon light.
I get that.
She goes, and I know everybody driving down, because when I get at the end of the driveway, there's constantly, especially on weekends, she goes, "I know everybody is looking at you." She goes, "And you thought you were sharp." She goes, "But that's all I could see was in white socks." She goes, and I got tickled about it. She goes, "So from this point forward, Just don't wear those white socks.
No white socks.
No. So, and I thought she was
High?
checking me out running.
Yeah,
you know?
like mid socks.
No, they're just right above my ankle,
Yeah.
barely. But she said with the black shoes and black shorts, she
Okay.
said, "Oh my goodness."
They stand out.
She said that's all I could see. She goes, and I was laughing. She
So
goes,
that
"I
was her
know-"
critique?
Yeah, she said, "I know everybody." Right, I thought she was gonna go. Hey, I tell you, you're getting good at this running. She said, "Let me let you know something about you running." But under no circumstance ever. She goes, "Just put them away. Don't ever put them on again."
Did that ever enter your mind when you were running?
No,
that
I didn't care because I didn't think
you're at the
I didn't
house.
think I looked sharp by no means, but I wasn't trying to. I just didn't want my feet to sweat.
Right.
Those were. How about this? That was a good pair to run in because I won't wear them any other time, really.
Well,
You know,
you won't wear
not
them
with
again.
shorts.
You won't wear them again, I guess.
I guess not. I guess if I had white shoes, it would be okay.
I love the fact you thought she was going to say, "Man, you're doing great."
Yeah, she said because she's never even mentioned,
Right.
And I thought, oh, she's impressed with my running. No, she was unimpressed with my socks. Is what it came down to. And now I feel everybody in Pleasant Valley is laughing at my socks.
Yeah. So you go down at the end and a lot of traffic's passing.
Oh yeah, and they'll blow the horn, shoot me a bird, stuff like that.
Oh, okay, good.
My
That's
buddies, if it's my friends, they'll flip me off.
Right. Sure. A good moment there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
just how we
You
do.
should motivate you is what
That's
it'll
how we
do.
do.
Huh?
Now, I guess I won't wear them socks
No,
again.
I guess not.
Or I'll wear them on purpose.
Well,
about
there's
that?
that.
Something tells me that's what you'll do.
Yeah, I'll make at least one more lap in them. But I don't. What's it matter? Ain't it a fashion show?
What was your reply to her as far when
I
she
was
said
laughing
that?
about it. I told her, I said, well, that's why. I said I don't wear them any other time. If I have on a pair of shorts, I don't have my black shoes.
Mm-hmm.
So I figured I might as well use them because I don't wear them any other time. I might as well run in.
You were a little high pitched.
I was.
Okay.
But
Well,
guess
I know
I'll
Mr.
go-
Buddy probably likes him. He's running with you.
Yeah, he makes one lap. Him and Marty, they go one lap and then they're done. They go lay under the tree.
They're
Watch
like,
me.
I've seen Dad do this. I'm not going back and forth.
Yeah. Now that first lap, they're excited.
Do they forget? Hey, you're really not going anywhere. You're coming right back.
Maybe that's what it is. They realize, well, ain't no sense us running down there with him. He's just coming back. They got to go pee on some bushes and kill them.
Sure. I don't know what has happened, speaking of dogs, with Jack, our oldest of the two that we have, our dogs. He has developed, I guess, he's a little older than Leo, the youngest, but he's not like when it comes to dogs, like, oh, he's so old, all this kind of stuff. But he's on up there a little bit. But if there's a thunderstorm that comes in, he freaks out.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't know what to do. It's almost like he gets disoriented.
You got to get him one of them jackets.
I don't know what to do, but it's like we weren't home yesterday when it started clapping and thundering, all this kind of stuff. We weren't home. And so we called Reese and was like, hey, where's Jack? I mean, isn't that sad you having to do that? But we were like, where's Jack? Because the last time, y'all, he did this. All right, so if our dogs come inside, they were trained. You don't go upstairs. I mean, they can come in and they're downstairs. It's hardwood, no carpet. Don't go upstairs. So they don't ever go upstairs unless one of the boys are trying to break the rules and call them up or something like that. And so the last time this happened, he went upstairs, started freaking out, knocked over like a bunch of stuff off of Reese's nightstand. I mean, it's like he didn't know what was going on. And it's like he starts panting, and so every time there's a lightning or thunder or a big storm that comes through, it's like we got to like hold him and, hey, buddy, it's okay.
Yeah, Buddy, what he does, he runs in the garage, he gets under Lisa's car, and he barely fits. He can hardly get under
So his
it.
butt's sticking out?
But he'll wedge himself all the way in the middle of it under there and won't come out.
It's so strange. It's so strange. Coco will lean in when it comes to fireworks. Like wants to hey, what's going on?
Right,
that kind of thing.
Right.
Hell, look at that. That's pretty.
Yeah, buddy,
that kind of thing. That was the mind of a dog.
Yeah, right.
But now Storm, she does what yours does. It's
just weird.
She doesn't completely lock up, but she will find somebody in a room and ask for comfort.
Please get one of them jackets just so I see if it works.
Well, I mean, it's like
Get
we're
your jacket on.
we're to the point where
Guys, we're putting jackets on.
I don't know what to do because like there's one of my neighbors a couple houses down owns like a Harley or whatever. So if he ever cranks it to go somewhere, it gives that beat, and she'll bark. I mean, he'll bark like freak out like it's thunder, and it's not thunder. I'm like, hey, it's just a motorcycle, buddy.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm talking about walking around panting, and then acts like he wants to go outside. I'm like, well, why would you want to go outside in it?
Yeah.
You know, and then he'll get outside, take 2 steps, look around, and want to come back in. He's just all out of. I mean, I don't know what to do. So, Greg at rickandbubba.com if you got any ideas.
You know, this time of year, 'cause
I know.
it's going to happen every afternoon.
Yeah, I know.
You're right.
But when you brought up, we brought up Mr. Buddy, and that made me think of it. All right, so what's this other story you got about coaches and the state of our world?
You know how we are with the word police?
Greg, you've bothered me this morning with 2 things already out the gate. This and the IRS coming after small businesses.
Yeah, I heard that.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you. You're on a tear this morning.
Let's get the day started.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm done with this words. We're scared of words. And it's things like this are why we have to live this way. This is unnecessary.
Okay.
Long time, Oklahoma said, Cale Gundy, he played quarterback at Oklahoma. It's Mike Gundy, the Oklahoma State's coach. It's his brother.
Okay. Had no idea he had a brother in college football.
He's been at Oklahoma since 1999. Okay? That's how long he's been there just as a coach.
Okay.
Played
Since the
there.
train wreck of Woodstock, he's been there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That was his first year. He might have been at Woodstock.
Wow.
Listen
What a
to this.
documentary.
He resigned.
Uh-huh.
He resigned. Now listen to this. Last week during a film session, I instructed my players to take notes. I noticed the player was distracted, and I picked up his iPad and read aloud the words that were written on the screen. Okay, stop here. This was someone else's words. Okay, first of all, we're scared to death of words. I'm tired of that too. I mean, so first of all, don't lose sight here. He didn't write it. He just picked it up and read it out loud. I guess he's basically going to go, look, you're not paying attention. Let's see what you think.
What's so important that you're not paying attention?
And he read it out, and there was a word. He didn't say what it was, and we all know probably what it was. There was one word in particular I should never, under any circumstance, have uttered, was displayed on that screen. And in the moment, I didn't even realize I was reading, and as soon as I did, I was horrified. Okay. Do you see any reason a man should lose his job up to this point?
No.
Do y'all?
No. I mean, no.
First of all, this whole thing about words, and we are not intelligent enough to know the intent. Let's go back to the intent of any word, how it's used. Let's do that. But just let's set that aside. This particular situation, that's what happened, and the man had to resign for that.
I don't get it.
How can anyone work under those circumstances? This is the rules we're going to have to go by? Over words? We can't take the time to go, now, what was the intent here? Or what was the circumstance? Oh, he was reading what somebody else had read, and then he blurted it out. Oh, okay, well, yeah, that's good. He shouldn't lose his job over that, right? Is there anybody? Well, of course, he's resigning on his own, but you know that he was told to do it. You know he was.
And how long had he been there?
He'd been there since 1999. And let's think about all the players he's coached and the influence, and probably been a father figure to a lot of them that probably didn't have a father. When you've been there that long, that's a lot of kids you've touched. All that is washed away because of this. So this one thing, a word that he read that he didn't even write, wipes out all the good he's done as a coach since 1999 at Oklahoma, and I'm sure he was at other places before that. So all that's wiped. None of that matters, what he's done in the past. None of that. I mean, there's no pattern here that he's a bad person. If there is, we don't know it, but it seems to be that. None of that matters. He read a word that somebody else wrote, so he's done. That's pitiful. Absolutely pitiful.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our health care. No doubt. This is why so many people are joining MediShare right now. MediShare is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly healthcare costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. MediShare can save you a lot of money. The typical family saves $500 a month. And MediShare is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that's worked beautifully for 27 years. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
This is a court-ordered notice. If you were subject to the data breaches of the United States Office of Personnel Management and you experienced an out-of-pocket loss after the breaches, you could be eligible for a payment from a class action settlement. To see if you're eligible, go to opmdatabreach.com or call 1-855-917-3567. That's opmdatabreach.com or call 1-855-917-3567.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. This is Matt Crowder, live at the gas station on 41st Street, reporting on those skyrocketing gas prices. Excuse me, miss, are you buying less gas now because of the high prices?
Oh, I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute, are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Well, does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow. Well, there you have it. Stop paying full price for gas. Download the free Upside app and get real cash back every time you buy gas. This is Matt Crowder Radio News Network. Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOT for a $5 bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOT for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code LOT.
DQ presents how to experience the new DQ Reese's Take 5 Blizzard with your 5 senses. First, open your eyes and see it all. Reese's peanut butter cups, caramel, peanuts, pretzels. It's beautiful. Then feel it. Oh, it's cold. Next, listen to it. Now, smell it with your nose. Oh, sweet top notes. And finally, taste it. Experience the new Reese's Take 5 Blizzard today. DQ, happy tastes good. Get it delivered at DQ.com. Delivery subject to availability, additional fees, and minimum order requirements.
The sun might be setting on summer, but HelloFresh helps us savor every last bite of the season with farm-fresh ingredients and chef-crafted recipes delivered to your door. Did you know that the ingredients travel from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days? That's why our meals always taste deliciously fresh, and HelloFresh always has your back with over 55 items to choose from every week. Family-friendly to fit and wholesome to veggie, they have tasty choices that please even the pickiest eaters. And I can even swap sides and proteins to truly customize my meal. Fall right around the corner, and HelloFresh is ready with flexible options that work with my busy schedule. You can skip a trip to the grocery store and get meal staples, snacks, and more from HelloFresh Market, because saving time is what they're all about. And that's what I'm about too. Sign up today for 16 free meals across 7 boxes plus 3 free gifts with the code BUBBA by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter clean philosophy. And you can get 10% off their bundles with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show brought to you by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. LinkedIn Jobs makes it easier to grow your team if you are in the business of hiring for your business. If that's your job, maybe you own a business, you manage, and you're trying to find the right person to help you grow your business, you can do so. And your first job posting is free. Create a free job post in minutes to reach your network and beyond to the world's largest professional network of over 810 million people. Then add your job and the purple hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring, so your network can help you find the right person for your job that you're offering. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills that you're looking for. Go to linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Post your job for free today. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Again, that's free. Who doesn't like free? I know I do, especially when it comes time to hire someone to help make your business more successful. As we roll on back, we're discussing a number of different things. Greg, I kind of enjoyed your sound off there. I mean, that was pretty good. You haven't sounded off in a while.
That's unreasonable.
It is. It is, and it's scary too, because every day we come in and we read stories about different things and where we're going as a society. And
I just wonder if the player who wrote the word, is he still there?
I don't know.
Is.
Well, and we talked about this in the break, and I don't agree with it, okay? But I would even, worst case, understand if you said, hey, look, we're going to put him on some 2 to 4 week probation. He's got to go through some sensitivity
Which would
training,
be ridiculous.
which I think is all BS, by the way. I think all that's crap, but that's worst case scenario. The fact that you have to let him go or allow him to resign is unreasonable. And I got to tell you, Coach Venables, you don't have a set either. You can't stand up for your coach that's been there over this is ridiculous.
If it happened the way they said it happened, then there is not one thing that he should be punished for. Nothing.
This is where we are. University of Kansas, right along the lines of this story. You want to know what class they're offering in the fall? Angry White Male Studies. The University of Kansas. This sounds like I'm doing a fake story. The University of Kansas is offering a course in the fall called Angry White Male Studies that will examine the rise of the angry white male in the United States.
Wow.
The course will be offered during the fall 2022 term with the goal of teaching about the prominent figure that is the angry white male, Campus Reform reported.
It's almost like it's a joke, right?
The course charts the rise of the angry white male in America and Britain since 1950s, exploring the deeper sources of this emotional state while evaluating recent manifestations of the male anger. This is like, I'm talking about, this is Kansas, y'all. University of Kansas.
I'm back to the word police. I can't even have a legitimate comment on that because I know what I want to say. If we're going to single out a certain
part
of the population and how they act, and we want to look at numbers,
right?
And let's look at all parts of the population. Let's run some numbers and see who's the most violent.
Well, we can even go this far with it.
Why don't we do that?
We can take the whiteness out of it. We're so sensitive these days. Our definition of angry is we're so soft. We don't even know what anger is.
That's a great point.
I've told my son before. He's like, "Why are you so mad, Dad?" I said, "No, I'm not mad. That wasn't anger. I just simply raised my voice. If I was angry, I'd have thrown you through the window."
Yeah,
there's a big difference. And it goes back to all these words, and we just can't handle it. We're a bunch of soft pansies.
And how about this?
White, black, it doesn't matter.
No,
You're all soft. Every one of you.
I'm not for banning any words. My point is this. There it is not against the law to be a a-hole.
Yeah.
And there are some, and they're going to say words. And you know what? At least you can see them coming. You know?
Right. Yeah.
Listen, when we start policing everything here, and they're going to get smart, and they're going to go, okay, I'll play by the rules, but it ain't. They're still who they are. But at least you can see them coming when you go anything goes.
It's things like this when you start letting the University of Kansas put in classes like this. They're all over the country. They're all over the country. These liberal colleges, whatever. It's why colleges are having such a hard time now. Well, Speedy's son figured it out. I can go make an awesome living and not have to deal with any of this mess.
Indoctrinated by a bunch of
Rick's son figured it out. I don't have to. So I'm sick of everybody's. Got to go to college. Got to go to college. No, you don't. You're running people away from these type things because of this, and they're going to make 10 times the living you ever thought about it because you come out of so much debt. You're indoctrinated with all this BS. It's ridiculous.
You spend your time showing up protesting instead of going to work.
And and I hate to break it to you. Oh, that's a time where you go figure out yourself. You talk about making a ton of mistakes that you wouldn't make as a human being by not going. Look, I'm not one of these that thinks college is for everybody at all. Well, I get it. It's important. Education is important. If you want to be a doctor, you have no choice. You want to be a lawyer, you have no choice. Accountant, you have no choice. Teacher, Alabama, you really have no choice. But outside of that, just go get after it. Speedy's son's doing it. Rick's son's doing it. I've told, my daughters both say they want to go to college. It's funny to hear their different reasonings behind that. Caroline wants to study something. Maddie wants to marry a rich person.
Well,
she
either
thinks
way,
she'll find them,
comes out in the end.
Whatever. But now Braden's on the fence. He don't know what he wants to do, but he'll get after it and he'll do something.
Mm-hmm.
But this right here runs people away from it.
Yeah,
stuff like that.
Well,
how about
just ridiculous.
They say that the course, and again, if you're just joining us, University of Kansas offering Angry White Male Studies class in the fall. The class is going to be taught by Christopher Forth, who is a professor of history and the dean's professor of humanities, serving in the departments of women, gender, and sexual studies and American studies at University of Kansas. That's going to be the professor.
Hang out with that guy.
Questions that will be answered about angry white males in Forth's class, according to the course description, include: where does he come from? What's he angry about? Is his anger misplaced? Is he blaming the right people? How long has this been going on? Is he a global phenomenon? And how do we move forward? Those are some of the questions in Christopher Forth's class at the University of Kansas, Angry White Male Studies. That's where we are as a society.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's white or black.
I don't know. That'd be interesting, though. But to your point,
if he's white, he's angry.
To your point,
maybe he has
about,
a story to tell. Maybe he was an angry white guy at some point. Now he's happy.
Talking about how society's become soft, Helmsy.
Yeah.
I was playing golf not too long ago, and we were paired up. A buddy of mine that I was riding with, we were playing with his dad and one of his buddies, and they're in their 70s.
Yeah.
And there were some guys that were kind of slow up ahead of us that were older.
Yeah.
And he told them to hurry the blank up and let's go.
Wow.
And that age group didn't think nothing about it. They didn't get offended. They were just like, okay, yeah, we'll speed it up. If somebody had said that at our age, they'd have pouted and probably called the office and tattled on them.
Yeah.
You know?
Rick and Bubba.
Feeling I wouldn't be exactly in line with a lot of her politics.
No,
but,
we would not.
But I think, and we've joked about it on this show, half the people in our town that do radio morning shows now were guests on our show before they became their own host, and I think a lot of them just said, hey, apparently we've been there, anybody can do it.
Right. Well, when you see us doing what we do, it does make you think that you can do it.
Yeah.
Because I think we give a lot of people hope.
Right.
I mean,
Rick, that's what I want to do is give people hope every day and maybe a chuckle.
Now what Oprah is missing?
Maybe not in that order.
If you heard the way she said it, she's kind of making fun of Trump the whole time. Like, well, hey, if he
I got that.
And then also she's missing the fact that it's not Trump that everybody was voting for. It was the movement and what he stood for and what he was saying. It was not necessarily the man. Trump.
Right. Well,
it was his platform and the movement he created.
But she does
saying
have
things that no politicians ever said before.
I understand what she's saying and why she's saying it, and I stand behind the fact. I think a lot of people will look at that. But what she doesn't understand, what the demos don't understand, and what a lot of the Republicans to some degree don't understand, the media certainly doesn't understand, the situation of the Republicans not standing up to Obama created this Trump situation. And Trump said the things that middle America, the flyover states, believed in their heart. They could not believe how far to the left this country had been pushed by a president, and they revolted. And they didn't want just somebody who spoke for them and was conservative and shared their values. They wanted a bulldozer. They wanted a hand grenade to throw in this mess, and that's where we got Donald Trump.
No question. And don't forget the second part of what Bubba mentioned. Yes, it was the move to the left, but you know what else was in there was the other party standing by and letting it happen when Americans tried to give them enough power to stop more of it than they did. And the establishment Republicans paid a big price, too, and were rejected.
They tried to stop Trump, too, at every turn. He bulldozed over them. He bulldozed over the opposition. He did exactly what the mom and pops out there in Flyover America want it done. And he is continuing to do that, and he needs to continue to do that, because if he doesn't, they will change. They'll throw him on the bus just like they did Jeb Bush, just like they did the other Republicans running.
Well, how about this, though? Oprah versus Trump in the next election, we do want to see it. You talk about a race. Picture Oprah versus Trump.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
I mean, would that not be a blast for what we do for a living?
No. Well, anytime Trump's in it, it's an easy one. We know that.
She says she's not seriously considering it, but she says it does make you ponder that if you have the kind of footprint and the influence, and to Bubba's point he's made many times, which is true, our elections now, we think they're all American Idol, which I think helped Trump too.
Absolutely,
So-
it did.
so
he had a head start because people knew him from his reality show.
Yeah.
They didn't elect him because he was a real estate mogul and because he wrote Art of the Deal. Some people knew that. Some people had read it. I did many years ago. But they elected him because they saw the way he acted on The Apprentice, and they wanted that guy in the White House to shut down what they consider foolishness and a country out of control.
So in the way it is
Bottom
now,
line, it's really very simple.
and celebrity is our royalty here in this country.
Yep. Yeah.
So Oprah will probably be she probably. I'll tell you this. I think Oprah had a better shot to win the first female presidency than Hillary Clinton.
Oh, absolutely. If I was advising Hillary Clinton, you know what I would tell them to do? Get her a daytime talk show and work at it hard for the next 3 years. And then see what she looks like to the American public.
Yeah.
If she really wants to stay feasible and important. You know, Gore went off and, he isolated himself, and that hurt him, really, I think, politically in a lot of ways.
We'll be back. Where did this box come from?
I think it came from the golden ticket seats.
Today?
These
people?
And
Including a young man wearing a little tiny horse head?
Yes, and I opened it up, and I thought, you know what? If no one has seen this at this point, I think y'all probably ought to open it on the air.
So you have peered into the mystery box?
I have.
Okay. So you know what's coming here.
You do it, and we'll watch.
I just think it's this is
Speedy. You do it.
show worthy.
Better camera.
Of course you do. You can't have the two main hosts doing it.
Here's the
Is
thing.
this when we had a bomb threat?
There
Y'all
are
made me
things-
stay inside?
Yes.
There are things that come in this plaza every day, and what do we say? Is it show worthy? I looked in the box and I thought it was show worthy. I may be wrong, but I think it is.
All right.
Look,
So
scared
Speedy,
to death to open it.
Speedy, Helmsy looked in there.
Now I think this is important. Before you look what's under the white paper,
Gotta read.
show the sign. No, show the sign that's made.
Let's see what
Because
the
I think
sign
this
says.
is a key.
All right, what does it say?
Says make Rick and Bubba great. That's underlined again.
All right, so there's the Trump campaign. Make Rick and Bubba great again. And inside the box, what do we find?
Oh my goodness.
It's Henry the horse.
Oh
The
my
head.
goodness.
There it is.
Oh my goodness.
There.
Henry rides again.
Henry rides again.
Oh,
what's that tell you?
I mean, and you know,
I
and
know Adler's excited.
I know what family brought that in because they had a little colt with them.
He just dabbed.
Yeah, he just dabbed. look at little Henry back there. Look, there it is. How about this? Make Rick and Bubba great again, guys.
That'll do it.
I will say, have we seen? Look at the little one
I'm
back there.
sorry,
Put
but
his on.
this is so much better. I didn't
Come
realize how
gallop
much
through
I
here,
missed
young
it.
man. Come, watch out. Be careful. Look, be careful. Look right here. Please look, Speedy. Look, you got a little colt out there. Speedy, you are missing this.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We are here. We are here. A brand new hour has begun, and here's your national anthem. It's 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. How y'all doing? Oh, I hope you had a good weekend. Hope you enjoyed the kickoff hour. Speedy, the road Greg Burgess, Helmsy covered that for you. Eddie Van Adler joins the team. And we're going to go forward as Bubba and I will now begin a brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week in Rick and Bubba history. And we are so thankful that you are all here. And we'll recap the weekend. We'll talk about the stories of the day. We'll get your phone calls in here. But first, we must bring back the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver-Tongued One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party. It's all about life, and it's called Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, let's get the harmonica. And a half, still swinging. Still swinging.
Man, we're a click past a half now.
Yeah, we are. Yep. It's we've been 8 months into this old year.
I tell you, this 8 has flown by.
It really has.
In a lot of ways.
Well, I kid you not. You know, we've talked about over the years and how long we've been at it.
Swinging.
I get always get the and I know when I bring this word up, it's gonna. But I'm bringing it up because it's true, especially when you're our age. I got the first reminder over the weekend, hey, we need to know if you're in for Lights Christmas this year. And I was like, well, here we go. I mean,
boy, it didn't take long.
Here we go. Are you a pre-Thanksgiving or a post-Thanksgiving? We need to know.
Oh, wow.
And, oh, by the way, we need to check. So,
every year I think I'm going to do that and put lights up.
Yeah.
And then I wait, and it's too late, and I got some trees in my yard that need some work on.
Sure.
So you can't put them up and then cut trees down and stuff.
No.
What about when inside the letter this time was the people who started it letting us know they're retiring?
Really?
And handing it off to the next bunch. Hey, man, we've enjoyed it. Good luck to you.
Did they sell it, or is it the next generation?
It looks like they sold it, I think.
Oh, boy, you don't know what's going to happen there.
But it was a promotion from within.
No.
But somebody else is taking
Got it.
Yeah, so.
You wonder why you would get out of such a fun business as that.
Yeah, well, yeah. You love people calling saying, my lights aren't blinking, Clark. So anyway.
They're not blinking.
Well, it was one of the best decisions we made. You talk about it. And I sent back to him, man, you guys have given us some Christmas memories that we can never, ever thank you for. And you can't put a price on that. I said, though, y'all tried.
Yeah. There's an attempt to put a price on it.
Y'all did try to put a price on it. Sure. You made a good run at it. But so anyway, Bubba, welcome back.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank you guys for allowing me a day off Friday for family festivities as my daughter graduated school, and I'll tell you a little bit about that. And
awesome,
she's already working and headed to the swamp this morning.
To the swamp. So wow. That's good. It was. I know that was a great event. Saw some pictures, and we congratulated Caitlin along with everybody else on Friday's show, and well deserved, and looking forward to what's next.
You know, graduation ceremonies are, the whole
Aren't they a
weekend
blast?
is strange, and this was a 2-day deal. We had to go twice.
Yeah, I don't.
Which
I'm so
was,
thankful I didn't have that.
Which was kind of strange.
I didn't
but,
even have that when one of mine graduated the same college.
I know. I don't know what to tell you, Rick. I just, I quit trying to figure it out and just tried to go with the flow best I could.
May
I?
I?
And not be difficult to everybody.
Just
and
go
be,
where you're supposed
be
to go.
the old gray-headed man complaining about everything.
Right.
You know that guy.
What's that word? Curmudgeon? What's that word?
I don't know. I don't
when you become the grumpy old man.
I don't want to be that guy, though.
It's curmudgeon. Is it
that
curmudgeon?
Curmudgeon.
Curmudgeon. I knew it was something like that. Yeah. That word at one time was so foreign to me. Now I'm like, I think that may be me now. But
we had a lot of families going and coming and get-togethers, and it was tiring, but it was fun. Got to visit with people I hadn't talked to in a long time, and
gave you confidence to wear those glasses today.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, you just grab readers and go with them.
Spot your hair today. You like you mean business.
That's right. I needed something to try to choke me forward.
No, and you know what's funny? I'm laughing at myself. You know what? It would not surprise me in the least. Of course, my son that graduated from Auburn, likely not listening right now, but he could be. But he, it would not surprise me if I got a text. His dad, they did the same thing when I graduated. And I just don't remember.
Right.
But I don't think I know with Big Love we didn't have it, and I don't think we did with Blake.
I couldn't follow some of the logic. Maybe some of y'all can help me out with it today. I'll tell you about it.
Sure.
We parked in some places I don't think we should have been in.
Well, you do what you got to
do. After going the first day, the second day, I knew a whole lot more about what I needed to do.
Sure.
And talked to a lot of great people this weekend. Some I knew, some I didn't know previously.
Right. Sure.
So, but I'll clue you in on it and catch you up. And hey, got one out. There you go.
There you go. Done.
There you
Done.
go. There you go.
So we'll get your definite look back over the weekend. We'll all look back over the weekend.
Too, I did have some pain in this, and not maybe in the way that you think, but I really spent a lot of time thinking about Michael Helms and Eddie Van Adler because of what they got to go through.
Oh, yeah.
What's out there for them.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Speedy's physical humor. So Speedy. Well, I will say
You
this.
can tell there's no knee surgeries there.
Yeah, I will say this. Has one kid walked in here with a Hank the Hound head on?
No. And I got to tell you, just seeing Speedy with it on, it makes it gives me a feeling I hadn't had in a few weeks.
It's fresh, it's clean.
It is. It's a good new one. Do you realize the audience? The audience is so desperate to bring Henry back.
They're bringing their own.
They're bringing their own.
Yeah. Well, they want to make the show great again.
Right. Well, the audience has spoken.
Maybe Henry can run through today sometime.
Uh-oh. I think we got an issue on our hands.
Hank the Hound can't be cool.
I think we got a major issue.
What's that? Hank the Hound has come out here. Hank,
what? You either live. Wait. What's the quote? You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. So I'm Hank the Villainous Hound. So instead of little tips for kids, I got some like Hank had tips for kids. I got tips for kids too. Hey kids, hide candy in your pillowcases. Your parents will never find it.
so it's like a villain.
He's a villain. He gives out bad advice.
So Hank the Hound gives out bad advice. I think he said tips. I sure hope so.
I was worried
because he's really bad.
Yeah.
Hey kids, when your parents are trying to make you eat your vegetables, just stir it around just a little bit. They won't be able to tell you didn't eat any of them.
I got to tell you now.
So Hank's the negative.
Now we've been going somewhere with this. Yeah. I don't think it replaces. I'd like to see a rotation of both. I'd be open to a rotation of both, wouldn't you?
To me, neither one reached the level of the Space Navy series. But,
that was a little too bizarre.
No. Let me give you a firsthand experience in my own family. When the picture was put out of you and Adler going to ride on the SpaceX rocket,
right?
One of my sons thought that meant that space what was it called?
The Space Navy
The
series.
Space Navy was back. He said, "Oh, did Adler finish part 2? Is that what this is?" And I was like,
"We've
no.
waited years for part 2,
and got excited. He really was ready to. I mean, he was like, "Where is it? I got to know."
You know, I've decided your youngest son, and you dabble with the Goldbergs, but I am insert twist. Last night may have been the best episode I have ever seen.
Forgetting it when it's on, but I'll go back and watch it.
But Adam F. Goldberg, he is Adam F. Goldberg at your house.
No question.
Last night was the Karate Kid episode. Have you ever seen that one?
Is it a repeat?
I don't know.
I think it's new, Bubba. I think
it was new to me, and I loved every minute.
Yeah,
of it.
I went back last week and caught up on the 2 I'd missed.
Yeah. Guest appearance, Randy Daytona, by the way.
Oh, boy, really?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
He's the uncle that's the sensei. And he's basically using the kids to get all his housework done.
All right, so Speedy,
did you see it, Hank?
Speedy, you're still in the Hank.
I'm committed to the break. Pretty hot in here.
He has headphones on. So you'll stay with it. Well, thank you, Golden Ticket Seats, for this. The gift that has kept on giving, and has some reason made Hank the Hound get his
Turn
identity,
to the dark side.
his identity
Villain.
straight too.
Yeah,
the villain. And he gives out bad advice to kids because Henry gave out good advice.
Exactly.
Uncle Henry's knees are hurting pretty bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't. That gallop you did on that concrete.
Right. And I will tell Hank the Hound that I do think let's use the term he gives out bad advice.
Yeah.
Because in that mask, the word tips just seems
it muffles a lot of
right.
It so I'd use the word advice. I think
because we don't want to be giving that out
because it's really bad. If he doesn't say it, clear.
I thought to myself, he's taking this villain thing too far.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. So anyway,
Speedy, get on your all fours one more time.
Well, now Henry never got on all fours.
No, Henry gallop around.
Can you give us a tip before you go, Henry?
Look. Yeah, that's a sad horse.
he's kicking.
I'm committed to the break. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, we peer now into the lives of the members of the show here. By the way, Read Across America coming up next hour. Work and beyond. It is 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is out over the weekend. Our conversation with Ken Harrison, his new book, A Daring Faith in a Cowardly World. It's worth a look or a listen. And it's a real I mean, we could have gone hours with this conversation, but that's what the book's for, and it's available everywhere, so catch that if you haven't already. So, Bubba, we're just going to kind of watch your lead here because you're toting the most from the weekend, and we'll go through it as you lead. So, kind of tell us.
Well, you know, there's not just tons of comedy value here, other than me trying to get through it.
Sure, yeah.
We started out with Thursday night having to decorate at the lake, and you know that requires me going up and down a ladder a lot, which is not good for knees.
No,
which meant by Friday I was limping like I had been shot, and looked like Festus from Gunsmoke. And so we had a luncheon Friday in Auburn, and we had there's just people coming and going all the time, and it was good to see so many people and get to talk to them. And you know what was really kind of ironic, a lot of it, a couple of Caitlin's friends. The last time I saw them is when they started school.
Of course,
you know, because everybody's busy and running.
Sure.
But it's just great to see these kids grow up, and you know they've been through and persevered and got through it. And you know the college experience can be fun and it can be difficult, and we all know that on different levels. And you know, just to see it through, though, just to put the final period behind it and say you're done. And we had Friday we had, and this was the part that we've talked about. It's kind of strange. We had what everybody call commencement, and that's where we had the speaker, and you had. This is another thing I'm really gray on, and y'all have to help me out. You have all your laudies and all that stuff they recognize, which I don't follow any of that.
Nothing my family's ever had to be concerned about.
Yeah, me neither. But I mean, there's like 3 different levels of it, and I don't even know what all that means.
Like I said, ours were all thank you, Lordy.
Yeah, hey, that's what I was going. Thank you, Lordy. Yeah. So, but then each college had what they called a marshal that they recognized, and this was some student that was a marshal. No. Adler, do you know what that means? No, I'm not. I mean, you're probably the last one out. Yeah, I don't know what. But I mean, it's.
I'm still confused.
It's an
by
accomplishment.
2 days.
It's an accomplishment, and it's interesting to hear where these kids are from, and how they got there and what they were doing. And we had the commencement speaker, Dr. Jay Price, who's a veterinarian, and he's very funny. He with some of the speakers that Auburn has had in the past, the fact that he was, making a little fun of himself because, hey, y'all got the vet, after we've had Bo Jackson,
sure.
After we've had Tim Cook, after we've had the guys at Amazon and all this, and, hey, you got the vet, which was funny. But really, he's done an incredible job. He went away from day-to-day veterinarian work to form a Southern Veterinarian Partners, which is like almost like a health organization for vets and things. Right. So they got like 300 hospitals nationwide. So he's done a great job with that. So that was interesting.
So did he talk about what did he talk about? Do you remember?
Well, he just talked about his college experience going from trying to organize the rodeo for his fraternity. Mm-hmm. That now is a big deal down there, apparently.
So, I'm looking. I just pulled it up. I see it. So Southern Veterinary Practices. That's cool.
And so they did a good job. But we have that, and it's always been interesting to me too at the college graduations. The teachers, the professors march in and out, not the students. Which was opposite of high school.
So they do that on one night, then you don't do the walk to the next day.
So we do all of that
because that's all in the same service I've been to.
Yeah, we do all of that, and you got banners coming in. I mean, it's the pomp and circumstance is big, and then they some of them throw their caps at the end of that, and you have the declaration you're a graduate and everybody's doing this. But then we have to come back the next day to actually walk across the stage.
I don't get that.
Let me tell you the one job I would not want.
I know for a fact that didn't happen. I'm feeling more confident that I never saw it.
Let me say this. There's one job you don't want in all this. That's that poor guy that's got to read all them names.
Oh, my goodness.
Don't know how they do it. Don't know how they do it.
With the engineering department at Auburn.
Oh, I don't know how they do it.
Can you imagine?
No.
I mean, good night. Look at that.
I was shocked, but I thought to myself, I wonder, and I could be wrong because I've been through this twice. I remember this exactly. Being amazed at the person calling out the names.
Yeah.
But I asked myself this, as I was taught when I first started teaching a Bible study. I was told by seminary graduates, okay, just say the name with confidence. No one knows it either. You know what I mean? Even if you have it wrong, the people who you're teaching, they don't know how to say it either. So if you miss it, they're not going to know. But in this case, somebody knows because it is actually somebody that's actually still alive.
Right.
But I mean, for us listening, he could say it wrong. We wouldn't know.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm being told marshals are the highest grade point average in each college, maybe.
Okay.
And again, we really were not in that hunt. But good for those kids that did that. It was impressive.
Sure.
But so we come back the next day and we do the walk, and but it was a bigger crowd the first day. The second day, the different schools are doing their walk at different times. I mean, we had some people that were there at 8 o'clock. We're there at 2:45, and then we have people behind us.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
I remember.
Not. That's a lot of people to walk across the stage.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering now if
let me say this. I'm so thankful it was inside. And it was air conditioned.
Amen.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I would almost agree to a 2-day deal just to be in the air conditioning.
See, everything I'm watching right now, I've seen twice, and they walked after all this was over. It wasn't 2 days. It wasn't 2 different days.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
All this looks exactly like the 2 I've attended that included a walk.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say.
You're right. You're right.
But President Chris Roberts was there. He presided over everything, and So it was good. It was a great event, and we come home and we had some folks over, and Caitlin had a lot of friends over, and so it was an active weekend. And glad to be through it. And she's headed to the swamp now to make a difference for America.
Right. For some of you who don't know, she's not going down to Florida to Gainesville.
No, she's headed to Washington, D.C.
Yes.
And she is going to be working in the political circles. So we'll see how that goes.
Wow. Again, like we said on Thursday, I'm thankful. I'm thankful for people that are willing to do that.
I know. I am too.
I'm telling you.
I am too. Yeah. But we just had a great time, and it was, it's fun and it's emotional on some levels, and you go, wow. So we're out of college. We're grown up now.
Maybe you might have had a different experience than I did with that part of it. I remember being a little bit emotional about high school graduation. College just feels like, thank goodness. I mean, I wasn't emotional at all with college. I was like, man, I'm so glad this is over.
It is different.
Yeah. Let's get on to the
high
next
school
thing.
was
See, to me, this one I think was more emotional for me. I guess maybe because she's moving off further now.
Right. Yeah.
But she held it together very well until she had to tell the dogs goodbye. Yeah,
how'd that feel?
She got a little choked up when she had to tell the dogs goodbye.
How'd that feel?
Worse than when she told you goodbye.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I when you think about dogs in our lives, I think we have to come to the realization that if none of us talked, we'd like each other better.
Right.
We'd even allow each other to pee on the carpet.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you haven't got that done, you can fill out the paperwork in the last few minutes remaining at events at rickandbubba.com for Rick and Bubba's world's largest classroom. So, Bubba, you came in today and said you have to set up what happened at your house. We actually have a video with audio to watch.
Yeah, my family is geographically challenged, and
a lot of people are.
And somewhat,
some people don't have maps,
and some history challenged. But we, several years ago, we were on a Rick and Bubba cruise, and we made a stop by the Atlantis in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
And a beautiful resort there, and we spent the afternoon there, and Mickey Dean made that happen for us, and we were impressed with it, and we talked about going back. I mean, gosh, how many years ago was that we went to that? Do you remember?
No idea.
It's been many. And this year during spring break, we were talking about, most of the time we go down the Gulf Coast and have a great time, but we said, this year we may do something different. It's the last year. Hunter's a senior, and so it'll be the last year both kids are in high school and, at home, and so we wanted to do something kind of special. So we were looking around at some places, and the Atlantis was brought up, and I think we're going to try to run down there over spring break. So it'll be, a little special spring break this year, and we were excited about that. But a conversation had broken out a couple of times at the house about where the Bahamas were.
Where they're located?
Yeah, where they physically are located. And I was kind of amazed that my family did not realize where the Bahamas were located. So I quickly grabbed my phone, which I haven't done a lot of times. I wish I had done during a family discussion.
Sure, yeah.
And you will hear my daughter Caitlin and my lovely wife, love of my life, Betty, trying to figure out where the Bahamas are located. And you'll see that in this little 1 minute
so
clip.
We have, okay.
This is just down and dirty, grab my iPhone, shoot video.
Right.
Yeah. And this is KK here. Yeah.
Dad, I don't know.
Caitlin, where are the Bahamas? What's it next to?
I don't know, Dad.
What ocean is it in?
Atlantic.
Correct. Betty, where are the Bahamas?
Look, Betty's grabbing her phone trying to Google.
She's trying to hide and Google it. Where? I can't hear
She's
you.
Googling it. She's Googling it on her phone.
Checking. Still there. Where are the Bahamas?
She's hiding.
You're wanting to go to the Bahamas for spring break. Where on the dog's planet even Earth confused. are the Bahamas?
They're next to they're next to Hawaii.
It says
Hawaii? Is that what she said?
Where are the
Thanks,
Bahamas?
Mom.
Where are the Bahamas, Caitlin? What did you just say?
Are they not by Hawaii or something? They're in the BVI, right? I don't know.
North of Cuba. Republic, northwest of the Turks and Caicos.
Wow, only a minute and 10 seconds to Google.
So she going on back. Heading on back, got it.
Won't turn around.
Near Hawaii.
At one point, Caitlin said near Hawaii.
She did. And then she backed off. You'll tell her when
the BVI.
When she experiences how short the flight is, you'll realize it can't be Hawaii.
Right.
Yeah. It is. Well, that'll be an interesting day. We went back. I mean, like maybe even the next year after the cruise.
You've been back too there.
Yeah, but I mean, this was when like two of the kids weren't even born yet, and they were teeny. So it was a long time ago. So I didn't get to experience what it is now. It's even a much bigger deal now.
Well, you're the world traveler here on the show.
Sure.
I mean, I usually drive down to the Gulf and have a great week.
Right.
And we'll do that again. But we thought we'd change it up this year and see the Bahamas. And hey, how about I had to get a passport? Never had to have one of those. I mean, yours is stamped.
You've
You've
never had a
probably had to get another book to stamp as much as you've got.
Oh, I've had mine and then had to have it redone.
Right.
And all that.
Yeah, I finally got one.
Ding,
so.
ding.
Yeah. So look at you with your passport.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're going to find out there's life outside of Gulf Shores.
Yeah, it's hard to beat, though.
It is hard to beat. It's fantastic.
This will be a nice change.
Yeah.
And, Lord willing, we get there and all that. But,
it's the good thing
still
about this.
A lot of hoops to jump through between now and then.
Well, you'll notice, if you recall, even when we went back in the cruise, is when you go to these island communities, where you vacation and what you drive through to get to where you
leave the community.
Yeah, is a little different.
It sure is.
Well, isn't it on its own island? Isn't it kind of isolated, best I remember?
Well, I'm just talking about the you'll.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember when we went to Mexico. But back when we went to Mexico, you didn't even have to have a passport. I mean, you just had a U.S. Photo ID you could get back in. But I mean, time.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And we'll get to your phone calls today as we continue. LearBubba.com. And, right now we're in a fun zone, and we're going to try to stay there. We're celebrating another graduation, Bubba's daughter Caitlin, and looking back on that trip. Bubba, if you can why don't you find something to do over there? Because when I go to talk about LearBubba.com, I'm going to have to talk about inflation. And I know that are you okay? I know today that you are not happy about, and you're trying to figure out the illogical approach of our current administration. But can I just talk about this and you not launch right now?
I'm trying.
Okay,
trying.
So LearBubba.com. We know, and listen to this line right here. This is the one I thought that it might just spring you into action. With the policies of this current administration, runaway inflation looks like there's no end to it. So does that flip a switch with you? But anyway,
can you take a Easton bat and hit me in the head?
Right. So, I love that you want that brand too. Go to LearBubba.com. Look, the team at Lear Capital is ready to talk to you about investing in precious metals, and it can be an excellent strategy to help combat a recession and runaway inflation. Smart investors buy gold and precious metals because it acts as a hedge during a recession. Protect your retirement, your money, as worse things seem to happen. Your gold's going to be worth more. So don't let your retirement take a hit like what happened back in 2008. Here's a line again. Somebody, maybe I should just pot your mic down. Washington doesn't have the answers. That's here too. So,
boy, underline that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna double. You do a double underline.
Yeah. Where's that on the keystroke?
Right. So talk with the team right now about precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And to make this extra important, right now you'll get up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. So go to LearBubba.com for more information, or you can call them 1-800-707-4575. after the latest strategy they've put out in front of us. That number may be busy, so keep trying. But go to learbubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Do it today, folks. Seriously, you won't regret this. Bubba, are we kind of like, hey, that's how it went? It's all good. The goodbyes. Right now, you're in a mode where you were so hectic. You're just so thankful to be on the other side of it. Remember, and even when you were texting, I know that when I have one of these kind of weekends ahead of me, I start picturing myself when it's over, and then getting to the other side. Like for you, it was when you and the dogs were riding home. That's when you would be able to go.
Me and both dogs by myself in a driving thunderstorm. That one,
right? That one right there. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Yeah. So,
or me out walking them at 4:00 this morning.
It's you and the dogs right now.
Yes, me and the dogs.
Oh my goodness! You ever heard my phrase? What about the dogs?
I know it. I know it.
You live that to some degree when your wife's home.
Yeah.
When they're gone, you live it to the fullest degree. Yeah. I mean, you'll literally have to plan your days around them dogs. Yeah. And I almost added something in that sentence, and I'm glad I didn't.
We've got some work I got to do at the house too. So
that's a good thing because you're going to have to hang around.
Some contracting going on, and I'm going to have to get out there and keep an eye on all that and. So it's a busy few days,
Yeah, it's a lot going on.
But maybe it'll all work out.
Yep, we hope that it does.
There's always around the house something that needs doing. Just always.
I understand that.
Yeah,
I just
too.
I've got a project going on at my house right now. The backyard that we worked so hard to get it just like we like it. Now, 20 years later, is all overgrown, and everything that we were all fired up about has to go now.
Yeah, you got to go back. And
trees have to be cut. And
all that stuff.
You can't see anything.
I will tell you, one of the more comical moments to me this weekend is Betty. All these neighborhoods have these online neighborhood things. You know what I'm talking about, where people share information like, who can I get to paint? Who will clean my gutter? All that stuff. And we've seen 2 or 3 where people have said, "Hey, snakes are out. Snakes are moving. Be careful." I go, "Yep. They do that this time of year,
summer."
And so there was one where somebody had posted a picture and said, "Hey, what kind of snake is this?" And it's going across. It looks like their yard and maybe a step or something. And Betty says, "Is that a copperhead? Is that a?" I said. You see them rattles sticking up on the back of it? I think we'd put that one under a rattlesnake.
Yes.
I mean, it's just plain as day that it is a rattlesnake.
Yeah, everybody can identify a rattlesnake.
I mean, and hey, anybody know what that is? Rattlesnake.
That's not hard.
God. You see them 8 little rattles sticking up in the air, and it looks like they're shaking while they're taking that picture. Maybe they heard it.
Yeah. Maybe you should just listen. And the
copperhead's not known for that rattling sound.
And that sound you hear will be in the name.
Yes.
What does that sound like? Rattling?
Yeah.
Yeah. I had the there's so many things that we all we talked about family portraits, graduations. There's all these little moments when you're somebody's husband and somebody's dad that you get pulled into, and luckily, I was leaving to go to speak at a man church Saturday night, but Sherry had all the ladies that could come from our, I know they want to be called life group, but Sunday school class.
Right.
And the only reason why I'm, hey, Rick, the research has shown there's a negative connotation with the name Sunday school. Hey, let me tell you this. If you're not the one who has a grandmother that I don't know what she can see and hear from heaven.
Right.
And I ain't saying life group because I don't know what she'll be able to do to me. But anyway, so.
Can I ask a question about that? Why would the term Sunday school class have a negative connotation?
All right, I'm going to tell you because of course I had that follow-up question. And it's because people that didn't grow up in the church, it sounds like they're going into something like a seminary class, and they think that it intimidates them to come in because they think you're going in like you're going into school to and that they're going to have some sort of grasp of Scripture, or they're going to feel like they'll be uncomfortable because it sounds like we're calling it school. Like they're going to a Bible class. Of course they are. But
that falls under the old category of overthinking.
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
it does.
May overthought that one.
And then life group is one of those things that I'm a big fan of, and every chance I get to say it that I don't like it, and it makes people uncomfortable. The famous "Let's do life together." If you want to turn me in a different direction, tell me that we're all doing life together.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I cannot stand that phrase.
I think Jim Tebow told you y'all were. Was that what he said?
Right.
Life group, when I hear that, you know what I think? A commune.
We're stuck together for life.
It's some communist group in the mountain smoking pot.
Yeah, but that's the neat thing. The bottom line is I don't care.
Well, that's my connotation.
Yeah, the bottom line is just I don't care what you call it. But we love, we have a great time, and we have a large class, and so every now and then, of course, inside that you've got your discipleship, and then you got your fellowship, and so the fellowship is when you spend time together, hanging out, and so Sherry, said the women of the class, of course we have to host it, is coming to our house for two words that I don't think should be put together. Now, only women would put these two words together. Salad supper. Who in the world? The word.
I don't think that works.
The word supper should never be associated with the word salad. I mean, a salad supper.
That's the pregame to supper.
I've had this discussion with a lot of people as we sit down to break bread.
Yeah.
I usually do not pray before the salad because I'm not that thankful for it.
Exactly.
Well, you're being honest.
Hey, exactly. Salad is not supper.
Yeah.
And hey, buddy, talking about what reminded me is when you said that little thing. All I'm going to talk about where do y'all go to get this fixed? Whatever those little
little neighborhood
little group meet or whatever. Yeah. And if you want to see the difference in men and women, equal but different, just listen to the little hens talking about different salads. Oh, I'm going to do this salad, and you do that salad, and I'm bringing this salad. And I keep saying, it's all still salad. I mean, how can anybody be this enthusiastic about various salads?
Especially when you put the word bean in it.
Oh, I mean, you go into a group of men, if they're straight, you go into a group of men and throw out the word kale, we won't even listen.
Oh, Rick.
I mean, but you throw out a kale salad in the middle of this. Oh, you bringing a kale salad?
You know what
kale?
Toasted
almonds? Are you going to toast almonds?
You know what kale means to me? It's somebody's cousin from California.
Oh, kale. That's right. Exactly. And he played a little ball. If he hadn't had that knee injury, he'd have gone to
He was really better at track.
Right.
And he did the high jump or something.
Right.
But he's from California, and he's like a third cousin.
Yeah.
Kale's coming over. Let's go see him.
Right,
Let's pick him up at the airport.
If it was a little taller, he'd have gone D1.
Right.
He was on the borderline.
Right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Changed since 9/11. That was a long time ago.
But once you get to the Atlantis, it'll be fantastic. You won't leave that area. You won't need to.
Unless they've changed it since 2008. If you're on a cruise that leaves from the mainland and returns to the mainland, you don't have to have a passport. You can have a birth certificate and a photo ID.
Didn't you go to Atlantis with Taylor and him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was on one of the stops. On Nassau, isn't that where it is?
Yeah. Nassau, Bahamas.
Yeah. So when y'all stopped, y'all got off and went in there? So you went there in the last 10 years, right?
Yeah. Fun. Good water slides.
Yeah, I remember we walked through the shark tank, and there's a slide that went through the shark tank.
Goes right through.
I looked at that picture just the other day. I found an old photo.
Why are we
album.
pushing it like that? But anyway.
Are you going to stay in that part that connects the buildings where the celebrities stay? That they said
the bridge.
How much it costs tonight is just ridiculous.
We're in that building, but we're not in anything.
They say the little bridge there.
Is that?
That's where the celebrities.
Is that
stay.
the big thing?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's cool.
Jordan Sweet.
That's where you are, B.
Nah.
Yeah. Huh?
I know Hams was talking about he may get his certification, be a teaching tennis pro.
Yep.
And the Atlantis, best I remember a few years ago, was one of the places that worked with our professional organization to staff their tennis courts with a teaching pro. So you can go down there if you'll teach in the morning. You get to stay there for. I think they had a 30-day and a 90-day program or something. Mm-hmm. Pretty cool.
How about that?
Yeah,
mine's all about the Bill Bubba Bussey Tennis Academy that I'm gonna start, and
I don't see why we haven't already done that.
Why is the face of tennis doesn't have his own academy at this point? I don't.
It makes no sense.
I'm gonna do what I can to start it.
How about this? It defies logic. Now, it'd be hard for you to do it on your computer since it's fried. But
yeah,
I mean,
I wish y'all knew what I was doing to scramble around the last couple of days. It's been a nightmare. But I'm getting through it. You know what? People just get through it. That's what they do.
Well,
the hard workers do anyway.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
The only time I heard about it was when we were on the air. We can get another one if we need to.
I'm just going to use this one for now, unless you want to go out and buy me a new one. That'd be awesome too.
Yeah. What? So you had your computer. I saw your text yesterday. So it was Friday. It was over.
Yeah. I'll tell you this: the best time to go to the Apple store is at 8:30 on Wednesday night, because there wasn't no one there. And I had an appointment, which that helps. The only appointment that was available in a 3-day deal.
Sure. I've never been in there. There wasn't a crowd.
Well, that's why it caught me off guard last night.
Like Christmas.
I almost thought they closed down for some reason because the parking lot was somewhat empty and there were like 6-7 people in there. I thought, well, this is going to be
you
good.
couldn't make that appointment. That's an hour after you're going to bed.
Yeah, it'd be tough staying
However,
up. I'd have a problem working on anything sleepy as that.
I know.
After the
Hit my head
diagnostics
on
were ran, it's the hard drive is completely fried and will not do anything. So,
well, here's to new beginnings.
Yes, I mean I'm all about a good new start. So, fresh beginnings. Let's do it. Fire it up. So,
thank goodness for the
now
cloud.
this computer is one that I think Adler used to run Ustream at one point, and it's just been kind of sitting back there. It's actually nicer than what I had. I still think it's probably a little older than I'd like it to be, but it's serving its purpose.
You're operational.
Yeah,
you're operational.
It's all like that's. I mean,
I'm trying not to even bother you with the reason why my iPhone will not send emails. I don't know why. It'll receive them, but it won't send them.
Well, I can. I mean,
you give me the phone, you get fixed that.
Well, I just feel like he's had kind
let
of hard
Speedy
way.
have it. He said he can do it.
I can.
I just figured he had a
From
hard
you.
way.
You show me how. Remember I had that issue? And it was just in settings, something wouldn't click.
I don't know. I hadn't looked at it. There's a lot of settings in there.
Yeah, it keeps telling me the password isn't right, but when I go to the password, it is right. It's the password it's always been, and my computer, who has the same password, is doing the emails fine.
I'll let him.
You might have extra letter in it.
That's a little bit more complicated.
You might need to delete it all the way out and re-enter it.
Yeah, I did that.
No.
Already done that too.
Rick and Bubba.
Is our sister listening today? You know, it is our sister's birthday, who is a teacher today. We won't tell her age.
She's young. She's a lot younger than us.
Our sister Angie. So if you're in Mrs.
White Plains.
If you're at White Plains today, if you have our sister Angie, your teacher, happy birthday, Angie.
She's
to
50.
Sissy. She's not 50, Greg. Happy birthday, Ange. We love you, and hopefully your class is paying attention. Also, here in the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, there they are. They're back again. It's the 2016-2017 edition of Miss Dennis's Dragonflies. And there they are from Vestavia Hills Elementary East.
Yep.
And they are all sitting crisscross applesauce, ready to be read to today. And they're all here today. We have Charlie Allen and Carter Allred, John Bailey, Clint Cameron, Sarah Lewis Collins, Aiden Crow, Ben Crow, Logan Drew, Hamp Gamble, Ruby Goldberg, Anna Hontus, also Hadley Hunter, Jason, Kryzakos?
Karazakis.
That's a cool name.
Karazakis. Will Martin, Laura Morrison, Myra Nunley, Kate Parsons, Andrew Smith. It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba. Here we go. Oh, then some cold blues still. I had a blues man on the back and a beautician at the wheel. Yeah. In the middle of the night, hey, we laughing and we joking and we feeling all right. Hey, I'm nationwide. Say I'm bad. Rick and Bubba Show. Somebody hit this blues run right here. All right, so as we make our way back, Bubba, let's go ahead and get this out of your system. Adler's got video and audio to go with it. When you go away on a weekend, you don't know what you're going to face when you come back. I can't wrap my mind around this administration and their basic lack of economic knowledge. As Bubba and I said, when we know more about something than you do, you really need to check yourself. You talk about two unimpressive people that don't know much, and we know more than this. But anyway, so here is Biden, where he's now going to even the name of it. What is the Inflation
Reduction Act?
But
it's going to cause inflation to go up.
So here he is first. Let's hear what he has to say about it in 1A. how he's about to do the greatest thing ever for American families. Here we go.
Investments in clean energy security. The security of the country is at stake. We're going to save American families hundreds of dollars a year on paying their energy bills by allowing them to have money to invest, by allowing them to put in new windows and doors and solar panels and the like.
I'm motivated.
And get tax credits for that. Also going to restore some fairness to the tax code.
You know what somebody said? Somebody said, look, the last time we put him on TV, his eyes had no life in them. Will somebody tell him what to read, and somebody find those aviator glasses? Please put those on him. For some reason, at least he doesn't look so lost.
Yeah.
But yet the way his meter and the way he's reading, he still sounds lost. He has no idea what guys, when the movie comes out on this, I don't know how old we'll be. A movie will eventually come out. Somebody will do it, and it'll be I was behind the scenes, and we're going to see how bad the mental state of our current president is. One day we're going to see it. I mean, some of it you can see it because there's no way to hide it. But there's going to be a movie one day about all this, and we are going to be shocked at the things they're doing to keep him upright and to keep this thing going. It's so obvious there that somebody says, let's try the aviators so he doesn't look so lost. It's like we're supposed to say, man, he really sounds like he doesn't know what's going on. But look at the aviators, man.
He looks cool.
So the aviators have suddenly made him. But anyway, now back to what's actually happening.
So basically what we're talking about is Senate Democrats approved sweeping legislation on health care, climate, taxes along a party line vote Sunday, delivering a major win for the president and his agenda before midterm elections. The Senate passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which is comical that's the name of it, which will include record spending on clean energy initiatives. That right there alone tells you that this is not the way you fix inflation with spending.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 8th grade civics teachers are just, reaming their hands right now going, what are you thinking? There's also measures to reduce prescription drug prices, a tax overhaul to ensure large corporations pay income taxes, which they will pass along to you, which will cause your prices to go up even more.
Correct.
Every Democrat voted in support and every Republican against the measure. It heads to a vote in the Democratic-controlled House Friday where it will likely pass. So, again, Rick, too little supply and too much money causes the prices of things to go up. Mm-hmm. And we're just going to be printing more money in this. It's mind-boggling to me. Now, you can call it whatever you want to. They could call it the cow jumped over the moon bill, but that doesn't mean that old Bessie is going to be in orbit. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not that smart. I've told you that. That's obvious if you listen to this show. But, I ran a lemonade stand one time, and I know how this works, and this is the worst thing you can do. And it's a tax that all of you that are listening are going to pay.
Yep.
You're paying it at the gas pump. You're paying it at the grocery store. And your savings account is literally being robbed from you because the value of it is nowhere near what it was when you put it in there.
And now on video 2.
And we're just standing and cheering and applauding because we're going to do more of what we did to get in that mess.
Now watch them all cheer as they pass a bill that, as Bubba just said, will raise taxes on everybody. Everybody.
Primarily the middle working class.
Yeah, the middle class, this is a tax.
They had a provision for the very top wage earners. The senator from Arizona had it removed.
It's not enough people.
They had it removed.
Right.
So only the middle class taxes are going up.
So watch this.
On top of inflation.
All right, so watch this right now. They told you they wouldn't do this to the middle class. No way. But watch them
On
cheer.
this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the bill, as amended, is passed.
Look at them. There's a little laugh for you, middle class.
Oh, she was so glad she got to throw that vote.
Oh, sure.
Yep. The Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, of course, it's just the way it's designed will make inflation worse, but okay.
I would love for any of them to be able to define what causes inflation. They think it's it's Elon Musk or somebody. You know, they have no idea. They have no idea. It's them. And we just keep allowing them to do it. That's what's strange to me. I guess you get what you ask for, America. Good luck. Enjoy it.
Yeah. Also, kind of a funny one on Biden before we leave on 1B. Biden calls himself the vice president again, and this is about him talking about the electric Corvettes. Did you see this?
Yeah.
So
full disclosure, I've spoken to the chairwoman about the possibility of my being able to buy one of those Corvettes that are electric vehicles that, when they come out. I'm not going to be able to do it because I can't drive a vehicle while I'm vice president, while I'm president.
I have severe doubts you could drive one no matter what your title, sir.
Well, he used to be a truck driver. Remember that when he made that stuff?
Oh, yeah.
He drove the big rigs.
Right.
Sure.
Gosh, I didn't know that.
Well, Greg, that was 150 years ago.
We also, when we come back.
He passed DeSoto while he was doing it.
We come back. Pelosi says she has a connection to China. You won't believe why.
I think I'm beginning to see what this Pelosi trip was all about.
And this Donald Trump video is hilarious, involving swimmer Riley Gaines. But anyway, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll hit some of that. We got other stories that we also got to get to from the weekend that are, only this show. We find ourselves in so many situations. And one day, not only will there be a movie about Biden's presidency, there'll be Rick and Bubba the movie. And some of the things that we experience as we roll through life.
It's almost hard to put it into words.
It really is. It really is. All right, top of the hour. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Check our website, too, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Our brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast from the weekend. If you haven't seen it or heard it yet, it's out there, too. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we just mentioned the Chinese going to the break, Bubba. Did you know that 60% of U.S. pork production comes from one company owned by the Chinese? Did you know that? 60%.
That's scary, isn't it?
Why are we so dependent? You got to tell me we're dependent on them for bacon? So
come on, man.
Right.
Give me my bacon.
Well, here's the problem. Look, when the Chinese
bacon me, baby.
Hey, when the Chinese are farming, they're still using on those hogs a drug that has been banned in 160 countries, and yet we find it in our grocery store aisle every day. There's a better way to do this, and we've been telling you about it, and it's called MOINK, M-O-I-N-K. That means moo plus oink, meaning they have beef and pork. Moink delivers grass-fed, grass-finished beef, lamb, pasteurized pork and chicken, and sustainable wild-caught Alaskan salmon straight to your door, and it is delicious. I want you to think about the Moink farmers. This is the kind of farming. Bubba, you had grandparents that were farmers, right?
I did.
Yeah, I mean, we all had people in our family, generations of family farms, and Moink meat tastes like it should because the family farm just does it better. And the Moink difference is a difference you'll taste, and you can feel good about knowing you're helping family farms, and boy, can they use it. Stay financially independent, too. But see, this is one of those win-wins. I'm helping family farms, but the family farm is also producing a better product for me. So it is a win-win. So you choose the meat you want delivered in every box. It could be ribeyes, chicken breast, pork chops, salmon fillets, whatever. And they send it right to you. If you remember, Mr. Wonderful, when Moink's bacon was tested on Shark Tank, he said that's the best bacon he'd ever tasted. And he's right. So why don't you go now? We're going to get our listeners, Bubba, look at this. How about free filet mignon in every order for 1 year? So no matter what you order, we're going to throw in a filet, and you get that for a year, and you will love it. Go to MOINK moinkbox.com/Bubba. That's MOINKBOX.com/Bubba. Miss Dennis Dragonflies 2016-2017 edition. They are here. All right, so what we're going to do now, kids, is we're going to read Dr. Seuss today, Green Eggs and Ham. Speedy is going to be doing that for RBTV. He'll be turning the pages for you. Mrs. Dennis has her book. She'll be turning pages. Those of you that may be in your classrooms today, you can turn the pages as well. And we are Rick and Bubba, and Speedy, Helmsy, all here too. And we have Greg Burgess. We'll try to turn his mic off during this. And we thank all of you for joining us here at the Rick and Bubba studio.
And reading is important, Rick.
It is very important.
Yes.
Nice hat, buddy.
I mean, if you do not read a lot, you could end up in a situation like us with no possible way to make a living any other way than this way.
Yes.
So anyway, so here we go. Let's get started. The Green Eggs and Ham, Dr. Seuss. I am Sam.
Oh,
Sam.
There he is.
I am Sam. At this point, Dr. Seuss not getting really deep into the story, but Sam, I am. So we've established that there's a person named Sam.
Didn't he go on to sing with the Black Eyed Peas?
He really did, and you were right, Bubba. And then we have the person he's talking to is annoyed with Sam right out of the gate. That's Sam I am. That's Sam I am. I do not like that Sam I am. Now, we're not off to a good start.
No, he messed up his reading. He was reading the paper or something.
Yeah, so Sam now interrupts his time, and he comes back and he says, do you like green eggs and ham? A strange first question when you just met someone.
Right.
I'm going to guess they already knew each other.
Yeah, casually.
I do not like them, Sam I am. I do not like green eggs and ham. Bubba, do you think the conversation is pretty much over at this point?
Not looking good, and I certainly understand what he's saying. The visual presentation is not appealing.
But Sam is a great salesperson because he will not take no as an answer, and he's looking for the yes.
And he's always got a pen with him.
So he comes back with a counter comment. Would you like them here or there? Now, this is beautiful sales job because he's already assuming he's going to eat them. Even though he says he's not going to eat them, now we're just talking about the details. So the contract's already signed.
In his mind.
In his mind. But then resistance. I would not like them here or there. I would not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. Driving it home again.
It's a tough sale.
But Sam, the ultimate salesperson. Would you like them in a house? Would you like them with a mouse? I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am.
Wow.
Pretty straightforward.
Pretty straightforward.
Yep.
Would you eat them in a box? Would you eat them with a fox?
See, the beauty of this sales approach, Rick, he's taken the green eggs out of the equation. It's more about the environment.
You know what?
He's trying to sell the environment.
He's just saying, where are we going to eat them?
Right.
You know, and maybe I could make this product better if I just give you some other things with it.
Yeah, it's a classic bait and switch technique.
Undoubtedly, the box and fox or the house or the mouse not going to sell it. Not in a box, not with a fox, not in a house, not with a mouse. I would not eat them here or there. I would not eat them anywhere. I would not eat green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. Would you, could you, in a car? Eat them, here they are.
Who are the guys riding with him, do you know?
Well, we got everybody riding now. We got the fox. We got the mouses in there. And I'll tell you this, Sam could be a great waiter. He's still got green eggs and ham holding up one hand, driving with the other.
That's like amazing. A globetrotter, isn't he?
I would not, could not in a car. You may like them. You will see. You may like them in a tree.
Ooh. He drove the car up the tree.
A great driver. Do not try this at home.
No, not when you're learning to drive, kids.
Yeah. I would not, could not in a tree, not in a car. You let me be. All right, now at this point, see, you have to be careful when selling. Now the client is angry. He's becoming angry with this approach.
Belligerent.
But you know what, Sam, the finest salesperson of all time is immovable. I do not like them in a box. I do not like them with a fox. I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. Hey, I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. It is 7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour, and we are thankful that you are here. Bubba's back after being at his daughter's graduation, and we talked about that a little bit last hour, and now we're back. And and ready to go for another day. And Bubba, welcome back.
Rick, glad to be here.
There you go.
Thank you guys for covering Friday and allowing us some special time at my daughter's graduation, and we're glad to have that behind us.
Yep.
Hey, let's move forward.
Hey. So the speaking of the weekend, do I delve into the story?
You do, indeed.
Rick,
what'd you do this weekend, Rick?
Well,
can't hear.
Well, I told y'all that my weekend it revolved around the fact that Sherry was hosting a social for our class at church. The ladies were having a salad supper, and of course, there's just all kinds of anytime that your wife goes into the mode of I will now become the hostess with the mostess, your life you don't know where to go. I've never seen in this particular case. I was leaving, and Sherry did plan this gathering of the women on the speaking schedule, knowing that I would be gone, but I wasn't leaving till 4. I mean, I wasn't even leaving the house till 3:30 to get to the airport by 4. So I get up, and the thing is happening on Saturday night at 6, but the preparation for it encompasses the whole weekend.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, well, I don't really know what to do with myself and where to go, and I thought even the areas that I'm normally allowed, it was like, well, no, you don't want to mess that up because we may be. So at one point it became we gotta. I want everybody to be able to be together and all sit here. And I'm like, baby, how many people are coming? Well, there's 36 people saying that have confirmed. I'm 36, and so we're so I'm running to the farm to get tables and bringing this back and making runs and doing all this, and I've gone through the the flowers have arrived. I'm decorating the house. Come up and look at the flowers, Rick. And I'd finally found me a place where I thought I was safe, and look at these flowers. And you're just like, man, how do y'all handle trying to have that enthusiasm for something like that?
That's tough.
I don't.
Look at those.
Unfortunately,
So bright.
Yeah, man, baby, these are beautiful.
That's tough, Rick.
These are outstanding.
Now,
and then there's this. Now, do you think this looks better on this table, or do you think over here on the mantle? And do you ever just to me?
See, I had some of that with our decorating.
Oh, I bet you. That's right. You went through it.
Yeah, where do we hang welcome grads?
Yes.
Versus the blow up balloons.
Yes.
Versus the balloon, whatever that thing was we had.
All right, can I ask you a question? Because I want to know this. Okay. In my opinion, I'm just spinning the wheel of meat. I don't have an opinion on this at all. I just say something.
No,
I really don't know.
I feel because it's important to Betty. I want to support her in it.
Yeah, I'm being kind about it. But deep down, I'm asking, do I really know which one looks better?
No, I don't know. And honestly, other than my deep love for her, I don't care.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
I think anywhere works.
Well,
and you know what I've tried to do too, because I know I try to put up hooks so they can do it. And there's a hook on each end, one in the middle. Just hang it however you want to.
Yeah.
You got your little step ladder. Just go at it.
Go at
like
it.
a squirrel. Have fun.
I got hooks everywhere.
I've got the hooks in. The hooks are solid. They're you can't really see them.
Right.
But they'll hold up whatever you want to. Here's some fishing wire if you need it.
Okay.
Here's some monofilament.
What weight?
So you can hide stuff.
10 pounds?
Well, I don't
know.
It was old. It had a slight blue tint to it.
My standard response is whatever you decide always looks great. Yeah. So, I mean,
that won't work. So let me tell you a new thing I've done. Remember I told you about this the last time. Remember what happened when she was changing out something, the curtains or something? Remember that? Oh, no, it was the bedspread.
Okay.
And I tried the truth, which is I don't really care, and that didn't work. And then I started becoming incredibly opinionated about it.
Just pick one side and go, I didn't need to be this.
And so I've learned now. So now
they're going to do the opposite.
Yeah, I'm actually extremely opinionated now because that seems to be working.
Okay.
That's the way to go.
And I did that one time, and I said, I tell you one thing, I want that, and I don't like that one. Now they're not going to go with what you say, but when you become opinionated, it seems to finally accomplish.
They move on.
So I go, oh boy, that table right there, it's got so much room on it, and the mantle's so much smaller. I think that bouquet is right for the table, and that one's right for the mantle. And honestly, I mean, I'm going to tell you something. I really think that's the way to go. And then of course
you couldn't believe you said that.
Yeah, and I don't have any idea.
Rick, I will
but,
even go to this. I won't declare how it looks. I'll say this feels like it should be here.
Mm-hmm. Well, I love that.
That's a big.
That
that's
is
a big word there.
If you really want to throw a curve, I'm getting a little bit bold. I do this just to entertain myself. So you good with the color of these flowers? What you don't think that? You don't think this is these colors match actually the tablecloth? I mean, is that blue the same blue? And oh boy. And then you really get involved. And she goes,
that may get you a trip to the store.
Well, what'll happen too though is
you got to be careful. You said you get bold.
There's a line. You're right.
Yeah, there is.
And I stop when this happens. No, this is the way it needs to be. And I don't say anything else. And because if you say one more word, it could end up you could plant a seed of doubt that gets you in a bind.
Right.
Now I will tell you this: if anybody needs to know what I-65 was like on Friday afternoon, I can tell you all about it because I got to go up and down it. Okay, going to get stuff we need, and then all this, and then this
at least 2 trips.
Well, here's the one that gets me, and I don't understand this. And Bubba, I'm not my colors. I know my colors, but I keep telling Sherry her instructions as a supervisor. You got to be extremely detailed with me. Extremely detailed. Hey, oh by the way, so I need you to go down to the farm, and I need those 2 tables. Get me 12 of those chairs. Okay, why are we doing this? Well, I think that I need to set up an option to sit out here on the deck. I said, baby, afternoon thunderstorms, you don't want to deal with that. Well, no, I don't like it like some people would be downstairs. I want everybody to be up here so we can all socialize together. But baby, what if an afternoon thunderstorm comes? Well, I've looked at the rain percentage. I said, baby, weathermen have no idea what the weather's going to do. You know that.
It's going to rain ever after.
And I said, now, they really don't. This time of year with our tropical rainforest, they're guessing. You can literally go to bed with a 10% chance of rain and wake up to a 60. You know what I mean? Yeah. I said, this changes all day long, baby, because they're scattered thunderstorms. So, no, that's what I want to do. Okay. Oh, and why? Hey, the ring on the way down. Hey, get me go into the house, and I need that tablecloth. Which one, baby? Well, it's in the so and so. It's the blue one, baby. Am I going to be able to find it easy? You don't know where. If I told you here, you look. You said, is there more than one? Yeah, there are more than one. That's I want the one that I got. So I don't know what she's talking about. No. And hey, and then go in the barn. And I need the one that has those, that has those little yellow flowers on it, and we use them out there when we have the meals in the barn, and the one it's under the sink or it's above the sink or it might be across there in that thing. I'm like, baby, I don't think I'm gonna be able to. I don't feel good about this. I just don't. I don't feel good about it.
Just grab everything you got.
I'm just like
bring it back.
And of course, now y'all all know this. I don't have to tell y'all this. Everybody here is going to say amen. When you finally get there, with all the technology the world has come up with, you can literally FaceTime and start showing them this one.
Yeah.
But guess what? They won't answer.
I know.
You're right.
I mean, so you get there and look, you think, yeah, I'm on FaceTime. You even pushing, you even flipping it around where you can show it,
showing out.
Yeah, and I think, well, this will solve it. Well, it won't if they won't answer.
No.
And then of course, you get back on the tablecloths. I went 1 out of 3. I got one right. That's not the ones I was talking about. I said, baby, the ones you were talking, I tried to FaceTime you.
Rick, your odds, you're way ahead.
Yeah, how about this? You think I can take a FaceTime while I'm getting this house ready? Well, if we want to get it right. I don't
while I'm at the store?
Well, why did you bring these? These aren't going to work. Baby, I got every tablecloth that was available. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Done with this. But what does Sam do? Different scenario. Never mentioning green eggs and ham again.
Yeah.
A train. Could you? Would you? On a train? Not on a train. Not in a tree. Not in a car. Sam, let me be. I would not, could not in a box, and I could not, would not with a fox. I will not eat them with a mouse, and I will not eat them in a house. I will not eat them here or there. I will not eat them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham, and I do not like them. Sam, I am. I'm not going to eat them because I don't like them. Say, in the dark? Here? In the dark? Would you? Could you? In the dark? I would not, could not, in the dark. Would you, could you, in the rain? I would not, could not, in the rain, not in the dark, not on a train, not in a car, not in a tree. I do not like them, Sam. You see, not in a house, not in a box, not with a mouse, not with a fox. I will not eat them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. There's nowhere I like them.
Eating in the dark, that would be tough.
Now, this is when Sam goes. This is when Sam goes a little bit crazy. This is when Sam plays the crazy card.
Mm-hmm.
You do not like green eggs and ham?
Let me be sure I got this.
I do not like them, Sam. I am. And then what does he do then? I'm not done.
Nope.
Could you, would you with a goat? Let's try something else. I would not, could not with a goat. Would you, could you on a boat? I could not, would not on a boat. I will not with a goat. I will not eat them in the rain. I will not eat them on a train, not in the dark, not in a tree, not in a car. You let me be. I do not like them in a box. I do not like them with a fox. I will not eat them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Exclamation point. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. You do not like them, so you say. Try them, and you may. Try them, and you may, I say. Sam, for the love of all that's good and kind, if you will let me be, I will try them, and then you will see. Here's the moment. You see him? He's looking at the green eggs and ham.
He's give up. He's beat down.
And he tries the green eggs and ham, and what happens, guys? Say, I like green eggs and ham. I do like them, Sam. I am. I would eat them in a boat. Now, I would eat them with a goat, and I will eat them in the rain and in the dark and on a train, in a car, and in a tree. They're so good, you see. So I will eat them in a box, and I will eat them with a fox, and I will eat them in a house, and I will eat them with a mouse, and I will eat them here and there. Say, ha-ha, I'll eat them anywhere.
Are all those people going to want to buy it?
I know. There's not enough to go around. Yeah. I do so like green eggs and ham. Thank you. Thank you. Sam, I am. There it is.
There it is.
Wow. Read across America, persistence pays off. There's a lot of lessons here. Persistence pays off. Sam, I am now working for Rick and Bubba Incorporated.
Mm-hmm.
He sells our products everywhere. Also, what else do we learn here? Don't say you don't like some food until you try it. You know, now if you try it, you don't like it, fine. But don't assume you're not going to like it. You try it, and you may like it. Mm-hmm. And you may say it's so good, you see.
You never know.
I will say this. There's no need to eat these foods with animals, especially mice. But I do.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I don't want anytime somebody wants you to eat something with a mouse, you can bail on that.
Pass on
that. So there it is.
Thank you, guys.
Read across America. Woo! Thank you, Miss Dennis Dragonflies 2016-2017. Vestavia Hills Elementary East, and all the classes all across the country making up Rick and Bubba's world's largest classroom for Read Across America. And happy birthday to our sister Angie, who is also a teacher today, participating in Read Across America. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What? What's their age?
Here's what you got. You got a 99-year-old.
99?
All right, and he's racing a 92-year-old.
Rick, and you need to say
and
that.
they're at the USATF Masters Indoor Track and Field Championships in New Mexico.
By the way, that's a very long name.
And the 99-year-old runner edges out the young one, the 92-year-old, towards the end of the race. Now, this has got music for those of you on radio, but we'll give you a play-by-play. They're at the starting blocks, and they're out.
Greg
and here
Burgess.
they go. They're going
Burgess.
and going and going.
Which one's which?
I believe the elder is closest to us.
Look at him. He's got good form. Yeah. Look. 99 is about to go by 92. Look at him. And they come to the tape. No, look.
I mean, it was close.
It might be the one across.
Hey. All right, we're back. It is 22 minutes past the hour. So, from the weekend, Bubba, we heard the update and all the things, and now we had, now at this point, I'm waiting to leave on Saturday, but I don't know where to be. So I find a perch that is not included in the salad supper, and I just perch there like a bird until I'm free, until it's time to go, because I can't go anywhere, so I don't mess anything up. Because Sherry gets it completely ready to go with 4 hours left till the thing actually starts, maybe 5. You know, and I'm like, baby, okay, thanks for being on top of it. So, and it did look beautiful, and it was great. So, and they had a great time. So, Bubba, I'm headed off Saturday night, and I mean, y'all just hold on to it. I want to thank Pastor Stan Lewis and, of course, church member Eric Kitchen, who's over the men's ministry at First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. They're north of Destin. And so they are doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, and they've done the whole turnkey. That's 4 gatherings a year and 40 weeks worth of curriculum. I was rolling in to be Man Church number 3. Prior to me, Brian Gunn had spoke there and Rich Wingo, and now they were sitting there at Man Church 4. That's where we get together and gather. We do a little high challenge. Then they go into the small groups again, and that's the high equipping. And, of course, at any time, people can enter the strategy either through a gathering or through a small group. And you know what, Bubba? I'm always thankful for people that work hard to get this show that are in those outlying markets. I talked to the men.
Some of them have to do some heavy lifting.
They do, but I talked to those men there, and they basically say the ones that are our age or older who refuse to move into modern technology.
Right.
They say for them, they have 3 different affiliates that they rotate on, and they just go with the one they can pick up the signal the best. Okay, so and that was very interesting, and I even got in the truck, and Eric was showing me, say, look, here's my process I go through. And I said,
I love when they walk you through. You actually get to hear it.
Yeah. So it was great. There's a lot of great support for the show there. We have a listener that is in the. I mean, they're a veteran. They're a tuber, and this is the beloved T. Smith. Okay,
mullet.
Better
as we love to call her, T-Pain Smith.
Right, or for mullet. Now she does wear. And by the way, another thing, the more I go do these men's things in 2022, the more I can say this with zero hesitation, the mullet is back.
You're right.
Oh, it is.
I saw 5 mullets Saturday
Rick,
night
why
on
wouldn't
young
you?
guys. On
I
young
was going
guys.
to say, and a lot of teenagers.
Children.
Yeah.
A lot of
children
teenagers out there with mullets.
That's what I saw. It was all teenagers. Yeah.
Rick, why wouldn't it come back?
Right.
Because it is a piece of work.
And it's a piece of the 80s, too.
Rick, why not bring anything from the 80s back?
I told a kid like he was about 17, 18 years old, just with a blazing mullet. Oh, yeah. And I told him as we were eating steaks, I said, the mullet I had in the 80s, son, would have made your mullet leave. You'd be afraid of it. I said, Billy Ray Cyrus was calling me, asking me what I do. Yeah. Okay? And so anyway... but unfortunately, before I got to the steaks, which were fabulous, I had a bit of an uncomfortable situation. And you know when you're going to do something like that, discomfort is not what you're looking for.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Talk to you, Rick.
Yeah, and so
that's a pretty good one.
And I tried to let me first of all talk about. I want to be gracious here. I want to thank for Mullet for her devotion to the show.
Absolutely.
I want to thank her for her kindness to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund.
That a girl, T.
Now, I do wish that she would listen to me when I say what the check should be made out to and how to get it to the fund. All those instructions have run aground and don't seem to work. But her heart is in the right place. Yes, yeah. The check does not go to the right place, but her heart does.
Yes, right.
Her
if
heart,
we can somehow get them together.
Right. Her heart is in the right place. And the fact that she would do that is something that really is. All kidding aside, it makes a difference. It does. And it's extremely kind, and we are grateful for that. Now, probably like I said, I really like the plan of either doing that online or just mailing it to us, which is an option. But for Mullet seems to stay with the checks that are going to be made out to the wrong thing. I'm going to bring those to you in person, and I really will not entertain any other options. Now, the problem with that is
love your passion.
Yeah, but the problem with that is I don't see her a lot because she lives in Florida and I live in Alabama.
Right.
And probably trying to make that handoff in this particular setup is probably not the best.
It makes it more difficult, no doubt. Rick.
Especially when I said in email over and over again, this is a men's event. And it's not a church service And even that can be a little bit dicey because you get there and people are saying, all right, now when you hit the ground and now your time with us begins. Yeah. And it's their time.
Right.
They've booked it. Yeah. They've put everything together and they have a schedule they'd like for me to keep.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Understandable?
Yeah, no,
very clear.
Yeah.
You're on the timeline.
Yeah.
Clear.
And so
oh boy.
Let me be crystal clear.
Wish I was over.
Let me be crystal clear how grateful we are. Okay?
Yes.
And I don't want that is the most important thing.
Yeah.
And I'm thankful for that.
Coming to the show for years.
Right. And for Mullet, I want you to know that I got back with the checks. Everything's great and we will get those done and it will make a difference. And I'm thankful to you for that. And we're all thankful to you for that and your devotion to the show.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Clear?
Yeah, Rick.
Crystal.
110%.
Okay. So I remember hearing a conversation, and we'll come back and finish it. I guess I should have paid attention to it more.
It's been one of my favorite conversations.
Me too, by the way.
It's been an ongoing story. For
Didn't want to deal with us about it. I get it.
Yeah.
Since we've talked about my beautiful wife that I love dearly and have been married to her, the only person I've been married to longer is Bubba. And they both
need to clarify that nowadays.
Right.
Yeah.
And they both will agree. We wish Rick would listen a little better sometimes and to the details of things going on around him. Because it's probably important that he hears certain things and they get by. You have to admit, I'm a 30,000 foot guy. You know,
Rick, you might be 50,000.
Right.
Yeah, being kind.
Take it on up.
And sometimes I can't be bothered with details, but I should be, and I acknowledge that. Mm-hmm. I heard a conversation going on amongst the guys that I don't know why I didn't stop and get the details on it based on the topic.
Oh yeah,
but
I was a little surprised too. You didn't stop.
But what happened next? I wish I had. Because
you'd been more prepared.
I'd have been more prepared. And the only people that were more surprised by the conversation than me were the pastor and the guy who picked me up at the airport who runs the men's ministry. As they're trying to get me actually inside the building. So we'll discuss that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How do you tell?
That's
I
a
don't
photo
know.
finish.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Okay.
Of course, they got the shorts right up under their breast.
They do. They pulled the shorts up to their armpits.
They're 90,
what's wrong with that?
Well, they're 99 and 92. It should be.
They timed it with a calendar.
Greg,
they're 99.
They're
92.
The fact that they're breathing and can move around is incredible.
Can I tell you?
You see the 99-year-old's kick at the end?
I did. By the way,
that's what got it.
Do you know what the 92-year-old said? I think I can improve and do better next year.
You think maybe they were trash talking on the way down?
I got you.
So which one was which? I'm confused.
99's on the inside lane.
Yeah.
92's up top.
Check this out. I'm coming to the wire. You ain't nothing. You ain't nothing, punk. Boom.
I think 92 could have won if he just stretched.
They said the 99-year-old guy won by nose.
I mean, a hairy nose. Actually, by a nose hair.
I mean, 92's got it right there. He really kicked at the end there to get ahead.
But they can't lean at the table; they'll fall over.
Right.
Look, you don't see what happens after the race.
Yeah.
Look, 99 looks like he's struggling there a little.
92 said, looking back, if he'd have shaved his ear hair a little more, probably had a little more wind resistance.
I think he was
had
actually
those high socks on. The old guy has good. I mean, he looks good in the
They're both
outfit.
old.
Doesn't he? He's got his bright yellow shoes
Look at
on.
him kick. Look at that kick.
Look at him going. Sadly, they've told the 99-year-old he's won 6 times. He's yet to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean,
Did I win?
Huh? You won.
My foot.
My son. No.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was fun.
Greg,
No, you won.
I'm done. I'm done.
I am done. You won.
You know, I joke Betty that she can't hear good because the kids will say something, she totally hears something different. And the whole family's been on her about it, so she went and got her hearing tested, and it was perfect. And she came back with her paper and telling everybody to take a look at that. Said, "I hope your eyes can see it."
Like I would say, I know my ears are going.
I said, Betty, it's not a good sign because you are mishearing things. So if your ears are fine, it's got to be the brain.
Oh, did you say that?
Yeah.
Really? Did you really?
Sure, I did. And then I slept on the couch.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
28?
28.
Wow. Are you kidding me?
How about that?
28th anniversary
Me and my
tomorrow?
lovely wife, Lisa.
Wow.
Celebrating 28 years. Our son and my lovely daughter-in-law, Kelsey, my son Taylor, they gave us they gave it to us at the rehearsal dinner at their wedding. They had paid for us a trip to go to Savannah for our anniversary.
Well, how about that?
Isn't that great? And now it's here.
What a good kid.
It is. So I've never been there. I always wanted to go to Savannah. But
you know what? I think you could go to Paula Dean's restaurant in Savannah and possibly be crowned king.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, so
that's my people.
I mean, that's your people right there.
But you remember 28 years ago, Rick, you were trying to light the candles at my wedding, couldn't get that pulled off. And I remember that fiasco. You had your mullet and you were looking good during the wedding.
Hey, they were dry rotted. Sorry.
They were. But it was one of the mechanical candles that were supposed to be sharp and all.
Yeah. Yeah, it had the little thing on the little wick, and when I went to put the fire on it just went
I know.
And it was gone.
And you panicked. And
by the way, that was exactly the sound.
And we finally, so if you look at the wedding pictures, you have like one lit, one not lit. But yeah, look,
Sorry about that.
Hey, I tell you what, it stuck. It's 28 years later.
Had a bad storm, too.
We did.
Remember
a lot
that?
of things were happening that day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why Lisa didn't take all these signs from God. I mean, there was a lot going on, and Lisa just disregarded it.
She did, but happy anniversary to my wife after 28 years.
Y'all want to try to sing without everybody, or do you think that's a mistake?
Probably a mistake.
Do you think? You want me to? Hey,
let's just try.
Because he's not going to sing. It'd just be me and you, Rick, and I can't
get Adler
sing.
in here. He can sing.
What do you think about
That's a good
this?
point.
What do you think about what if I go to Apple Music here and get the Little River Band to do it?
That'd probably be better.
What do you think about that?
See, Speedy normally plays our wedding song this day, which he's not here, and we just set all that up. But anyway, so let's just play that.
Yeah, what's your wedding song? I'll play it coming out. That's that thing, Your Restless Heart, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll still.
How did I know that?
Because you were in the wedding.
I still be loving.
Sung by Councilman Stephen Waits. Don't forget that Councilman Stephen Waits sang it at my wedding.
There was a lot going on there,
yeah, buddy.
I'll still be loving.
Yeah, but we're gonna have a little getaway and we'll get back, and a nice gift from the kids.
So. That is a nice gift from kids. All right, here we go. You ready? I think I can get this done for you. And I think she'd rather hear them sing it anyway, wouldn't she? Yeah, there's something because people don't understand when Bubba's voice is not in here. It really
makes because he carries it.
He does here.
Happy anniversary.
This story is slaying me, and I can't get past it. So I'm gonna try to see if I can't get through it. All right. It's 35 minutes past. You got Rick and Bubba. All right. So let me tell you where we are now. I have landed in Crestview, Florida. I have gotten into the truck. Now, don't miss the players in this, and this happens from time to time. Some of my friends will, from time to time, say, "Hey, man, you mind if I go with you?" Okay. Yeah. So in this particular case, Bones, who kind of organizes all the different speakers going out and getting us where we're supposed to be, sometimes he'll go, sometimes he won't. He didn't go this time. He and his wife Tina had a date, and certainly that's where he should have been. So out of the Wednesday Bible study, and a guy I've known for a long time, went to church together for many, many years, one of the nicest guys you ever meet, which makes this even better, is that Benny Rose decides he's going. Okay? And Benny, boy, he picked one to go. Okay. Hey, Rick, I was talking to Caroline. I was thinking, I want to go with you. Yeah, Benny, come on. Let's go.
You're on.
He chimes in, says, hey, I think I'm in. That sounds good.
Throw him the keys. Here we go.
We'll meet at the airport. Wheels up 4 o'clock. Okay, so whatever y'all were doing on Saturday, and Bubba, I know you were. You there's nothing you could do for me. You had all you could handle. Okay, whether your daughter graduating, but whatever y'all were doing around 4:50 Central Time on Saturday. Okay, all right. So
I was spray painting some brown bricks.
I did feel a sharp pain in my calf.
Exactly what I was doing
time.
at 4:50.
So to make this story really work, you have to understand all the dynamic here. Okay. You've got Benny Rose, who is not. I mean, he's been following the show for a long time, but he don't know who Mullet is. Okay,
no.
So and he thinks, we've talked on the 35-minute flight. we've talked about. We've kind of talked about updating how's everything going with your life. Here's how mine's going, and
how's your walk?
Let's talk about tonight and what we're going to be talking about. And I'm filling them in on how the man church is doing and talking about the message. Mickey, who's flying us, he's all in. He's giving us a good smooth flight. Unfortunately, he's letting us know that he's got to go pick somebody else up and get them home while we're doing this, and so he's not be able to go for the steak. And he's kind of distraught because he'd already been to this church with our other speaker, one of our other speakers, and he'd already told me the steaks are fantastic. So I'm all in. I'm in men's ministry mode, okay? And I have said via email to Mullet, I'm very thankful for your gift to the ministry. But this is a men's event, probably. And then she starts saying, "Well, I'm just going to wait outside and give it to you." Mm-hmm. Well, and then she throws out a time. And I said, "I won't even be there during that time." So I let it go. I forget about it. I'm like, we'll try something.
So you weren't ready.
And so now keep in mind, you're now Eric, who is running the men's ministry strategy. He's had this date on his calendar, and I'm not exaggerating, Helmsy, you can confirm. This date has been on his calendar for at least a year, maybe more.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. So a year he's been waiting on this, okay? So and then you've got Benny Rose, who he just by fate has found himself in the middle of this, okay? And don't forget, you've got a pastor that wants to come out and greet you, know, and say, and so, and then you've got, we get on the ground, we get in the truck, standard procedure. We break down how the strategy is working for your church. Update me on what's going on. Yeah. Y'all about 30 weeks into the curriculum, got that. Man church number 3, I'd already kind of had that information. How's it going? Tell us what you like, what you don't like. We're doing this pretty standard. Benny's already settled in. All he can think about is the steaks. And so we park and we step out of the truck. And the minute my foot, you remember the footage from We Were Soldiers?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Out of the helicopter. Mel Gibson. First
General
boot on, last boot off.
General, whatever. And it would show his foot.
Oh, Hal.
Hal Moore.
Hal Moore. He would show his foot hit that battleground. Remember that?
It would.
I met him and
grass was blown.
I was blown away.
Great man.
No.
So as soon as my foot, I don't even know if I get my weight on the other foot. I think I've only got one foot out. I look up and spot for Mullet. Okay. And that's good.
How's the Mullet?
Yeah. And I see her and I think to myself, okay, well, she's decided she's going to go ahead and bring the kind gift to me. This is no big deal. And
great.
She's sweet as she can be. And and I was told later by the members of the church, they were thankful for this. To put them at ease, I make a fuss about it. Hey! And I let everybody know, I know this person, nobody panic.
Yeah,
nobody panic.
Yeah.
Because they said their first thought was that security would tackle her.
Yeah.
Okay? And I said, no, it's all good. And so I'm very glad to see her. She's very kind.
Yeah.
She's parked
Always
there.
has been.
Wanted to give you the check. Thank you so much. She had a copy of Sherry's book, which was very kind. I saw you guys in Pensacola, which she did. I got Sherry to sign. I never got you to sign it. Okay, I'll be happy to sign it. I love you so much. Thank you. Whatever. And then it happened.
Here we go.
And then it happened. Just as I think I'm about to turn and do the proper wrap up, I'm literally taking what I have, and I'm thankful for Benny of saying, hey, let me have this. I'll organize all this. I'll keep this together for you. I'm literally doing this, and I hear the phrase, Speedy damaged my ear. And
no, that sounded awful.
And it's like our group moving toward the fellowship hall.
That's just not what you expect.
Moving toward the fellowship hall for the steaks. It's not just me, which I found interesting. Yeah. Everybody stopped.
Everybody goes, hey, I got to hear this.
Well, right.
Until I don't have no say hear this.
Yeah. I found that interesting. You would have thought I would have been the only one that would have. It's like everybody. Everybody's like, what now? And so Rick seems to be comfortable with this person. Let's hear this out. And now don't miss the presentation, okay? And so because we have a woman now that is at a man church that so that's got everybody a little off.
Rocking a mullet,
rocking a mullet,
a good one,
which has come back in style. So now she's quite stylish, and so I won't be coming back to the show anymore. because Speedy damaged my ear.
And you have no idea.
I don't
at
know
this
what's
point
going on. I said,
because-
"What did you say?"
Yeah.
See, I thought we've been making fun of Speedy about this for at least a year.
Rick, I've heard that story from T many times over the years.
Right. Yeah. So I then say, "Come again," and then I hear a phrase that I can't even believe that this happens to us. I mean, who else in a line of work has this said about their company? Okay. I want you to know that I will never be coming back to the show because Speedy barked in my ear and has damaged my hearing, and I've had to have a doctor fix some type of tube in my ear that the force of his bark drove down into this part. She's pointing. It drove this down in here, and the doctors had to bring it back up. And I said, and then of course
I've never heard in that kind of deal.
And I get a whole medical discussion.
But this is from a bark, right?
Correct.
Like
it's so now keep in mind if you want to make this even more uncomfortable, you can't lose sight that I'm not alone.
Everybody else is hearing.
I mean, there's so much activity of men arriving for steaks. I mean, it's mania out there, okay? Because, hey, it's time for the steaks. The men are arriving, the smell of smoke. Men are wanting to know where to go. The people with me need to direct them where to go, but they got to hear it. You know what I mean? They stop.
Oh, yeah. You got to hear how this ends.
Benny's face I'll never forget because Benny's such a kind individual anyway. He said, "What did she say?" I said, "I believe she just said that Speedy damaged her hearing by barking in her ear." And it's so
when you just say
it, just the look on everybody's face,
it's hard to process, right? It's just hard to process.
I will not be coming back. Speedy's barked in my ear and messed my ear up. The doctor is working on it and trying to get it better. And she said, so I wanted you to be aware of that.
Well, we could just tell Speedy not to bark in it again if she wants to come back. There's no reason not to come back.
Did you bark? Did you bark in her ear? It was. It's one of those things where when you hear the description, it sounds like you're trying to defend yourself. But I mean,
it really does. But I get it.
You just got to set it up and put it in context. And
not the first person's ear has been barked in around.
No. It's mania. It was a tuber day outside the window. It was back at the other studio, and it's been a couple of years ago.
Rick,
permanent damage.
And go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to say this for you because I know the awkward position you've been put in, and people trying to understand. But after the show,
right?
A lot of times there's pictures. There's people are mingling, and people get caught up. And Speedy's an overgreeter.
Yeah.
And he gets excited, and sometimes he just barks.
I'm talking about right now. I mean, we're literally going to have a conversation today about the reopening of the golden ticket seats.
Yeah, you remember when
we need to add to this new thing, and we're going to read you some new rules and regulations. On that, should it now include caution? Speedy could bark in your ear. I mean,
you agree if there's any damage?
I'm gonna edit that before I
Rick,
get it.
you've heard no parking on the dance floor,
right?
We may have no barking in the studio.
That's it.
Yeah. But guys, you don't understand. Picture where I'm at, and and I'm getting the whole. Just so you know, the reason why I'll never be back is that Speedy barked in my ear and damaged my hearing.
Yeah,
and
so she's mad at Speedy and don't want to be here for that.
Correct.
Right. I know we're up against the break, so
right.
I guess we'll have to go to break.
We can come back.
I would like to Bubba's point, set up the scene and
defend yourself.
And I'd like you to reenact it. I'll be T.
Just slightly.
I'll be the mullet, and you can reenact it.
Now,
I hope I don't lose my hearing.
No, I don't know that I can bark loud enough to damage anybody's hearing.
I don't think you can.
Hey, now be me with the guy who's put all this together. And as we walk to the stakes, me having to say, well, let me kind of tell you what happened here.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, baby, got you on my mind.
Wow,
that makes you realize how bad
I got to tell you, I think we ought to start doing that.
That's really pretty good.
That needs to be in the bank right over there in the instant replay.
I mean,
Goodness gracious.
They actually sing it better. I'm shocked.
You missed a perfect opportunity to go, okay, me and Helm's going to do it, and you should have hit that.
That is a good
I messed that up. What if I'd have come in there and said, all right, guys, let's try it.
anniversary, baby. Got you on my mind.
You're right, Greg Adler makes a big difference.
I'll tell you what, little Adler brought it.
Those darn Adlers, they make all the difference. They do. So there you go. So happy anniversary to Lisa and Greg, and I hope y'all have a great trip. I'm so glad you're getting to go and have a ball. And probably because let's just be honest, let's just because we kind of we're pretty transparent people. Once they get through today, because there's 2 voices gone, which means you're going to have more airtime than you normally have.
Yes.
Nobody's going to want to hear from you on Monday.
That's a great point.
Everybody's going to need a little break.
Yeah, a little is less is more.
Right, that will be your apology.
Less is more.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Yeah, how about this? A little bit of Greg goes a long way.
It does.
So
too much.
Yeah, well, and so now you're.
Well, it causes riots and it's just bad things happen.
Well, your minions don't believe that, but the minions, they don't understand the damage they do to the others. They encourage you. They try to get you going down the road. They get you pressing a little bit.
Yeah. As Bubba says, it kills creativity.
Yeah. I've already gotten a text from Bubba today where we live. It's been unseasonably cool, warm, and now it's turned back to normal. I couldn't remember which one was unseasonable. Hey, Rick, being 78 degrees and 80 degrees in February was the one that's unseasonable.
Yeah,
today's actually normal weather for March.
Right, exactly.
But anyway, so he was saying that they have that he has the. Nice tennis weather today because it's dropped back down today. I went out and had
it's chilly. It's a little nip in there.
Well, let me tell you what I'm dealing with. At the house we're having the roof replaced, which is a major ordeal.
Yeah, it is.
You know how you ever heard of minor surgery and then there's major surgery?
Oh yeah, it'll shut the place down.
Greg, I wasn't. I guess I should have just thought about that. If somebody's going to replace your roof, it's going to be a lot to that.
And it's loud.
I've never seen so many people getting after it. I mean, it's one thing to come up on a work site. It's another thing to come up on a work site where there's so much going on. You really can come through in it and out of it. Nobody even knew you came through it.
Exactly.
I'm talking about.
That's the way you like to see it, Rick. You don't want to see them sitting under the tree over there.
I'm talking about no. They were and they are getting after it. Nowhere to park at my own house. But what I got was they were trying to figure it out, and this was on me. It was like when will anybody be at the house? Yeah. And I said, well, they're going to roll out early, and I've told everybody to come back, at this time, and then the guy in charge says, okay, well, that's fine. Well, what I did is, of course, as we all know, I'm watching you over there, Helmsy, the teenage years are not there yet, and you've got a teenage boy, which is the dumbest thing God's ever created.
I agree. Mm-hmm.
And so one of them had practice, and every day it's the same thing. Take what you need for practice. Hey, I forgot to get me a T-shirt and some shorts for practice. So now I've got to dive back into
you got to weed your way through all the workers.
A work zone that I've told the people, this is on me, not them. I've told them I won't be coming by. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
So now I'm literally coming in.
You don't have nowhere to park.
I don't have a hard hat on. People throwing things. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's just stuff just flying off your roof. Just
they got that big dumpster to throw in the hole in.
Stuff going crazy, and all of a sudden everybody looks at me, and I'm trying to weave in there. I'm parking on the side of the road. By the way, great email from my neighbor across the street saying, hey, you getting any rest today? I said, that's a negative. By the way, you ever been in your house while people are on the roof running around dropping things? Wow.
It's loud.
It is.
When they drop a bundle of shingles, you hear it. Yeah. Boom.
Boy, they were getting after it. You talk about going hard. I mean, amazing how much they got done in one day. Amazing.
Did they throw one and hit you in the eye, by the way? Have you seen your eye?
Oh, you got a little
your left
busted
eye
blood vessel.
is red.
It's not again.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, a phone call standing by, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Christy is in the great state of Alabama. Christy, thank you for your patience. You're on the show. Go ahead.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm wonderful. How are you guys?
Fine. So what's on your mind?
I just wanted to share something I heard Greg saying that his son had got them a trip to Savannah, and I don't know if they've been there and they may have all the pointers they need, but my husband and I just went last year for the first time, and I had it all planned out to try something. Screamin' Mimi's Pizza, one of the best there is.
Screamin' Mimi's.
Screamin' Mimi.
Hit that.
Okay.
He needs to hit that. He needs to take Lisa down one morning to Tybee Island. It's about 20-25 minutes
she
from
brought
Savannah.
that up.
She's already brought that up.
Go down there and watch the sunrise. It's beautiful.
Hey, that's early.
Yeah.
And then go down to, it is, but it's worth it. And she'll
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Car Shield in the Rick and Bubba Show. Man, we've been teaming up for a long, long time. So let me tell you, I want to talk about a listener of ours, Alan. out of the great state of Mississippi. He said, I learned about CarShield on the show, and I used the code Bubba for the special discount. And I just want to say thank you. I began my service as my used vehicle was no longer under the factory warranty, and that's why you want a protection plan from CarShield. Until July 12th, 2022, I'd never had an issue, but after getting into my vehicle and turning on the AC, the dial broke and the AC didn't come on. Living in Mississippi, as you guys know, it is toasty. So I needed it fixed as soon as possible, but unfortunately, it turned out not to be a simple fix, as the entire panel had to be replaced. After parts, labor, and tax, the repair was going to cost a little over $700, but thanks to carshield.com/Bubba, the repair was covered under the protection plan that I had picked, and all I had to pay out of my pocket was a $100 deductible. They took care of everything for me. This was zero hassle. Thank you, Rick and Bubba Show. Well, Alan, thank you for letting us know about that.
How about that?
Yeah. So if you want to find out more about how you can get a protection plan on your car if it doesn't have factory warranty any longer, go to carshield.com/Bubba. That's carshield.com/Bubba, and hopefully we'll hear a similar story from you. Well, maybe not. That means something had to break. Maybe you won't need it, but boy, if you do need it, you'll be thankful you have it. All right, so the story from the weekend. So you see what's happening now. I'm on my way into First Baptist Church, Crestview, for their man church service. We're going to eat steaks and then go in for the service. I have with me Eric, who's in charge of the men's ministry there. I have Benny Rose. The pastor is in the mix, and I'm greeted by Rick and Bubba tuber and veteran Rick and Bubba listener for Mullet. She has been very kind to bring us a donation. And then wants me to know that she will never be back in the golden ticket seats because Speedy damaged her ear by barking in it.
Which means she's mad at Speedy and
she
refuses to be in the room with
right.
him.
She's upset with Speedy, and she says that Speedy has been did that, and then when she tried to tell him about it, she said that Speedy was rude about it.
Oh yeah,
and
that must have been why she won't come. And because you can still come here even with damaged hearing.
Now, whatever you cannot leave the situation I was in. And as I'm walking away, and I thank her and I hug her, and I don't know what to say to that. I don't even really have a response. As I'm walking away, I now shift from getting ready for what I need to do to thinking about today's show, and the fact that I couldn't wait to call y'all. And tell y'all about it, and I knew that it could not be where my mind was going right now. I needed to get back.
You really needed to focus.
I thought of Ryan Greenwood, and I thought if there's any way I could find him right now, I would. And I know there's no way he could get to Crestview, Florida from wherever in the world he is now. Yes. And then there's that moment where, Benny looks at you and the guy from the church, and they want that.
They're looking for clarification from you a little bit.
They want you to say again what they think they heard.
Right.
So who was that? Well, that's one of the listeners, and well, actually, she watches the show on YouTube. So you know her? I do. I know her quite well. Thankful for her. Well, good, because we weren't sure to begin with. Yeah, and you can tell one of them is wondering if the other will ask me.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, it was Benny who said, "Did she say that Speedy damaged her hearing?" And then I looked and said, "Yes, by barking into it." And then you
if he'd have put an air horn up again, I get it.
And I could tell that Eric from Crestview was almost like, I think I'm just going to get back to the thing we're doing tonight. I don't even think I can.
I don't think I can go down that trail because I may never get back.
Right. Yeah. So, Speedy, what say you?
I want to say it was spring of 2019. I think that's when it was. It was a tuber day. It was at the old studio. A lot of excitement. Tubers had been out there. It was a big crowd too.
Oh yeah.
And
pre-pandemic. That's how far it's been.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think I have that timeline right. I'm pretty sure anyway.
Yeah.
And so after the show, it'd been building, and it was photo op and meet and greet time after the show. So staff, finishes up, and we're rounding the corner, and it's really loud out there because there's people talking, and some of us are clapping. Here we go, having a good time, and and I, in the excitement, when I barked.
Right. You do.
And I didn't bark in anyone's ear. I did bark behind her, behind her head, but I didn't bark
behind this ear.
I didn't
back in
like
here?
lean in and cup my hand over her ear and go, or anything like that. I can't bark loud enough to damage anybody's ear.
Again, I'm no hearing specialist, and I've heard Speedy's bark. I just don't think it's not, they could damage your hearing.
I may have dreamed this, but I think she also mentioned something about there was a amount of air that blew into her ear from it or
Wait
something.
a minute.
What?
Now, that's different.
You said
If
it
blew
moved
in her
the
ear, it may
tube.
have done.
Well, it could be we were in a breeze way. We
you
were
blow in her ear?
outside. I didn't blow in anybody's ear. So
Maybe inadvertently?
we
Does
finished.
the bark produce any kind of air?
So she mentioned air?
She
I don't
did throw-
know.
Maybe I didn't hear that right. At that time, I didn't know. I couldn't believe where I was.
So we finish up our meet and greet, which I mean, she enjoyed, I enjoyed. We hugged. We're all meeting and greeting like we always do.
She's
And
walking
the
around with her
tubers,
finger in
the
her ear.
tubers have a lot of energy. She didn't show any sign that I did anything wrong in her opinion or anything like
you gotta
that.
speak
And
up, bud.
so I guess it was a little bit after that. She emailed me.
And you were hateful?
And I'm going back having to think
She
about
said
it.
it was hateful.
But she said, I hope what you did to me, no one ever does to your dad because he's blind. It'd be like somebody putting something in front of him and him falling. Something bizarre like that.
I never saw that.
Does that mean she had some hearing issues and you made them worse?
I don't know. I don't know. I think that's what she was insinuating.
I admit I was worried about how I was going to retell this today. Then it dawned on me she can't hear it anyway.
Right. Well, I don't know.
That's not helping.
So my reply
return
is
visit.
like, "Are you serious? What are you talking about?" And I don't appreciate
never
you bringing. I
knew
did
that
say
scenario.
I don't appreciate you bringing my dad into this.
see,
I
there
did
it is.
say that,
See,
but then I followed that up with I wasn't being rude, but I think that was. I mean, for her
She
to
thought
say
you were.
something like that,
I didn't know
was
it got
ridiculous.
to that level. I didn't know.
And then I replied.
She brought up Daddy, and when she did, that flipped a switch.
Well, no, I wasn't
And I get
rude.
it.
Matter of fact, I think the next sentence or two, I even
Probably
said,
worse.
"We love you guys. We were excited.
Little bit rude.
Good to see you." I was loving in that. I was like, "Hey, I don't know why you're bringing him into this, but hey, we love you
You
guys."
can't. Here's the problem. You can't tell tone in email. You just can't.
No,
and
and
people
but
don't understand
I did
that.
say
They choose their own tone.
we love you guys. We're having fun. I'm sorry if you feel that way. I basically said something like that and thought, okay, it had gone away, and I didn't really hear from her again. And then throughout the year, she has trickled this information to different staff members throughout.
Yeah. True.
And I hate she feels that way because. You're sitting here defending yourself, feeling like you didn't do anything wrong.
You're a barker.
I'm a barker,
You
but
are.
I didn't lean in and try to damage her ear or something.
Give us a bark on the way out.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Appreciate it. And then go to the city market. It's down on the riverfront and walk around through all that stuff. There's a lot of really neat stuff, and she'll enjoy it. And if you put that effort into planning it, she'll really appreciate it.
Awesome. Hey, thank you.
Happy anniversary.
Hey, thank you very much. I'll use those
Will
tips.
she appreciate your planning or that phone call?
Well, maybe she's not hearing it now.
Because you actually she planned for you.
She did.
You just had a
and I
travel
appreciate
agent.
it. Well, that right there, somebody's been there.
I know.
Yeah,
I think we're
this is where
staying
this
down
show
there.
really helps when
It
you're going
does.
somewhere.
We're staying at a place on the river, so maybe it's all down there. Now that island is
Get up and see the sunset rise.
It's like 20 miles outside the town.
I nearly said get up and see the sunset. That didn't make sense.
It didn't.
So,
We
it
go-
was
Well, unless you were
sunrise.
taking an afternoon nap.
Good point.
So that does work, and you're an afternoon nap guy. Maybe
That's why your mind went there.
we continue. Just go to Dothan.
Screaming Mimi's.
Don is
I like
standing
that
by.
name.
I do too.
Don, go ahead.
Yeah, guys, first I just want to say I've discovered I must be one of Greg's minions.
Yes.
Because if I was on the radio, I would be the Greg of the show.
Sir,
Keep up the good work, Greg.
Sir,
I hear you, buddy.
You
Good
said
job.
that like that was something to be proud of. I mean, it just.
Well, to me it is. I love people that have an unvarnished opinion and don't worry about who knows it. But the reason for my call is not only is it the Democrats up there, it's the limp-spined Republicans that cause problems. You know, Rush Limbaugh, I think, said the Republicans have a way of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yes.
They're scared of the media stepping on their shadow.
Right.
They're scared of any type of criticism, and they won't stand up and fight for their own side. And I'm pretty sure some of them for sure, like McCain and Graham, if they're not just closet Democrats,
Right.
They definitely have a different idea of conservatism than I do, and they're encouraging all this behind the scenes.
Well, I don't know that that's going on, but if they're standing there watching and they don't see the wave of their particular party right now and see what the people are demanding of the Republican Party, and they don't understand it or see it, then they're going to be done away with.
Yeah.
And that'd be fine. Or like you said, just become Democrats. 866.
Can I just point out to you, Rick, all of Greg's minions, just to understand, he's not saying what's on his mind. He's actually cleaning it up before he says it on the air. I would like to point that out.
You know, you really make a great point. Everybody thinks Greg comes in here unvarnished, as that guy said.
Right.
But he really isn't.
He's
unvarnished is much worse.
Right.
Yeah. He's actually showing a large degree of some sort of discernment.
He is.
And we've discussed it. There's things that I don't say. Wow, that I really want to say.
I know.
Right. Golly.
I know, Greg. And
we'd have to be on XM, though.
That's horrifying to even think about.
Yeah.
We continue. Let's go to Cammie in Alabama. Cammie, welcome to the program. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Fantastic.
First off, I want to say, love your morning show. It gets me to work every day. It's wonderful, fantastic.
Awesome.
You guys are great.
Thanks.
Secondly, I just have a question. I live in the Bible Belt, obviously, roll tide roll. And we have this whole big dilemma with the new Beauty and the Beast coming out. We have a local theater that is refusing to play it because of the gay couples that are being portrayed in it. Just kind of wanted to see where you guys stood on that. My dad is a Baptist preacher here in this town, and, you know, we're kind of getting a lot of flack because, you know, we're like, okay, that's, number one, it's your right as your own business to choose what you play and what you don't play.
Well,
and number two, as the Christian, denomination is, I don't want to watch it, but it is what it is.
Well, it goes back to this, and obviously our family's been right in the middle of this, and we've been here before, but more so even now. And I think you do have to get to a point, and it is a tough juggling act, and that is that you never give up, or you don't want to be sanctimonious. You don't want to be, you want to also be reaching out, always trying to keep the lines open for communication, but at the same time, there has to be lines that must be drawn when it comes to standing for your faith. And it is interesting that everyone else seems to be patted on the back for that, except for Christians. When they do it, they're deemed mean and unloving and hateful.
I'm being completely, I have friends who will not speak to me right now.
But listen, let me tell you this, Cammie. This is the thing you got to understand. You do realize Jesus spoke to this. This is not.
Oh yeah.
And you being someone that seems to know the scriptures, and your dad obviously has told you this. I don't know where. Let me go over on the Christian side of things now. I don't know where Christians keep being baffled when they end up being at odds with their own family, with their friends, with society. When Jesus said that very thing is going to happen if you are a disciple of mine. He covers this.
And I know good and well he said, if they hated me, so of course they're going to hate you.
Right. And if you're hated for the right thing, we got to be careful. Be sure that we're being disliked because of Jesus, not disliked because of us. That's very important.
Right.
That is an incredible line that must be drawn. Sometimes people don't like us because we're jerks. Yeah. And I have been in that situation. Then there's been times when people didn't like me because of Christ. And if it's because of Christ, then everything's fine. And if you're making a stand on this, and I think you have to. I know that in our house we were watching the show, and my wife and I just weren't able to move past this one line when they dealt with this topic. And basically the show said, if you stand by God's standard for marriage, then you're not a good person. If you're willing to be open-minded and accept other standards of marriage, then you're a good person. Good people are open-minded about it and say God's evolved. Mean people and bad people don't. Now, when those kind of lines are drawn, and I think it's perfectly reasonable for Disney to have to find out, and it may not be true. I don't know the truth on this. Six minutes past from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. It's more Rick and Bubba. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba. We like to give you the news headlines, have a little fun along the way, and Rick, we're right in the middle of that right now.
Yeah, well, I'm making some notes now after that story because we are going to this week be listening. We're going to tell you about the reopening of the golden ticket seats and how we're going to kind of do a soft opening and work our way. Yeah, and we'll
in the no bark zone.
Yeah, and we're actually putting together some things to be sure that we've got everything. Helmsy's literally making adjustments as we get ready this week, but you will hear from us this week on it. And
what if we hand out earplugs and at the end of the show everybody puts them in case one of us barks at them?
Well, and that's what I was thinking, Greg. Like at Bristol.
Yes.
When you guys were given headphones to go in, maybe
and we needed them.
Golden seat plugs.
Maybe we get
put them right there on the seat.
Maybe get Raycon to give us earbuds to protect people's hearing. So when they come in, you say this. Now, why not have to have headphones or earbuds? What do you do in case Speedy barks in your ear?
Yeah.
So anyway,
warning: possible loud noises and or barking.
I will tell for Mullet this. Thank you for your support of the show. Thank you for your support of what we do with all the ministries that we support. And I'm sorry that your ear was barked in to the level that you think it damaged your hearing. And we're sorry that happened. And would you like to apologize, Speedy, for barking?
Oh well, no. I mean, this is like I said. This is 2019 to me. I've apologized, thinking. I said, hey, if I did something, I'm sorry. I found the email, by the way. I went back. I found the paper trail.
What is the date of the email? People are saying it was 2020, which still over 2 years ago. Either way, but
it was May 1st, 2021 at 1:29 p.m. is when I received the email.
And
so
Rick,
a year later, by the way, when it happened.
Just so we'll know what we're up against and know what kind of standard we're battling here, I'm willing to, if Speedy has a little time later this week after the show, I want to bring some meters and check his barking level and get a good decibel level on it.
Right.
And that way we'll be able to make a more accurate, have a more accurate understanding
That's a good idea.
of the
That's
danger
science,
from
baby.
barking.
That's science.
Yeah, I mean, we need to know what our decibel level is at ear level.
The one I found was from last year. I don't know.
What I'm saying is,
that the one that
I'm getting confirmation from people that was that day, Tuber Day, that said they remember it. And
well, that's every Tuber Day. We barked every time.
It was at the last.
Think about what you're saying.
And it was early spring, 2020.
Okay.
Right before the pandemic hit. So I think it was February, March.
March
so
is when the pandemic hit.
Okay, so February of 2020, I think.
Yeah, well, first of all, when someone says, like, I want to make sure, look, I've proven I can get under the bus here. It's not fun, but I don't want anybody to think that I cut my hands and leaned into her ear and was touching her ear
I've
barking.
told you,
I didn't do
possible.
that. Huh?
It's not possible.
I just, but
let's wait till we get our meter readings.
Well, I understand. I'm going to predict it's not possible.
Back to what Rick went through, the scene.
Oh, that's what we're talking about.
Is what is unbelievable to me, where he's trying to work so many things.
It's fine.
And get to moving, and he's dealing with.
All I could think about was that's 2, maybe 3 segments.
Yeah,
I didn't. So
we literally go out, live life, come back, report.
When we were brought in on it by an email, and it was recent, early year. I understand your frustration now because I didn't know that y'all had pre-conversations about this because I thought you were finding out about it at the same time we were.
Yeah.
See, I thought that was just the first time everybody was being told, and I didn't realize that it had been going on for multiple years.
It also continues a study on myself and people that it seems to be no matter where I go, the same thing happens. So it is me, and it's something I think, Greg, that is maybe inherited for generations. I'm trying to think how to word this. Some of our society's most unique individuals are drawn to me.
Yeah.
And they've been drawn to our family for a long time.
Thank you, Rick.
Yeah, and I have, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like I notice if I'm at one place, the most unique are drawn. If I move to a completely different place, the unique will find me there as well. And I think I used to see that with Dad a lot. Mm-hmm. And I think it's a certain. The only person I've seen that has a touch of it too is Mark Garnett.
Mm-hmm.
They follow him like the Pied Piper.
But can I ask y'all a question? Would you consider Speedy an average sized dog?
I would, by the way. So you're going to see what average size dog.
I'm just trying to get my numbers lined up here.
Yeah. I think if you're going comparing human to dog, he would fall into that category.
Yeah.
I agree too.
You know how the time we're so bad with time. You know, you get older and it's like you think something's 2 years ago, it's a year ago.
Yeah.
You don't know. So I don't know exactly when it happened. In my mind, that's when it happened. But
I don't think the tubers
are
are saying. I just looked. I pulled it up. They're saying February of 2020 is when this took place.
All right.
Really?
Yeah.
Does that mean that she was
Right
complaining?
before the pandemic.
They heard her complaining because we there? haven't had golden ticket seats really since then.
Correct. That's the thing.
Did we try it one time in the summer and then the shot up again? We had to stop it again.
Yeah, I think we had a
but
false
anytime
start there.
We've had a group come and we have a big picture at the end outside. There's a bark involved at some point. Normally,
Well, Rick, just for your
I think it's
basic
daily.
numbers here, an average size, I can't even say it, average size dog can bark up to 120 decibels at 500 hertz. Okay. Human hearing can be damaged at 85 decibels.
Okay.
So
No
a
way
barking
you're that
dog right in your ear.
You
is
know how loud
possible.
dogs are, though.
The real question is Speedy an average sized dog?
Right. Yeah, I'm not.
But is
I'm
that
not
at
a
its
dog.
peak too? I mean, that's its
Yeah.
loudest.
Yeah, we're talking about peak here,
I
not
did get
average. That's why commercials sound
text-
different from TV shows.
I did get a text from my
They do.
dad. He said, "Hey son, heard y'all are opening up the ticket seats." He said, and passing out earplugs. Tell Rick and Bubba I'll be happy to give a guided tour as well.
That's good.
That's real good.
That's really
really
See,
good.
he's even
Yeah.
thinking it's fun.
I have sent a warning.
called sense of humor.
Because now, you know, Ryan Greenwood, I don't know when he hears the show. I know he's an archive guy. I don't know how long he waits. But I've let him know that I'm giving him a warning that if he catches today's show, he does not need to wait in there lightly.
Right.
Because I think this scenario could kill Ryan. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the kind of stuff he lives
See,
for.
I'm
I mean, he lives for this.
And I know that we were all out there. I just don't remember. I mean, like,
Yeah,
I
well,
never
it
once
wasn't-
thought, "Oh my goodness, that was out of the ordinary."
Yeah.
I hope they're
Right.
okay.
Right. It wasn't out of you know, wasn't
we've had those situations. This wasn't one of them.
It wasn't an out of the ordinary deal at all.
Right. And so, Bubba, when you're getting the decimal and all that, understand that that wasn't the loudest I could bark.
No, you weren't letting it eat.
Are you an average sized dog? Yes.
That's funny. That's funny.
What,
Bubba.
it was probably as loud as the one you did during Reese's graduation. Maybe. Because that one wasn't very loud. It was just long.
It was louder than that.
Yeah, I would say Speedy's barks usually are more on the length and the creativity and the range more than the volume.
No, say this.
By the way, do y'all hear
just
what we're
in
talking
general.
about right now?
Okay.
Of course, she claims you were in her ear.
Yeah, see,
Which
I want to ask
I've
you
never
this
seen that
question.
either.
I want to, and again,
sorry,
I was in duress. Okay,
behind the head, but not in the ear.
Yeah, so I'm not.
If we're just getting location.
I'm not
Exactly.
I'm not the greatest.
Was it?
But I didn't go.
I'm
You
not.
would have had to square it up.
Yeah.
Flanked her.
But keep in mind, we're having. Look, here's the thing that you got to understand about our show. No one's here saying we don't bark in people's
No,
ears. It's just
Rick.
we're not sure we do it real loud. I mean, you can't miss that. Okay, I mean, don't
think we would be liars.
In Speedy's defense, he usually barks slightly behind you.
Yes. Yeah.
Because he likes to see you jump.
And he likes to.
Yeah, it's
he
a
wants to
running
scare you.
deal that Penny and I, one of the golden ticket seats.
Have we checked her
YouTubers.
hearing lately?
How's your hearing, Penny?
hadn't heard from her in a while.
We'd have a good time. Oh yeah, she brought by some food.
Listen,
Oh, that's right.
Listen to me. Listen. I did get an update, by the way, from somebody there that knows Coop and says he's home recovering, doing good.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right, listen.
Yeah, he's in the chat this morning.
Let me give Coop this.
Coop would be someone to ask.
Yes. He's been barked at a lot.
There's a side of
Barked
me.
his socks right off of him.
Listen to this. There's something that I'm wondering. There's something I heard that I'm questioning. Okay, because this may be a game changer.
Okay.
She said something about that he blew in her ear.
Rick, now you're adding.
You did say that earlier. Something about you even said a tube or something in her ear moved.
I didn't go up and go, "Hey, I'm glad you're here."
I've never seen Speedy blow
did
in
you go-
anybody's ear.
No, no.
Rick, because
It-
he's actually in drawing when he's winding up.
Yeah. I just barked and it was all. Everybody was excited. You got to put it. It was a big time. It was a big time.
Rick, you added that.
Everybody was having fun.
I may not have heard that right.
Has anybody got a DB meter?
Rick and Bubba.
If you
where their audience really stands, because sometimes you have to say to a product enough. And I think I don't know why we think that a children should be taken into theaters to watch a Disney movie and have this paraded in front of them. And what they're trying to do is say, we're going to use our platform to tell a generation that this standard has moved and that this is perfectly acceptable and wonderful. And then, how far they go should even be celebrated. And, tolerance, the word tolerant has been changed. Tolerance used to mean that I respectfully agree to disagree, and I'm going to stand by my principles. I mean you no harm. I mean you no hate, but I'm not going to adhere to what you're saying because I don't think that's the truth. So I'm tolerant, meaning I don't mean you any harm. Well, now society says, no, you're not tolerant unless you accept, condone, and celebrate. If you don't do that and put it on equal ground with your belief system, then you're intolerant. And there has to be a time where the church has to be willing to draw that line, not for ourselves and not for our individual pride or anything like that, but to draw that line and say we stand on God's standard and we don't apologize for that. And anyone who comes against it, we will not adhere to that and we will not compromise. And so I think what that theater is doing is right, if that's their convictions. And I think that the people who come against you, remember the Church of Acts, the first time the Church of Acts celebrated that they had finally gotten Jesus right and could truly be called his disciple was when they were beaten because they refused to stop talking about Jesus and pointing people to him as Messiah. They got beat for the first time, and they said, we finally have arrived. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
And Bubba just texted me and said he's disappointed that he's not going to get to go to Savannah with you because he wants to, him not being here today. I know if we had brought up Savannah and you and Lisa doing that for your anniversary this weekend and Monday, we would not have gotten out of that conversation without him bringing up this bomb that's off the coast.
Yeah, the hydrogen bomb.
He is obsessed with that hydrogen lost bomb that's supposed to be off the coast of Savannah.
Every time.
He's texting saying, "I wish I was going."
Oh yeah, it goes
as
deep.
If you're going to go see the bomb.
He would have his computer open. He'd have it pulled up.
Yep, there would be YouTube videos about it. There would be all that going on.
I wish they would find it. Because Bubba's worried to death about it.
I know. It's a legitimate concern.
It is. I will say that.
A hydrogen bomb off the coast of your city, not good. Mm-hmm. How about we played Hannity coming out of the break, and of course, Hannity said that he wanted to talk today on his radio show about the new devotional that we've been talking about, how to be a man pursuing Christ-centered masculinity. I sent a copy to they always, anytime you're doing a book. And how these things work. And this is not near as big of a push out as Sherry's book was, my wife, last year, because it's a devotional, a 40-day devotional, and we're doing it through Iron Hill Press. And you can go to rickandbubba.com. It's in show notes there. You'll see the howtobeamanchallenge.com. You click on that. The reason why that link is important to you, I mean, you can get the devotionals even out of our store, but the reason why that link is important is because I know a lot of you are out there and you're thinking about, hey, I'm doing this with my son or something like that, and that's fine. You probably just need a book, and then you need a student version according to how old they are, and then you do it together. And a lot of men are doing that. But a lot of you are like, hey, I mentor a group of young men like Helmsy's doing. I teach a Bible study of boys, and I've got a big group, and like he's doing it. Well, you might want then to get extra curriculum. There's no charge to it. We just provide this as more stuff. If you want to take that deeper and turn it into a longer run than just this 40-day devotional, there's extra curriculum, and you can buy them in bulk there if you want to, and all that's available at howtobeamanchallenge.com. But when you're doing that, and they always say, will you please send copies of the book? We'll tell you, give us a list of influencers, and we'll send them a copy of the book. And then if they like it, they might put something out on social media about it or something like that. And that's very normal to be done anytime you're launching a book. So, Hannity's always on one of our list of influencers, and he helped us back when Bubba and I wrote books together many years ago. He would always have us on the radio and on TV. And in this particular case, I thought, well, those books had some things about faith in them, but they were also just stories and funny stuff. And so I had no expectations, even said, hey, I'm just sending you this book. I'm not asking to be on the show. Just tell me what you think. And I heard him talking about that he's producing with Roma Downey and Mark Burnett a movie that they have coming out. I guess, I don't know when, but they're pre-screening it, I know now. And he's been really fired up about that. And I was put in there, hey, man, let us know. We'll definitely help put butts in the seat on that. And then he sent back in a very, very handy way. "22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. All right, now, Speedy, show me how to place a call over here. Bubba, you got a good idea. We're going to call the engineer.
Well, and see if we can borrow a piece of equipment.
Call an
from him,
expert
'cause
witness.
I don't have mine here. I'd have to go home.
Somebody
to get
said
it.
you can download an app that I don't know how reliable they are, but
at least
I had one. I'd rather have a handheld that was calibrated.
Sure.
All right, so we're calling.
I know what you're going for.
We're calling Master Engineer Young Scruggs, who and see if he can help us with this. And by the way, some of the things that I think you got.
Plus, we just want to see if we could dial out of the studio.
And
that would be in the negative so far.
By the way, some of the memes y'all are sending us.
Listen.
Good night. These
Chuck Peak,
our listeners are so quick.
Chuck Peak, you are hilarious, by the way.
If we can't get it, Bubba, I'm downloading one. We can at least
can't
see
dial
what kind
out.
of range we.
How do we? It's not working, Bubba. You have to hit 9.
Somebody call Scruggs and tell him it ain't working.
I dial 1-800 number on there and it goes every time.
What do you know? Why is this getting like that? What's that happened?
Is there a pre-dial code, Speedy?
What are you doing? Every day, all kidding aside, every day I pick up and dial 1-800-325-4366, and it's no problem.
Come here and bark in this.
Do I dial 1?
Wow, what'd you say it was?
Try dialing 1. Because Greg,
that didn't register.
That was not a Speedy bark.
I don't know what that was.
Wow.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait,
Here we go.
Tell him he's on there.
I got a decibel meter.
It's John.
John, this is Rick and Bubba. You're live on the air.
Hey, John.
FYI, you are live on the air. Say hello to America.
Good morning, America.
Hey,
how are we doing today?
John, I know you're busy being the chief engineer here at Summit Media in Birmingham, but just a quick question. Do you have a handheld decibel meter? We need to check Speedy's barking level.
Oh, gosh.
I do not have one of those.
John, I thought you had everything back in your office.
John?
That's a shame.
You know what? I'll go look, but I don't think I have one of those.
Where's Tom at? Nebraska?
Or what part of Nebraska?
I'm pretty sure he's still in the Birmingham today.
Is he?
Well, surely in this broadcast company as vast and stretching out as far as it is all the way to Hawaii, we have a decibel meter here somewhere, right?
Hey, John,
Mm-hmm.
can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
So you've been with the show for how long now?
Right at a year. It was a year 2 weeks ago.
Has Speedy barked in your ear ever?
Oh, my gracious.
Nope.
He's never done that bark? When y'all were putting up this new studio, like when we were on during that time?
Did he ever come in and go, it looks really good? Anything like that?
Did he ever do that?
You know, he never barked in my ear, but I've heard the bark before.
Oh, yeah.
John, just as a guess, do you know kind of how loud you think his bark is?
Well,
Average size dog?
The way that sound pressure levels work, the closer you are to an object, the louder it actually is.
John, that's a good question. The physics here, does it fall under inverse square law, or is it a different formula than RF?
There it is.
I can get it for you. It is logarithmic.
Right.
So,
peels right off.
We have a picture of T. Smith seeing me when I came in the parking lot.
Oh, great.
A guy took a picture over his shoulder.
Well, John, if you would check that decibel meter and just let me know the formula on that so we can try to calculate the distance from bark to ear.
Okay. And I do know that every time you halve the distance, you double the volume.
Okay.
It goes up by 3 dB.
Okay.
So it is that is it.
In a rough sense, yes.
You think just for roughing it in, we could use that?
Yeah, we can use that formula, right, to get some idea.
Well, you still have to know how loud it was when it started.
Right.
So
well, that's why we need the meter.
We're about to find that out.
That's why we wanted the meter.
This ain't a show enough good one, Bubba, but Helmsy's found one.
So
we don't know that. It's an app.
If
it may be perfect.
If it was RF, it would be inverse square. So every time we double the distance, it would go down about 75%. ballpark.
I need to practice.
Every time you double the distance, it should go down by half. So if you went from 1 foot to 2 foot, it would go down by half.
But that would be a linear falling off.
That's so funny right there.
I don't know.
Well, when you go from 2 foot to 4 foot, then it would go in half again. So that's why.
Well, maybe for audio. We'll check.
It's redlining. Wow. Let's tell John what we got here. What is he registering of there? We're using
What
one.
kind of decibel
We're using
have we
one
got?
that's on the app, John. I know that you engineers kind of
Well, it's
roll
not-
your eyes at that.
Yeah, it's just a toy, but it gives
You
us
know,
an
it
idea.
gets you close.
All right.
It's not very precise, but it'll get you closer.
I don't.
Put it, Helms, put it like it's your ear.
That's about right.
Put
where
it
he
like
had
it's
right
your
there.
ear, and Speedy, you get behind him and bark.
Get behind him
like
and
you
bark
do.
into his ear like you
Yeah,
would, like he's
like
a
you
listener to
normally
the show.
What'd you?
88 dB.
85.
Yeah.
85.
But wait a minute, but shouldn't you have to be for an extended period of
I
time?
know this-
85 will hurt human hearing.
I know
But how long do you have to be exposed to it?
Right,
Just says
exactly. I do know
85
this.
hours.
At
The
church,
duration has
at
something
church
to do with
we keep it at 90 or below. But we're 85 to 89 at church with the music.
You mean you bark as loud as a praise and worship team in
Well, no,
concert?
that's just in a spurt.
By the way, just because no
I'm
one's
sure
really
there's
concerned about
listeners
it,
that
you
are-
just barked
that
in
are
my
out
ear and
here.
it was fine.
Yeah.
You were all up in it too. I felt the wind.
That's that wind she was
That
talking
was
about.
the wind.
John,
That
say
was
that.
the
Mess with
wind.
any tubes though.
John, say that again.
So I know that there's listeners that'll correct me for this, but
Sure.
the last time I had OSHA training, it's 90 dB is the threshold, and then after that it's exposure limit. So anything below 90 dB you should be able to be exposed to for an 8-hour period.
Okay.
That's where that's
permanent
the
hearing loss.
peak.
That's
I
helpful.
just think it was such a quick bark that it's not possible.
Well, you can take that up.
I mean, if you get exposed to, let's say, 140 dB, like jet airplane, you
Well,
can't
that's
have
a little
permanent
different.
hearing
What
loss.
we're talking about a
could
jet
bark as
airplane.
loud as a
My
jet
gosh, he's
airplane?
But
loud.
an average dog can give you 120 dB according to Google.
Right. We don't even have to get to an average jet plane.
And that's not with its nose right, its snout right in your ear.
You talking about JJ the jet plane over there? All right. John, thank you, buddy.
Yeah, not a problem, guys.
See you, man.
Thanks, John.
Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Yeah, there it is. All right. So we
My
got
head
him. We got him at 88 just on that right there.
If he was really excited about him being there, he might be over 90.
Maybe if it was an
That was pretty
adrenaline.
loud though. I mean, I don't know that you.
Well,
can
you
get
might
much
try
louder
not
than
to hold up back because then y'all be
Yeah.
like, oh, you
No,
bark
you
louder.
didn't. You didn't.
Greg, Bubba's glasses. When we come back, he'll tell us how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop.
Is that them Warbies? He ordered him set them Warbies.
No, I don't know what to
We'll take your phone calls next.
Be careful, Bubba. That laugh was pretty loud.
866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up, and we'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To his producer Linda, hey, get Rick on the show tomorrow, and I'm like,
So you're on the show?
I'm like, hey, what? So I don't know when I'm on today. Here's the thing: can I get Hannity to talk about the devotional now that we're having this thing with Jeff Sessions, and I'm from Alabama?
I know.
So you know what I mean. So I don't know. I don't have much to add on that other than like Bubba said, Jeff Sessions is an acquaintance of ours. I mean, I'm not close to Jeff Sessions, but we've had him on a number of times, and he even quoted Bubba one time from the floor of the Senate. But if you remember the analogy about you're not going to fix the water on the first floor if you don't go fix the toilet on the second floor.
Yeah.
And he actually,
Which I love that.
he actually quoted the show on the Senate floor about that.
Yeah.
But anyway, so sometime today on Hannity Radio, and I'm not talking about TV tonight, but just radio. I'm recording that today, but I don't know what time it will be on. But I know that Hannity's radio show usually runs 3 to 6 Eastern, 2 to 5 Central. And when I find out when we'll actually be on talking about it, because I will find out at some point, I'll put that out on social media. And if you guys get Hannity, you can hear that today too.
I would just recuse yourself from any Sessions talk.
Yeah, well, I mean, all I can say is from my dealings with him, he's a very honest man, and he did a good job for our state and has done a good job, representing us throughout his tenure, and seems to have been a man that's above reproach. And I wouldn't have any reason not to believe what he says.
I'm a little frustrated he hasn't given us access to the Russian ambassador.
Yeah, right. It really sounds.
Bring his big old butt in here and set him down.
Yeah. Well, what's funny about that is when you actually hear Sessions talking about it, it's almost like he's gone back and said, "Well, yeah, some guy was, bringing a bunch of stuff about,
When
he was talking about all the problems Russia's had with Crimea. What's the different places?
Yeah.
And he said, of course, and he was even making fun. He said, of course, the Russians say all the problems involving Russia are not their fault. It's everybody else's fault.
Yeah.
And he said, typical Russian thing. And then he asked me to go to a lunch, which I turned down. And he said that was kind of the end of it.
When I hear this, and maybe it's just me because I don't follow it like I should, but when I hear that a high-ranking senator who serves on several committees is meeting with a Russian ambassador at some point, I'm like, happens.
Yeah. Well, now, and
you know what I mean? I mean, like, what's the big deal?
And he has explained it, and I don't have any reason not to believe what the Attorney General is saying now. The fact that we do know more about him than maybe some other people in the cabinet, but I will say this. I also, and it seems like that Trump has acknowledged this. We do have to acknowledge that if you're asked about it, go ahead and say everything.
Right.
It would have been wiser.
Sure.
For Jeff Sessions to say, well, now, are you talking about any conversation ever? Or are you just talking about this election tampering? Because I didn't talk to anybody from Russia about, what's going on are they tampering with this? What's going on with the election? Now, if you want to say, have I ever spoke to anyone, Russian official? Well, I have, but I have not talked to anyone about this. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Now, that would have been wiser.
Right.
It would have.
And when the 2 months that went by from that, it would have been coming back sooner and saying, hey, by the way, I want to clarify something. Now, he is clarifying now. So
I just wonder if it was so routine for him that he just
No, I think you're right.
Yeah,
but sometimes you got to know.
I know.
You got to know the environment you're working in,
I know.
and you got to be you got to be wise that you're in a gotcha situation.
Yeah,
because you know how people do. Like if somebody came in and said, so are you having conversations with fill in the blank? Well, if I'm starting to think in my mind, well, I mean, in my entire life, for instance, for instance, for instance, if somebody said with the Bill Cosby thing, are you a friend of Bill Cosby? No, I'm not. Do you have relationships with Bill Cosby? I don't. So you've never talked to Bill Cosby in your entire life? Well, yeah. I mean, one time he was on the show.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
I've had a conversation,
but I don't know. We didn't talk about whether he drugged women or not. You know what I mean? See, that's what should have happened. But now they didn't ask it that way. But what I'm saying is, you got to think in your mind. They're looking for anything to get a got you on.
Yeah. Right.
So if you say you haven't talked to Russian officials, you need to say, I have not talked to any Russian officials ever about the elections in the United States. Have in my as a senator, have I ever spoke?
Committee,
on the committee I was on, ever spoke to a Russian official? Of course I have.
Yeah.
But I've never talked about this.
That's part of the job.
Which is what he's clarifying now, but he opened himself up to that. And that probably wasn't as wise as it could have been.
And the vultures will jump all over that.
Oh, look out. But you got to know that.
Yeah.
You've been around a long time.
Yeah.
We are going to, sometime this hour, we are going to play a round of Name That Grass. And so just kind of be paying attention.
Name That Grass.
Well, some of you know Name That Grass pretty well. Some of you don't. But this is what we do is we do a contest where we will play bluegrass versions of classic rock songs, and then you have to identify 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we're going to chat with you. Lines are open. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And while you are making the move to chat with us about whatever is on your mind, I do want to introduce you to a brand new sponsor that Bubba and I and the guys are so fired up about, and you will be too. Cleanpods.com/Bubba. Terrific product. Everybody in the audience is going to love this. The bottom line is, Bubba, concentrate, right?
That's right.
You go buy those already pre-made cleaning, and you get a couple squirts out of them, and they're empty. You're like, wow, that didn't last long.
Well, you know what, Rick? You're paying for the bottle, you're paying for the squirter, and you're paying for the water, which you really don't need to pay for every single time, because guess what? You can have that at home.
Yep, this is a smarter clean, and
it'll protect your ears, too.
Yeah,
a lot of people don't know.
Cleanpods.com/Bubba, the smarter clean philosophy, the combination that works just as effectively or better than anything else you're currently using. But you don't have to worry so much about the harsh chemicals, and they've got the water-soluble pod system that eliminates single-use plastics and employs high-quality spray bottles that are good for thousands of sprays. So we got all kinds of bundles available for you. Go check it out. They're called Whiz Kids Clean Pods, and you'll find them by going to their website, or just go to rickandbubba.com and look under sponsors. You'll find it there. Again, check out cleanpods.com/Bubba, and we'll get you 10% any of the bundles that you select. And you need to do this today. These are terrific products, and you'll thank us for this, because they go on a lot longer, and they do a great job, and it's just a more efficient way to clean. All right, let's go to the phone. So we'll start with Jonathan. Jonathan in Hoover. Jonathan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for listening to 104.7 WZZK. What's on your mind?
Hey, guys, I was just going to call and let y'all know it's not a big deal, but a couple of years ago we were in studio, and after the show during the meet and greet, me and my wife were there. Speedy went to humping her leg, and
all right. Okay.
That's unnecessary.
I like the dog joke that Bubba was doing better than Greg. Oh, put that. What are you doing?
That's why you were laughing in the break.
Yeah.
I'm talking to Greg through the glass.
Wendy.
Well, Greg's on the phone.
Yeah, he is. Wendy in Alabama. Wendy, go ahead.
Hey, I had one quick thing about something Bubba said last week that I want to talk about the bark. When he said we're getting all our chips from Ukraine, and Bubba said it, I thought he meant potato chips for a minute.
That's funny.
He was talking about computer chips. But then today I tuned in. I just turned the YouTube on and only caught the second segment of bark, and I thought y'all were using that for passing gas. So every time y'all said we all could bark anytime, you had me confused there. You could substitute any word y'all use for passing gas, and y'all were really literally talking about barking. But
well, so she thought somebody lost their hearing from Speedy passing gas.
Oh, my goodness.
While they were looking for chips in Ukraine, but it was actually Taiwan.
Wow. Well, they actually got their chips from Ukraine. It gave them gas. You're confusing.
That conversation takes a whole different turn.
It really does.
It really does.
It does. And frankly, Speedy's not tall enough to pull that off. But yeah,
and he can't jump like he used to.
Right. Let's go to Scott in Alabama. Scott, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey guys, love the show.
Thank you.
I was calling about you were talking about the Inflation Reduction Bill.
Yeah.
And the smart economists in Washington, quote unquote.
Yeah.
They know exactly what they're doing. They're doing all this on purpose. They're spending all that money on purpose. They know what they're doing.
Rick, can I get a time? Are we in a troll?
No, we're not.
Okay.
You got all
Is it
time?
Scott?
Yep.
I can't say. I need a
Yep.
telescope over here. Scott, so let me ask this question, because I asked Rick this exact question this morning, pre-show.
Yeah.
If there's just one or two things. One, they're just not very smart. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that if they can run a campaign and get elected, they at least have common sense to know that this will not really work. So the other alternative is that they just have malicious intent. Why would you have that? What is the goal here? What's the end goal?
Yeah, Bubba said earlier, I think you said, I can't remember if you used diabolical or evil, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Either they're completely ignorant and
Or they're evil.
They lack intelligence, or they're diabolical and evil. Because
I tried to use malicious because I thought it sounded better.
That does sound good.
Especially with these glasses on.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Scott? Tell me, what is the end game here?
I believe they are trying to, in a sense, bankrupt this country, or at least bankrupt the middle class, to where, we can't do anything except obey the government, and they'll give us these little $800 checks or whatever it is, that Biden's going to hand out here and there.
So, let me ask you this. I know from their standpoint, being reelected is very important to keep my position, my power. But if I'm in charge, if I have a country of people who can't do anything, and they're a bunch of mind-numb robots, what have I really accomplished? Why would they, I mean that? That's like owning the football team that, never gets more than 3 wins. Why do you want that?
Well, you only want that if you want power, nothing more.
But power over something that's not very good is something you would want?
Lion King.
Yeah, it's going to be good for me, but not for thee.
Yeah, I know, and I think a lot of them, and Speedy said Lion King, if you've ever seen it, Scar has this idea, but he really ends up kind of hiding away in a palace, and outside it's nothing but disaster and trash and doom and gloom, and
well, that's the point.
You become the king of trash. But I get what you're saying, Scott, but they may not be thinking that far ahead. What they see themselves is living, of course, they must not have researched what happened to all the royal classes over the years and the tyrannical kings that lived one way while the peasants lived another. Eventually, the peasants have enough of it.
I think some of them really come up through an educational system that they're not exposed to the free market. They never worked in those jobs. They never ran a business.
Right.
And I think that some of them buy into their religion of academia, where they think that because it said so in a textbook, it's right.
Right.
And that they're trying to get to this euphoric place that they've always dreamed of, but it's not real. It's just not going to happen. It never has happened, and it won't happen. I mean, to me, Rick, this is what I want. I want America. I want people to be as free as possible. I want them to have rights and freedoms, not infringe on other people's rights and freedoms. That's where the boundaries end. And I want them to be able to have prosperity. I want them to do the job they want to do. I want them to try to make as much as they can, spend that money however they want to. I want them to love their family and their kids do good and just have a great positive experience. That's my goal. And I don't see anything of what they're doing has any way moving toward that America.
Well, to get to where you are, and you will never get perfection because we're in the world we live in is now based on a fallen imperfection. But to get it as good, as close to what you said as possible, the only thing that has worked in this country and really around the world is what our founding fathers tried this experiment where they said, I think you can get there, Bubba, if you'll take the central government, make it as tiny as you possibly can, providing only the basic things like security,
borders,
and the military to defend yourself against the other people who want what you have.
Right.
And then everything else is focused on, and we've said it 1,000 times, and it really is this simple, for every individual to achieve their maximum potential, and we all have different potential,
right,
by affording them maximum liberty.
Right.
And when we got away from that plan is when it all fell apart. This plan, what we just heard, is a step away from that, not a step toward that.
I actually,
to the caller's point,
you're going to find this very strange, but I was reading an article this weekend during a spare moment that was written based on books that former leaders of the Soviet Union had written and had been interviewed about all the way back to Khrushchev. And they were talking about how they knew that their system of communism was failing, but they didn't know what to do about it because they couldn't go out in public and go, this is wrong, the West is right. But they tried to change it internally, but they couldn't change it quick enough because the bureaucracy of the communist system had weighted it down so much, and it went all the way up through Gorby and all of them, where he knew they were dying on the vine, and he didn't know what to do about it.
Well, here's what we know. If you go to pure communism, I'm not talking about the ruling class dabbling in capitalism, right, and then the rest of society lives under communism. If you go to pure communism, it always fails. If you go to a pure constitutional republic and keep the government inside the boundaries of the Constitution, it works. And anything that you try different, one's always a disaster, and one was a huge success. And if you decide to go this way, you're heading toward disaster. If you decide to go that way, you probably do pretty well, based on what we know, right? Based on history. But when the government gets outside those boundaries and it grows and it grows and it grows, now you're moving toward that plan that's always been a disaster.
And it eats resources, and it tells you that it's handling them better than you could because it took them from you.
And if you move back to shrinking the government, you're moving in the right direction. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, what song is the bluegrass band actually playing? Now, if you can, and people compete against each other, and we'll have some stuff we'll be giving away on the program coming up. The very dangerous words, Trump, 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 3 times. Mm-hmm. The players from the classical magnet school were attempting foul shots, and they had to persevere through the sound of the name Trump.
Yes.
Trump, Trump, Trump. When I think about things that were screamed at me when I played high school sports, I would have preferred Trump, Trump, Trump.
Yeah, Trump. I don't think anybody even would have distracted me.
No.
Now, these were big minority players. Don't leave that out. Again, we go back to what we talked about earlier. Some reason they've hung this anti-black thing on him, and I haven't seen.
Know what's going
what
on
about,
there. Yeah, I mean that doesn't. If is that something that really distracts you? I mean, anyway, they said.
Now, if they do it like this, Trump, that might.
They said the spectators at the game who were there to support the magnet school told the Hartford, whatever this paper's called, that the chants were happening throughout the game and not just at the free throw line.
Rick, they said, talking about they were routed the entire game.
They said, let me tell you something. If you think we only had to deal with that during foul shots, you're wrong. They chanted Trump things throughout the game. They said one student was actually holding a Trump sign. And you know what another chant they said was included in this? He's our president.
They actually said he's our president.
Hey,
I don't know how to tell you this. He is.
Actually, so they were staying a fact.
I'm gonna throw this in there. You know why they continue to chant it? Because it was working. Mm-hmm. They won the game 48-47.
Oh, 1 point difference. Well, the Trump put them over the top.
They said at the end of the game.
I'd have been screaming it too.
Yeah, I'd scream anything.
They said at the end of the game, the students from Canton High School, after winning the game by 1 point, said Trump has made Canton great again. I'm just kidding. I threw that in.
They built a wall around the school.
Yesterday,
don't let anybody else come
yesterday, I was actually at a high school basketball game, and I got some looks when I started the Sessions chant.
Sessions.
I wondered why everybody was looking at me so funny. And we had a whiteout because Vestavia Hills, they had white
honkies.
shirts everywhere, and so my goodness, I didn't realize I was being so racist.
Well, clearly it was white.
Would you wear a hood too?
White supremacy. While students' right to free speech and formal educated opinions about politics and current events is a cornerstone of our educational system, well, obviously not. The exact point where political opinion converges with disrespect, discrimination, or hate speech, that must be separated. So
how is the words Trump?
So now chanting Trump, Trump, Trump is now in our country or in the state of Connecticut, it is deemed to be hate speech.
Yes. Now, don't forget, Rick, we wrote in chalk on the sidewalk Trump at a couple of colleges and shut them down. Don't forget that, during the election.
Wow. So it's sounding like to me, if we ever go to all-out war again, all the opponent of our country has to do is to have Trump signs and we'll surrender.
Exactly.
I mean,
we're done.
What in the world what are we creating here? I mean, this is a Trump at a high school basketball game. I mean, what would they have done in the 80s at athletic events?
They would have been, well, I can't say, Rick. I was going to say, I will say it, because this is what they would have done. Because there's potential of some illegals out there, they might have been screaming lawnmower.
They probably would have.
They would have.
They would have. Back in the 80s, that's what they would have been chanting.
Or screaming, cut my grass.
No question.
I'm not condoning that.
No question.
But that would have probably been.
No question.
And nobody would have said a word.
No. They'd have the other team would have actually laughed about it.
The person they were saying that would have drained a 3 and said,
in your face.
Cut
that, lawnmower.
Guys.
Yeah. Crank that, pull crank.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Exactly.
And after I hit the shot, I'd weed eat.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Right beside. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Say, not only have I done your lawn, apparently I've actually, ran through your defense like it was nothing.
The end result of this game would have been different. I can promise you that.
Well,
because it locked them down.
Guys,
they were locked down.
I remember in the 80s, and I'll say it on behalf of Bubba, who's not here, the greatest decade in the history of the country. I remember you would play games.
Great hair.
And your body would start stinging, and you'd realize that the students of the other school were hitting you with pennies.
Yeah.
Okay. And I remember rocks on the buses hitting. I mean, trying to get off the field into the dressing room. Adults, small children being trained by the adults. Old women would be telling you how horrible you are, and they would be saying things to you that were physically and anatomically impossible.
Yeah.
as you were trying to get to the dressing room, and you know what everybody did? We just kind of worked through it.
Yeah, you know.
And then you went out there and said, if I want to shut them up, I will beat them.
Absolutely.
And you'll be a
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out and available for you right now. So look for it. Also, Man Church back on the road this week. Rich Wingo. Rich Wingo headed up to Henderson, Tennessee, Finger, Tennessee there. Old Friendship Baptist Church. Their second gathering as they're doing the men's discipleship strategy. See Rich Wingo. They do need to know if you're coming. Those details are at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. So go see Rich if you're in that part of the listening audience. You will enjoy that. It's August the 12th. He'll be there. All right, so we have a couple of videos in audio to look at, Bubba. The Rocket City Trash Pandas. We've been talking about them for a while. This is a minor league baseball program in Huntsville. The Trash Pandas, the raccoons there. Well, a lot of minor league baseball, it's promotion city, buddy. I mean, we got things going on. And we have an attempt here, it looks like, for a fireworks show that goes bad. If you're there, you want to be able to see the fireworks, but I don't think you want to see them this good. We have fireworks.
I was recording that. There's another one.
Wow.
Right into the crowd.
Looks like one of your shows, Rick.
Yeah,
it really does.
I've seen this before.
Look, y'all.
Wait till the one comes out of it.
Look, I mean, guys, it is going up into
the whole thing turned over.
This is great.
Watch this right here. Look, over there's one going across the grass.
My gracious!
If nobody was hurt, that's funny.
Was anybody hurt, Adler? Have you had any updates on that?
I don't think anybody was hurt.
Okay. Well, I mean,
you know what happened?
Up a little bit.
One time.
Yeah.
You know what happened when them trash pandas got into that thing, knocked it over?
Oh yeah. Well, this is
pandas.
Is this one of those things that once it starts, you can't turn it off?
Yeah.
And now we just have to live through it.
You just got to let it burn out.
Yeah. It's one of those. Yeah. That's tough.
Look at that view. Good night.
Look, Bubba. Look at that view right there.
I know.
Wow. Look at the crowd.
Let's hear the audio. Can we hear the audio again?
This one I haven't been able to
now
listen to.
Now they're going up.
Yeah,
you think
what
they
happened?
fixed it, or somebody had to lean in and
fell
do
over.
something? Yeah, for sure.
Maybe not the whole stack, but part of it.
Oh my goodness! If you're right there,
I tell you, a firework will really scoot along the ground.
It
won't
really
it?
will.
I mean, it was really going through there.
That's your tough one right there.
Golly. Big night at the ballpark.
Recording that.
Wow, Rick, the speed of that thing.
Yeah, these were sure enough fireworks.
Yeah,
you almost need the shortstop out there to stop that one.
Wow.
First sunny day when you need
All right,
it.
so Bubba, we also know that, and look, I've been this person.
Good.
No one really. If you're a person of weight, it just makes whatever you're doing better. And this is a water slide. Now it looks like this must be in some other country because the rules and regulations here.
It'd be hard to get on the roof.
Oh, gracious.
Yeah. So there we are, Bubba. The big guy and water slide. Greg, now I want you to watch the air.
For those of you that cannot see it, and we'll review it later today, you have one of these tremendous water slides with a cover on top.
Right.
And it looks like people are up
Straight down. Look at it.
They're up a long way.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know the height here. I can't tell from the bottom.
Right.
Someone climbs on the roof.
Right.
Okay, and he's a big man.
His shorts are a little tight.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
And Greg,
A nice tan.
I can't tell you that. Look, I've been there. I mean, you know,
we can't make fun of this.
No, but here we go, and he gets giant air. I want you to look at this. Greg?
Good night. What in the world?
The slide shoots him up at least 40 foot, 50 foot in there.
Well, look, it's got the different levels. He hits the highest one. Watch what lane he ends up in right over there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Look how many people are there. Was this supposed to happen, or did he illegally climb up?
I don't think
Was
they
this
really
a guy,
want you to do that.
Was this a guy trying to get away from the fireworks?
Yeah. Oh, my.
Guys, he's a biggin', and he really got big.
Let me tell you,
he got one of them great whites.
He got giant air.
You know you're giant air when you got your arms like swimming because you're trying to keep your balance.
Yeah.
How
You're
about
so
that
high.
wedgie he got
How
when he hit?
about he finally just went shoulder into the water? He just put his shoulder down and hit it. Just went right in as hard as it could go.
Wow.
Look,
impressive.
another angle.
another view.
Another angle.
Oh, thank you, Adler.
Reverse angle.
He had to be thrown out after doing that.
Rick, look how far he falls before he ever makes contact with a slide.
Yeah.
And it's a wonder he
What if
didn't
he'd
break a
landed on the
leg.
middle piece?
Look, whoever's in charge, she's counting down. She's all about it. Greg.
Oh my gracious!
The sunset behind it may make it better.
I love some of these descriptions.
But you see this person with a microphone, she doesn't seem to care.
Yeah, it's like there's a PA. Like here we
it's a
go.
show.
Here we go.
Yeah, she counted it on.
Yeah, this is a promotion of some kind. Oh my gracious!
Yeah. What if he'd have landed on the piece that's dividing the lanes?
I think that sunset in the background of the second angle makes it more impressive.
If somebody got that man a still shot of him in the air with that sunset,
surely
behind
they
him,
did.
Boy,
Surely
I sure
they
hope
did.
so.
Rick, some of the
Goodness.
descriptions, somebody posted it and said, well, looks like Dad's taking the divorce well.
Yeah, that's. I'll tell you one thing. Bubba's thrilled his daughter's graduating.
Yeah. Look at the celebration.
Got a pay raise.
That's good. Well, looks like the summer
Not yet.
salad's over.
Not yet.
Not yet.
I think this explains the bathing suit the guy's wearing. It's a French water park. So
Parlez-vous français?
Oh, yes.
French toast.
Yes.
Yeah.
On set.
That's Adam, I notice you're bringing. I've noticed you've got pops today.
I do.
You're talking kind of in here just a little bit.
Everyone in my house is sick.
Oh.
No wonder you're closed off.
We got Ruby
Stay
to
in
the
there.
got Ruby to the doctor though on Friday, so she's
Okay.
good. Now I'm just dealing with it as she feels better.
sorry, I'm
so there
sorry.
you go.
Yeah, I heard that kennel cough is going around too. So.
Yeah.
Kennel cough.
Well, but as a matter of fact, Speedy's got it.
All right.
He does. His bark sounds a little hoarse.
Can I tell you?
Rick, you go.
Talking about like being sick, kids. It's back to school time.
Oh, yeah.
Can I tell you about the relief that we have at our house that we have no back to school supplies to get? I was in a big store the other day and I looked over at all the school supplies and it literally looked like a war zone. People were just where I need a pencil, you know, and I'm like, we just keep walking, honey. We don't even need
I
to
know
go
we've
over
talked
there.
about this before. Why do they start so early now?
I don't
Why
know.
so early?
I need a backpack. Get that one.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day. Got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How quiet it gets if you go out there and to somebody else's home court or home field and win.
Well, God,
You know,
we're so sensitive.
so we want to create an environment where winning is
So
not
now-
difficult.
Now, in order to harm people and to scare them and to harass them, we yell who your political opponent is. That's I mean, that you who you know, so you didn't vote for. That's what we consider scary.
And
down
when
there.
did we make? I don't understand why have we using the word Trump, someone who holds the greatest office in the land. So when I say Trump at any point in time, that's supposed to be racist,
guys? I haven't seen again.
derogatory. I don't get that.
You should have been me when I was a chubby kid in junior high shooting a free throw and people screaming out, "Quick, distract him! Put some French fries out there."
Yeah,
Or the sign that was a picture of McDonald's fries that they showed.
Hold
you.
up a hamburger, he'll look.
And the worst part, it worked.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Dadgummit,
You remember?
they were right.
You remember this when you got way behind?
Oh,
And the whole gym or the whole stadium. I mean, they've beaten you, and
Yes.
then all the students with the principal singing with them.
yes,
You leaving the stadium. Hey,
Rick. It was encouraged.
y'all have a good night.
Somebody get the band going.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the leader of the band, the adult, would tell the band, now it's time to say goodbye to the losers.
Yeah, and then
now it's time to say goodbye. Hey, pick up your instruments and say goodbye to the losers.
Rick, and remember, don't forget the car keys. Yelling you to crank the bus.
Oh, yeah. They start waving the keys.
Crank that bus.
Get the bus. Crank that bus.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. It made us better people.
Yeah.
You know what I found out about losing? I didn't like it.
No. No.
And when people got on you about it, you said, I'm going to be sure I don't get in this situation again. You know? Now, let me tell you something. When I turned the tables, you got some back. And that was the beauty of competition.
When someone's grandmother yelled, "You suck," on the way on the floor.
Oh, my gosh.
You know, and if you won, you look back and said, "Evidently not." But if you lost, you just kept your head down and went by. She told you sucked again.
We actually
I told you sucked.
I know. We actually had a team.
Sonny?
We actually had a team where the grandmother would remove her false teeth so she could say that word better.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
She didn't want to choke.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure it was an old lady.
Can I tell you this?
She would greet you right as you were coming in.
She was not exactly the most wonderful senior citizen you ever met.
No, she didn't.
Yesterday,
she didn't fit the grandmother stereotype. I know.
There was a moment yesterday.
Threw a rock pretty good.
Yeah, had a good arm.
At the game where the "you suck" chant started going on to the officials, and I looked over and 4, 5, 10, and 11-year-old boys were doing it, and I wanted to get on them so bad, but I was like, no, I'm not. Let them go.
Right. Well,
they're getting a piece of my childhood right here.
Are you saying in order to really be offensive now, you have to say "you Trump"?
You Trump.
You Trump.
So that old lady would be yelling Trump at us if we went on the field.
When we come back, name that grass. Gonna be giving away some stuff. How well do you know bluegrass? We'll do it next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Up for grabs today, the Blu-ray DVD, the We Ain't Never Been Nowhere tour, the 20-year tour. We went out, we hit 5 cities, and we captured that concert live on video.
Yeah.
It is there. Also, you'll get pictures and video from the first 20 years of Rick and Bubba history, and you'll also get a great documentary that Adler put together of On the Road with us and behind the scenes and backstage, and it's a great little collector's item. So we give those away today, and we throw in the final hard copies of Who's Got It Better Than Us, our new CD, which is no longer available in hard copy unless you win one, but it is available on all the digital download stores, along with all 18 of the Rick and Bubba CDs over the last 24 years of Rick and Bubba. You can always grab those. So here's how it works. We have people in the audience playing against each other. 15 seconds is the maximum that you can hear of a song, and it's kind of like the old format of the game show, Name That Tune. So the first person says, I can name this grass in this many seconds. The next person can try to do it in less, or they can call for the other person to do it. If they get it right, they win. If they miss it, the other person wins. Everybody got it?
Got it.
All right, let's start with Ann. Ann is calling us out of Millbrook. Ann, how you doing?
Great, guys. Good morning.
Right, and I wonder if this is Speedy's travel buddy today. It's Marty calling out of South Carolina.
Hey, Marty.
Marty.
Hey.
Hey, Marty. How you doing?
All righty.
All right, do both of you know how to play the game?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ann, you called first, ladies first, with 15 seconds being the maximum. How many seconds would you need to name this first grass?
I'm going to go. I can name that grass in 15 seconds.
15 seconds. Marty, you want to see if she can name it, or you think you can name it in fewer?
13.
13. Back to you, Ann.
Let's go for 12.
12.
Uh-oh.
Marty?
Go ahead, Ann.
All right, Ann, you got 12 seconds to try to name this.
He's saying Trump.
He's saying Trump. That is fantastic. All right, Ann, are you ready?
I'm ready.
You have 12 seconds. Name this grass.
She's always dancing down the street.
So, and you got a little lyric there, so that helped. What do you think that is?
It's a car song, I think.
You're right. Do you know the name?
Come on now.
Is it Jesse's Girl?
Oh, it is
Wow.
not Jesse's
So you
Girl.
thought the car sang Jesse's Girl?
Oh,
Really?
no, that is not correct.
She deserves to lose because she thought the car sang Jesse's Girl.
Marty, do you know what it is?
I know it's
Marty, you doesn't matter. You've won anyway. Do you know what it is?
No, sir.
And,
I'm a winner.
And you were close. Listen to this. It's not Jesse's Girl, but it is the Cars' my Best Friend's Girl.
See, you were close.
Oh, and you were really close. You got. About 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
Lots to unpack this hour, Bubba. We'll start with a veterinarian. It's interesting that you've
had a lot of veterinarian this week.
You've had all the veterinarian you can take, but with the graduation and all that. An Alabama veterinarian has caused controversy. Oh my goodness, dog people are losing it because she has the audacity to say, "Here's 5 breeds of dogs that I would not own, and here's the 5 I would." Is that oversimplifying the story, or is that pretty much it?
Yeah, kind of. Dr. Whitney Terrell is her name. She is from the state of Alabama and has a now viral video on TikTok describing this. You know, I think a lot of times vets are not forthcoming about their favorite or least favorite type breeds. So it is kind of refreshing to hear somebody just flat out call it. I wouldn't have these dogs, and this is why.
All right, here she is.
Here she is.
We'll spin on a new trend. I'm going to do 5 breeds that I would not own because I am a veterinarian. This is my opinion and my opinion only, and it's also for fun, so don't get your panties in much. Coming in at number 5 are the Chinese Cresteds. I mean, the dogs and stuff are fine. I don't like hairless animals. They're zitty. They're kind of greasy. Same with cats. Kind of feel like a ball sack. No for me. Number 4, these ankle biters. Nope, not my cup of tea. I'm afraid I'm going to get stepped on. Will more than likely be bit if I had one. They're usually a one-person dog. No, we've got a few that are just like super, super, super sweet. The rest of them are ankle biters. 3, not just a pug, but just any brachycephalic breeds. I mean, some of them are so cute and so sweet, but they can't breathe. Literally cannot breathe. They snore. I've already got a husband that snores. I don't need anything else. Skin fold dermatitis, allergies, yeasty, smelly, gassy. It's a no for me, dog. Coming in at number 2, the GSD. This also applies to Belgian Malinois. Basically, they have the potential to be really great dogs, good police dogs, good, rescue type scenarios. But 95% of the ones that we see in clinic want to bite your face off because they're not properly trained. I know that I would not be able to properly train them because I have no time. So if you think about getting these dogs, don't do it lightly because they need lots of training, lots of attention. But yeah, would never own. And coming in at 1 to piss everyone off is the Golden Doodle. Some of these dogs are really sweet, but a lot of them are crazy hyper, can't sit still for 2 seconds. We've had some really aggressive ones as well. They're just kind of squirrely. Ear infections out the wazoo. So expensive grooming. They are a mixed brood. Just too high maintenance for me. No, I'd rather have a hound dog.
So Dr. Terrell speaks in our language.
Bubba, she is literally quoting the show on 2 of the dogs.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
We called the Chihuahua the ankle biter, sang a song about it, and talked about how pugs can't breathe.
Rick, it's cruel what we've done to some of these animals.
Yeah, it really is.
We have bred them to the point they have no nose.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I mean, that's crazy.
So she said she wouldn't own them. It's just her opinion, so don't get upset. Well,
now
that
doodle,
didn't work.
The number 1 there, because everybody's been doodle crazy. You get a whatever doodle. But she's taking issue with the doodle, and I will have to say that the crazy factor there I've seen in a lot of dogs.
Yeah, she's no fan of the golden doodle. The problem I think you run into with a lot of these mixed breeds, you saw her make a snide comment in passing, is this is a way for us to try to get the best of all worlds.
Yeah.
But the problem is most of these animals, when you get into mixed breeds, you better have a budget. Because they stay sick a lot, and you're going to be going to the veterinarian a lot, and
it's good for her business.
Yeah. But
I misheard her. or the way she described the first dog.
No, you heard it right.
Okay, all right. I just
Hairless.
sure
Not
it
a
was
fan
a
of
hairless.
Not
yeah,
a fan,
okay.
I guess.
Okay, yeah, she's not a fan. Y'all two missed what she said,
And I'm glad y'all did.
and I am too.
Yeah, I missed. I didn't hear.
But it felt like.
Yeah, okay, so y'all did
I
pick
got
up
you.
on
I
that.
thought,
okay.
am I right?
Okay, I must
Thank
have
you,
missed
Greg.
that.
I didn't catch that.
Adler, you caught it. Yeah, okay. Wow, okay.
Well, let's move to the.
It was hard for me to focus on 2 and 3. I completely missed it because of what she said.
I didn't hear it, thankfully, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, do we have the one where she tells us her?
That's what she said, Rick.
She said.
It is what
Like,
she
got
said.
very descriptive about it.
Really?
Yes.
I totally missed that.
Y'all tell me in the break
I
because I
thought,
still
wow,
missed
this
it.
room has either grown up so much.
I
They
thought
don't,
I heard it wrong.
or I'm just hearing things.
No, you heard it.
Okay.
Do we have time for her favorite breeds?
Look,
here,
it's got
Adler?
Adler down in there. All right, shut
But it was
Well,
the way
we all
she
looked at each other,
described
we're
it.
like,
I thought, wow, okay.
yeah.
And it almost scared me for what's coming next. If you started with that,
Yeah,
what else are you about
Well,
to
the good
say?
news is I didn't hear that because we'd have never heard the rest of them if I had. I'm glad we didn't hear that. So there, and it makes me nervous about the one she loves.
Yeah. Here are the dogs that Dr. Terrell says that we would like.
They're dogs from like movies, TV shows.
I just pulled this up on a whim here. Which one did you want? This is dogs from TV shows that she would own. Is that the one you want?
It's a list that she says the top 5 favorite dog breeds that she would have.
Top 5. Okay, top 5 that she would own.
I've got the list if you don't want
Okay.
to play it.
Here
It
we
starts
go.
with a Great Pyrenees.
Yes, I can.
Here we go.
So 5 breeds that I would own. Again, this is my own personal preference from my experiences. Also, I am impartial to big breeds, so let's go. At number 5, Great Pyrenees. Now, they don't necessarily do great at the vet, typically because they are herding dogs. They are out there with the goats, sheep, you have it, farm animals. If they're actually doing a job. So a lot of them aren't used to being inside or around people. So they're not necessarily the best at the vet, but I love them. I've had several. They have been the best dogs. Love them so much. They're also the ones that make you want to go, it's so fluffy, when they're puppies. Number 4, GSPs. These are beautiful, super athletic, happy dogs. Like, I honestly can't think I have seen one that was not happy. Definitely high energy though. You do not want to own these if you are sedentary, if you do not like adventure, if you do not like taking them for walks every day, like playing fetch, anything like that. Like, these are athletic dogs. They need to be exercised or they will destroy stuff. Love them. Great dogs. Beautiful dogs. Number 3, and there's only a couple reasons why this is not number 1, is the Golden Retriever.
It's a good dog.
Love this breed. They are so beautiful, so kind, great family dog. This is a good first dog, like especially just for families. Just good temperament, easy to train. Love them. Love them. Coming in at number 2, I don't have a picture because it is your mutt. They can look like anything. They're fantastic dogs. They usually don't have as many like genetic or hereditary problems
There you go.
like pure breeds do. They are thankful that they have a home. This is your dog that just, wanders up and is with you from then on. Those dogs are just great. Highly recommend a mutt. I hate calling them a mixed breed.
Of course they are.
They're just the best dogs. Get one off the street, get one from your shelter, go do it now. And then number 1, probably to no one's surprise, is the Basset Hound.
Really?
They're smelly. They have a really deep, loud bark. They can have ear, back, weight problems. Thankfully, mine is good on that. They can sometimes be a little crotchety at the vet, but I love them. I love them. They're so sweet. Mine is just like the best dog ever. He comes to work with me every day.
So there you go. The Basset Hound. So there we go.
I have to agree with her on a lot of that. Old mutts are hard to beat.
They're hard to beat. I've owned 3 retrievers. They're phenomenal dogs. Now they love attention.
Yeah,
they gotta have a lot of attention, but they're good dogs. They're great dogs. So there you go.
I have a mutt and did have a chihuahua, so I've had both.
You can have both lists.
Yeah, but I love them both.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Closer than that was actually pretty good.
She comes again when she's dancing in the stormy skies.
Come on.
close. Come on.
Here she comes.
Marty wins it. Melanie, how you doing today?
Hey, I'm great. I hope I don't trumpet this.
There's no way.
I'm telling you. She don't
I hope I don't
trumpet.
trumpet this. All right, you'll be taking on Lamar in
telling you.
Georgia.
I don't know.
Lamar, how are you today?
As Speedy had said earlier, for allowing us a day out to do some things with our family, and we appreciate that. And glad to be back, though, man. I tell you, it's fun, and it's so odd when we're out. And Speedy has referenced this several times, and I echo it. When we're out in town in traffic, at the time we do this show live in the morning. See, we never see that traffic,
no,
and
never
we
seen it.
never see that.
I don't know
and,
about it.
And it's a strange sensation to be riding along, listening to the show, and you see the people around you and all that. So it's kind of a strange thing, but we appreciate that, and we're glad to be back.
Well, it actually made me write my own version of the song we just heard called Calvin Wilburn, Tell Me About the Traffic. Calvin Wilburn, tell me about the traffic.
Man,
that you're stuck in right now. I want to know. I want to know how many.
And I know a lot of you are sitting there gripping the steering wheel right now, and you're thinking, please make my day a little better.
Well, let me ask you this. So did you enjoy it as much as Helms did? Because apparently you went the same place Helms went, because y'all's faces look exactly the same when he got back the other day.
You know, the weekend tournament format will leave you a little burned, and
That's so
I don't know why when you're burned and you get red, it feels like all your hair moves back an inch. You know what I mean? It's like your face tightens up or something. I don't know. So but we were at a tennis tournament. It was the Weinecker Invitational at Birmingham Southern College, and saw some really, really good tennis players this weekend, and we'll tell you a little more about that later.
Yeah, Handy now talked about you.
Yeah, I got your text, and that was the timing was bad, and I didn't get to hear it, but I talked to you about it a little bit, and I'm gonna try to give that a listen at some point today.
Yeah, a lot of people are asking me. I know how we archive everything. I have no idea how Hannity archives.
I'm sure he
or if they
has
do or what it is.
Something
I
like
don't
that,
know.
but we'll figure it out.
But it went well, and Hannity did his typical attempts, which I thought I being a Hannity tamer, we're not new to him. We know his tricks.
Right.
That I actually kind of got him back in the cage pretty easily. He started out with his typical, we don't love him and all that stuff.
Right. Well, he really can't say anything about tennis like Sinbad did, because he's a tennis dad.
Right.
He has a tennis court at his house. His son is a big-time player. He's either in college or has signed with a college to play.
Well, he basically
said, congratulations to him, because that's quite an accomplishment.
Well, we had a conversation about how he can finally enjoy sports again once he has no kids participating.
And you tell me his son didn't like it.
No, he said he can't even go to the match anymore. His son didn't want him there. But so
that's because I know Hannity would have a hard time going unnoticed. Right. And not getting into some type of discussion with somebody. And I'm not using the term debate, but discussion.
I think you would have enjoyed this. And I didn't even know. The other day I noticed just by accident that Speedy had put this in the instant replay. And, Speedy, you will love this, too.
Did you do it on the phone out of the studio? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I sat right here and did it.
But y'all do it over the phone?
Uh-huh. Yeah, just like we do a conference call. And, I found if you're doing a show that's bringing you on by phone, this is the best setup. And
I
mean,
it sounds a lot better.
So anyway, all right. So he's sitting there.
I thought you might have done ISDN or something.
So he sat there and he said, he was talking about the election, and he said, well, Rick and Bubba forgot me. They never let me be on the show. I said, well, speaking of the election, no, you were on the show right before the election, and you said this.
I think Rick and Bubba made the difference in the last election, and I think Rick and Bubba are going to make the difference in this election.
And then I just said, "You're welcome, America." And he just started screaming. I mean, so I had him at that point. Then as two, "21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number as we make our way back. So, our apologies on the video. I didn't know her analogy of what a hairless dog would feel like. But
and
I didn't catch
maybe
that.
we were misinterpreting that.
I didn't hear it, so
I think this. Well, hey, Rick, so this brings up another question because we were talking about dogs, and I asked Rick in the break. I said, so she had mentioned and you'd mentioned a golden retriever, and they're widely accepted just to be great dogs. So if I'm a golden retriever and I'm sitting here, and I obviously know what another dog is because I play with other dogs.
Mm-hmm.
What do I think humans are? Do I think they're dogs too, and they're just different dogs that do different things, or do I realize they're something else and I'm not one of them, but I'm a dog? But I want to be with one of them because they pet me, they feed me, and they throw me a ball.
Well, first of all, you're a little shocked by their lack of intelligence when they raise taxes during a recession.
Right. That too.
Yeah,
that too.
But I think they realize something is different and something is positive. And I know this breaks the heart of a lot of people because they want to believe that dogs love us unconditionally.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that food bowl is filled up on a regular basis and they don't have to go work for it is a huge connection.
Now, and working for food in the dog world carries you back to your wolf,
correct,
and coyote experience where you have to go out and kill something. They find it.
I will tell you from some research, and some of the research, if you remember, you were there when we talked to the dog trainers over the years.
Yes. And we've talked to a few of them.
They believe their studies are that the alpha member of the pack has learned to stand up on two legs. And we are the alpha of the pack unless we haven't done our job and we've let them run roughshod over us. Then they're in total confusion because they don't know. They're uncomfortable with how the pack's operating. When they settle down,
they look for a pack leader.
They want a pack because you know why? As we were taught, the easiest job in the pack is not to be the pack leader.
Right, you follow the leader.
Yeah, you just hang out until he or she says it's time for food, and they go get it. But they handle all the stress, and you just kind of go along for the ride. So they're a little shocked about that we're up on our legs because they keep trying it.
What about pants? Does that throw them off?
That throws them off. The posable thumbs, huge.
Yeah. They can't believe you can throw a ball with such ease.
And they can't believe how.
Because they would if they could.
Right. And they notice that we go get the kill, and we get into we don't even walk to do it. We ride in something. And they're looking at that going, man, if I could get in the back.
Or do they think we run really fast?
No, I think they realize something's going on because few of them get to get in there too.
Yeah,
and they
put their head out.
Yeah,
and they're in amazement.
Right,
at how fast that steel dog runs.
Right.
Do they understand time? Because I could be gone for 5 minutes, but when I return, it's like I've been gone a week.
Now,
I've always heard they don't differentiate time. Like
and we came to that conclusion how?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well, Greg,
ask them.
Can I tell you one on that, Greg? That I've come to the conclusion is, if I was the dog, and the period of time that I'm left that goes by and I seem to sleep just fine, I don't even care, and you come back and I didn't even look like I cared about it, either they're very good about they don't have to be active, I guess. They don't get bored. Dogs don't appear to get bored. And it's like I'm shocked at the amount of time that they will just lay there and sleep and really couldn't care less what's going on.
You know what Betty told me?
They don't really want a complicated life, and I think that's the thing we miss. We think they do, but they really don't. I think they're like, look, you keep feeding me on a regular basis, you pet me, that's it. You don't really have to do anything else.
So Betty told me, and she's Ellie Mae Clampett, Paul, can I keep him? So she's my dog expert.
Mm-hmm.
And she tells me that dogs can sleep 20 out of 24 hours a day.
Correct.
But the 4 they're going, they're wide open, and then they're high energy shut down.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that's right or not.
Yeah.
I just trust her. I go, okay.
Yeah, but I will tell you though, and I know it hurts everybody's feelings. If you stop feeding them, they will look to go elsewhere.
that's home base. Huh? The old dog. What about go that dog bowl?
Right.
I know I get happy anytime people bring food in here, and that's why I stay y'all's friend.
What would you do if you had no ability? Okay?
I'm really good friends with Speedy about 6:45.
Right. What if you had no ability whatsoever, none, to provide food for yourself in the situation you were in? Because nobody will let you go out and go back wild again, okay?
Right.
So you've been domesticated, and you depend on whoever it is for food. Let's say that you didn't know how to cook at all, and Betty just stopped bringing you food. I mean, you'd go find it, wouldn't you? I mean, you wouldn't just stay there.
Well, I'd start looking through the cabinets.
Right, and then when you couldn't find anything,
yeah, that'd be bad.
You'd leave that place to go find food somewhere else.
Probably
would. That would make sense to me.
Yeah. I've heard that happening.
Yeah,
with a lot of men.
I don't know how they see us. I know food provider appears to be a biggie.
Yeah, that's big. That's big.
Yeah, they love food provider.
And you know the breeds and how
they like shelter provider. They're big on that.
Oh yeah. Thunderstorm. Hey, I'm in here with the TV. Seems to be big.
Right.
The breeds, how we've done all that is kind of funny to me in a lot of ways, because like we have 2 dogs. We have Gracie, and she is a Mauser, which is Maltese and Schnauzer put together.
Okay.
And then we have the newest addition to the family, Lovey, which is
Lovey.
She's a Shorkie.
What is that?
That is part Yorkie and part Shih Tzu.
Say that again.
Shih Tzu.
You sure you got that right?
It's closer than the way you say it. There's no T in it.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, I learned that from Greg.
Although it's easier to say, I'll say that way.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you've seen how Shih Tzu is spelled. It looks like something out of Russia. I mean,
well, you know, it's not a real world. We made it up.
Who in the world put all
this
this
is the one
together?
you like in slow motion, right?
Yeah, that was Lovey that we saw in slow motion.
But you know that's a made up word. I mean,
see, there's no T in it.
There is a T.
No, I mean on the first part, the way you say it.
Yeah, but if that runs into that T, that T's got to be included.
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, you see, there's a divide.
Let's just say the T is silent.
Yeah. Yeah.
I may be saying it closer to correct than you want to know. You know what? But and you know, I've said this before. I've already said about making things.
Well, at least it's not hairless.
Yeah, to say right.
Wow.
To say how we miniature.
them.
You know, God's going to hold us accountable for just taking these breeds and winding them up like this. I mean, it's making them smaller. All the things we do.
Well, you know, there's some positives, but like I think the vet made a good point. Most of the time, don't all of us. When we have a crazy dog, it's usually some hybrid something.
No question.
And the mutt that you just look at it and you can't even identify what it is.
Right.
Other than it has a tail, 4 legs, and a snout and ears, you know, and you go, and those are the best dogs.
Can I tell you what really seems...
What kind of dog? It has some mutt.
Because of the allergies and the shedding and the intelligence, by the way, which pains me to say that, but it is true. Really, if you're in the dog breeding world, the greatest gig on the planet is to be a male poodle, because everybody wants to combine you with a variety of ladies.
True.
Well, although she pointed out the doodle craze may be a little overdone,
but everybody's after it.
Well, the allergy thing is big.
It's big. No shedding either.
Yeah. But I'll tell you, to me, there's nothing cuter, than a puppy, beagle puppy.
That's it.
They are pretty cute.
That's the number one cutie. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
And I said, so let's back off all that. And now he did have the same reaction that everyone has, but I know you and he have talked tennis before.
Oh, yeah.
He says, so where's Bubba? And I said, he's actually coaching tennis. Bubba's coaching tennis.
He knows that.
And I thought he knows that, but
he just forgot.
He ran with
You
it.
got to think
he did.
You know, he's got a lot on his plate. A lot of things thrown at him.
Yeah.
He's doing a nationally syndicated radio show. Pretty big deal. Here on WABC in New York. Got the TV gig going.
Yeah.
And you've seen him when we've been up there. He's moving at the speed of light. I don't see how he keeps anything straight.
Well, I will say this, and because he has been very good to the show. He was good to the show again Friday. I was completely taken back and overwhelmed by how much leeway and trust he gave me representing the show and what we had to say about the men's devotional and the state of men spiritually in our country. I could not have been more blown away and thankful to God for all the prayers about that we wouldn't get distracted and get off on the sessions thing or something like that. And I mean, he took a platform he didn't have to give us and just said, "Here's 30 minutes. Say what you want to say."
Well, I'm gonna drop him a quick email and thank him, and I'm telling him, Sean, thanks for having Rick on when I couldn't be there.
Right.
That's my opening line.
Well, let me tell you what, it went really well, and I'm not. You can read into that what you want, but I mean, no, I'm just kidding. But it was. I went in there with a mission, and how about he didn't get in the way, and I thought it was good. He did a lot of good for a lot of folks, and I really appreciate it on Friday. He didn't have to do it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba is back. Greg is out. He's celebrating 28 years of marriage to his lovely wife, Lisa. And they've gone to Savannah and started getting pictures. We'll talk about that yesterday. Apparently, the reservation that we did on the air for he and Lisa at Paula Deen's restaurant worked out very well.
You know, Savannah's one of the places I want to go, Rick.
Oh, my gosh. Here we go.
I've got some interest there.
I know. You had Greg.
If I could find that guy that heads that up, we might head over there.
Greg was trying to downplay for the sake they were honeymooning at a hydrogen bomb.
Yeah, he texted me and said, "Hey, let's just keep that down low."
Right. Yeah. So that was. So it looked like it was going well. Did those pictures? I mean, Greg. At one point, like Greg was smiling in a picture.
I have not seen him. I'm out of the loop.
It looked like a genuine smile too. It was because he can fake a smile.
No question.
Yeah. And I don't think that was fake. He looked happy.
You can tell the fake when it looks like he's chewing on a briar.
Right. You're exactly right. And this one, if you remember the cartoon, The Grinch That Stole Christmas.
Yes. Yeah. When his heart grew 3 sizes.
Do you remember when he legitimately smiled for the first time?
Yeah.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like a real, genuine smile.
Yeah. So, I think he had just made fun of somebody and was laughing about it, and they captured it. That's the only way you smile like that.
You could be correct on that.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, look, there it is. Does that look genuine to you?
It does.
It
really does.
It does to me. There it is. It's Greg at Paula Deen's restaurant. That looks like he's actually having a good time. And that's rare for Greg.
You know what it looks like? It looks like that Lisa's having a good time. That's kind of what. Matter of fact, the way he's standing, it almost looks like they're all in a picture together. That's
that's one of those stand-ups back there.
Yeah.
That's Paula and I guess her husband.
You can see the picture,
brother or something.
That's her 2 sons.
Is that her 2 sons?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know who those people are, but yeah, and he's kind of standing in front.
I guess it's made to do that, so it looks like you're standing with them.
Yeah,
which
so
is
you
funny.
can get the. Now, here's the thing I don't get.
That's great.
Adler was showing Greg's eyes though look sincere. I mean, if you look into his eyes, I mean,
he's got love.
He looks
on the
refreshed.
Heart. He's got love on his mind.
Look, he doesn't look tired. Looks like he slept a little bit.
Yeah.
You think he's just hungry?
Could be, but I mean, he looks.
He probably just ate.
Guys, I think
that makes me happy.
I think we may be documenting. It is possible. I know this is a real huge stretch, but it is possible. Greg's having a good time.
Yeah.
I mean, and so we'll only time
right
will
till
tell.
now.
Yeah, only time will tell.
Right.
But it looks like there's some sincerity there. Bubba, what you got there, buddy?
Well, Rick, waiting on me in the parking lot this morning was Kevin Big Country Pruitt.
Hey,
attaboy.
Hey, buddy.
Kevin is a big old guy, and he brought us this gift this morning. Do you want to read the inscription on it?
Guys, this is the kind of thing that you see hanging up at a lake house, at a hunting camp, a hunting cabin of some kind. It's beautifully done. Full moon at night is a hunter's fright. You can walk or climb, but a morning hunt is a waste of time.
Wow, there it is.
And it's on a beautiful piece of wood. Yeah. It's varnished. It's burned in there. Got that burned in there look.
Well, I think it's varnished in stickers because he said his shop had burned down. He would have put the router on it.
But
yeah,
it looks like it.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, you did a good job of implementing.
And Ricky, do you see the hand of truth down here?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
my gosh, it's got the hand of truth.
Yeah,
complete
with all the artificial joints.
Is that an acorn on there too?
What is that behind time? I don't.
That's an
acorn. Yeah, it's an acorn.
Yeah.
You got a buck over here.
I got
yeah.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show as we make our way back. Upside.com. Rick, I mean, can you tell us what the upside would be? Well, upside.com, everything that you are buying right now costs more than it did a year ago. And some of it is going to continue to come up. It's good that gasoline has gone down, but it's still higher than it was. And you're looking to save. Now, with this deal they just passed, everything that we buy is going to go up some more. And I know that Senator Manchin, who caved on this one, told all of you out there, if you made less than $400,000 a year, you weren't going to be touched. We've got that video. We'll get it before we go. And I love that the the host on Fox said, well, look, when this passes, when it gets to what it actually is, and the results come in, will you come back and be on here again? Because, buddy, he was really taking her to task that anybody that there won't be one person that makes less than $400,000 a year is going to be impacted by this on cost. And Mr. Manchin, I'm sorry, buddy, you are absolutely wrong. But anyway, you need to look for ways to save money. We all do. So the Upside app is a way to do that. So why don't you go to upside.com or just go to the app stores and look for Upside. It's a free app. When you download it, you want to use the code BUBBA25, and you'll get 25 cents or more on every gallon of gasoline that you pump on that first tank of gas. After that, you go and claim offers on whatever you're buying right there on the Upside app. It's better than what you're going to get more back than any credit card or loyalty program is going to give you. You simply check in at the business pay as usual, and you get paid. And when you go out and say, all right, I want to buy this, go look and see what Upside has. Oh, I get this much cash back on that. And remember, your first tank of gas will get you a minimum of 25 cents a gallon back. Do you realize there's so many people using this app? They're saving an average of $1 million a week. So go get the free Upside app. It's got a 4.8 star rating on the App Store, and use the code BUBBA25. Also find it at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, Bubba, we got a number of stories to roll through here. You mentioned this one to me. Aaron Rodgers is kind of, what a weirdo for the Packers. He's made some claim that he had some psychedelic drug that he got in the Amazon, and that helped him have his best season of his career in 2020.
So, Rick, I didn't see the story. I just saw the headlines. And, it seems like Aaron Rodgers has been acting weird the last few years, more so. But I know he's a California guy, and he's always kind of had that Cali thing going. A little bit of a misfit for Wisconsin. I don't feel like he's homely fit as Brett Favre was, but he's winning them ball games, so everybody's cool with that. And but it implied, the headline I read, that he was like doing some type of drug that was causing him to have his best years. And it was, I don't know what it was, but it had a feel like mushrooms or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was saying that.
Yeah, they went to talk to his former offensive coordinator, who's now with the Bears, Luke Getsy. And Coach Getsy said, "Like, I don't know what he's talking about." He said, "I never got to go with Aaron when he went to the Amazon. I don't know what kind of psychedelic tea that he was taking."
Boy.
Rodgers is saying basically what you said, Bubba. This is when the Beatles claimed they were more creative. Remember that run when they started doing drugs? What he's saying is, and I want you to listen to this, to think about how backward this is if you have a biblical worldview, okay? He says, we all know this, when the core tenets of your mental health is self-love, and that's what this drug did for me. Help me see how unconditionally I can love myself. It's only in that unconditional self-love then I'm able to truly be who I need to be, and even to myself and to others. What better way to work on my mental health than to have an experience like that?
Cue up Hare Krishna.
Right, yeah. It says the drug, they're saying the name of it. I can't pronounce the drug. There's no way I can pronounce the drug. It is a controlled substance in the U.S. and the U.K.
So
apparently not in the Amazon.
So what is he saying? Did he bring it back to is he admitting he's using illegal drugs?
Well, he used them there.
He goes on these like 2-week, 3-week escapes,
sabbatical things,
and he
sounds very Ricky Williams like.
Yeah, it is, by the way.
This is all you need to hear. The drug, which is illegal in the UK and the US, but in Central and South America, it has been used by tribal societies for thousands of years in the Amazon basin, and that's where he went to use it.
Peru, I think,
and it helped him to have his best season ever in 2020.
But did the effects continue into the season, or was this?
It's kind of a reset.
Kind of a like a long weekend. Is that what I'm hearing?
No,
Then
it's,
back to work.
it's a couple weeks.
I mean, like we'd look at a weekend, a decompression time, and he got focused and comes in. Is that it?
Apparently, it lasted the whole season. I'll go back.
Part of this is some fasting thing. He's been open about taking these 2-week trips. And,
it's one thing
as a reset.
It's one thing to fast. It's another to take a hallucinated.
No, I think I know. I got that. Got all that. And by the way, I think Danica Patrick was with him at some point because they were dating at some point.
Rick,
I think she went on one of these trips.
Hallucinogenic, is that how you say it?
Psychedelic.
I believe you pronounce it ayahuasca.
Yeah, that's right, Greg.
Oh, look at me. I know how to pronounce
shamans. It's one of them shaman things.
Pleasant Valley knows how to
wisdom
say it.
plant that allows entry to the spiritual world.
That's not Aaron Rodgers what it looks like.
Right.
By the way.
Back to this again. Here, as a Packer fan, here's what I would say, and probably the people would say it to Danica Patrick. Can y'all find some drug that helps y'all actually win a championship?
Oh,
well,
wow.
Rick,
There it is.
Okay, let me say this, though.
Okay.
Danica Patrick and him are not together. It's been well documented over the years that he and his family are estranged. His brother has been very successful in what he's done, and in, I guess, broadcasting now, right? He was on The Bachelor at one time, wasn't he? And
he
got picked. He's
but
married
they
Fixer Upper show too, I think.
Yeah, I mean, but they've talked about they don't talk, their family's dysfunctional. So I mean, when you hear that, I always wonder: is it him or his family that's crazy?
I think.
Don't we all kind of think that in the back of our
know.
mind? And now I kind of think I know.
Yeah, all I want to be around someone who says I don't love myself enough. I'm gonna take a drug so I can love myself even more.
Yeah, give me that quote again, so he can.
Hallucinogenic.
No, how he loved himself. It helped him to do what?
Let me find it. I put it over here.
Now that's the same feeling I get when I eat ice cream.
The same thing. Here's what it says. By the way, have you ever met many people who have a hard time loving themselves?
No, usually
the thing
that's
I can't
the
get
easiest thing to love. Yeah.
I try to keep them. You try to see if I can help them to be less selfish, not more.
Right.
But anyway, so here he says, to me, one of the core tenets of your mental health is that self-love. That's what's Greg, how you say it?
Ayahuasca.
That's what ayahuasca did for me, was help me see how to unconditionally love myself.
Mm-hmm.
It's only in that unconditional self-love that then I'm able to truly be able to unconditionally love others. And what better way to work on my mental health than to have an experience like that?
Is this that drug Chavez had Billy the Kid take in the movie?
Probably.
Young Guns?
No, that was peyote.
Okay.
Doggone it. It's
What's
like
the
that,
difference?
though.
Same type thing.
If you
I
want
think.
I was going to ask if it was peyote.
Yeah.
Like.
Here's Rodgers talking about it if you guys
Okay,
want.
yeah, with his hair back in the bun.
Yeah, looking sure.
It was a very deep and meaningful couple nights ceremony, and I came back and knew that I was never going to be the same.
The Packers QB on a podcast this week admitted to using a psychedelic drug called ayahuasca while climbing Machu Picchu in Peru in 2020, calling it a life-changing experience.
It gave me a deep and meaningful appreciation for life.
Rodgers says using ayahuasca is the reason he won MVP on the field back-to-back 2 years in a row.
Huh.
Okay. She's pointing at a high school field. He didn't play out there.
That wasn't his field.
It's not Lambeau Field.
It's the only field we could find, Rick.
Okay.
Ayahuasca.
Went to the local high school.
All right, Aaron. Knock yourself out. I bet you are a pleasure to deal with on the team. All right, so
Rick loves everybody now.
Yeah.
I just
Well, you remember when everybody was
I
got
tell you
upset?
who he didn't love, the guy who kicked the field goal and didn't go for it.
That's right.
Rick, you know,
wasn't happy about that at all.
You remember a couple of years ago they started off with a few losses, and he got online and said, "Just relax." Remember, and he spelled it out. Relax.
Ayahuasca.
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 Gosh.
All right,
What a
so
bird.
in the sports world, how long is this? Do I have time for the Mets fan knocking out the Braves guy?
Yes.
All right, so
There's a couple of Mets fans.
we got Met. Yeah, you go to
He
New
took on
York.
about
It's not
three.
Yankees, but it's still the Mets. It's still the Mets. And so we have a Braves supporter who gets cold cocked by Mets fans. Here we go.
No audio here because
No.
everybody's cussing.
Everybody's cussing. All right.
And
then here we
lights
go.
out.
Oh,
Good gracious, man. We got
Well, my goodness, he had 6 arms swinging at him.
that guy gets a
Had
pop.
One guy holding
Well,
his
one
arm.
guy's trying to.
Hey.
and good night. Night night.
Yeah, that's so
I think that one had him, and then that guy. and then that was
golly,
Rice.
I was around the button.
Boy, that was cheap too. Y'all right?
Yeah, they're holding his arm.
They're holding him.
Well, plus
and-
you're fighting one guy, and then the other guy pops you right there while a guy's holding your arms back. I'll tell you one thing. I mean,
They got their jerseys on.
I would have taken a note That's the old act like I'm good and then follow you out.
Let's start with the fact that we're grown men and have jerseys on.
Right.
Let's start there.
Hey, don't make fun of that.
With somebody else's name on it.
Exactly.
Living vicariously through their greatness.
Hey, don't make fun of that.
Right.
Well, Bubba, you come in with one on. I'm going to make fun of it.
Did you see in the story how it
Used to be
started?
all I used to wear.
I know.
Did you see in the story how it started?
Then we grew up,
The
Bubba.
guy
That's my
barked
point.
in the other guy's ear.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bucky's
Got a
on there?
rope.
I mean,
big country.
Speedy's already arguing with me. He's wanting it in his office, but I told him.
I got to tell you, I wanted it at Camp House.
And we've had several pictures. There's several folks working on these kind of things. So we may be up to our armpits and plaques.
Okay, well, good. Maybe I'll get one once we get to 4 or 5. And but Big Country was first.
I had to divide them up.
Yeah. Well, Bubba, you know what? You may be known for that.
Well,
you know,
should I get people to put my name Bill Bubba Bussey so I'm quoted, or because you don't want two generations from now people going who crafted this?
We don't want the unknown down there.
Yeah, like see, my dad never copyrighted. You ain't gonna kill one sitting at the cabin.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And
I think what I'll do is I'll go on Wikipedia and add that to my profile.
See, I've got a wall of motivation.
That's good.
It is.
Wall of motivation in my office, and I would like this up. And there are several quotes up there now that have unknown, and I really wish I knew who said it. It's
You're
good
right.
stuff,
You're right.
and so I don't want this to be the case many years to come.
Well, I actually was listening yesterday. Our pastor threw some quotes out, and he kept saying, you know, I've heard this said, and I kept thinking, I wish you'd tell us who it was.
Yeah.
Because it was tweetable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was like, so I discredited him with it.
You want to give
people
people credit, but sometimes you don't know.
Right.
And
if you don't
still
know,
want to use the quote because the truth in it's still there.
And sometimes, again, not in this case, I don't think, but many times, some things there's a lot of parallel thinking. I've said things or come up with things before, and you think, well, wow, that's, and you realize, well, not maybe word for word, but that same thought has been said before in different ways.
Because if it's a truth, other people have probably thought it.
Right.
You know,
yeah.
great thinking there.
So anyway, thank you for that, and it looks good, and there's going to be a fight for who gets it in Camp House.
I'm gonna take a picture of it in a minute. I'm gonna put it on social media.
How about Hams? I wish you'd have never developed this other email of yours.
What are you talking about? Well, that's
I got it.
Rick, that's not my fault.
I know, but I mean, why is it coming up? Did I send you something?
You did.
That's the problem in it.
I didn't.
I want people to have one email.
Well, Rick keeps sending. I have a Zeke interactive email address,
right?
And for some reason, and I don't know how he got the email address.
I don't
to start
either.
with,
I don't either.
But for some reason, everything he's sending me now comes to that email. So I'm like, what are you doing sending me that? I don't. I mean,
What can I forward it to one email for
No.
you?
No, he's got one. He's got one that Zeke wants Rick and Bubba because he works at both places. But here's the other thing: I appreciate all the technology and its attempt to keep us from working at all. But some of it, like you talk about the bleeding edge, I really would, like on texting and stuff, I'd like to just pull up the person's name I want to text to.
Mm-hmm.
Quit guessing who I'm trying to text to. Quit guessing what I'm trying to say.
You can turn some of that off.
I think I'm going to try to, because what happens is, because it starts rolling through it, and it's not done rolling through it, and you go to, you see it, and you click on the person you
And
want,
it's gone.
but it's still rolling, and then all of a sudden somebody else comes over.
Yeah.
The other day, I included Jeff Brooks in a family text that I thought was to Brooks, my son. And he was like, hey, it feels good to be part of the Burgess today. And I'm like, what is Jeff Brooks doing in our family text? And then I realized all the Brooks started flying up. And I saw the one I wanted, and I clicked on what I thought was my son, and it was rolling as I clicked it, and I got him. And I'll tell you one thing, though, he was where I told him to be. He was like, I don't know what I'm doing here, but I got a text from Rick, I'm supposed to be here. And Rick, I appreciate how much you love me. I do. Not as much as my family, but I do love you. Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we continue to work our way through the show today, looking back over a busy weekend and, of course, the headlines of the weekend. Your phone calls and comments today at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show, asking the question again, where is Richard Simmons? Now missing for more than 1,000 days. Here is the story. Bubba, he's worth over $15 million. He lost 123 pounds in his 20s. He's estimated to have helped Americans lose over 12 million pounds. He's been missing for 1,095 days. The podcast about his disappearance is number 1 on iTunes charts right now.
Oh, no.
And here's kind of the story. He's, been at one time they talked about how he actually would go out and demand media attention. He once said, "I don't have a lot to offer to one person. I have a lot to offer to a lot of people." And he
offered a lot to Speedy.
Yes, he did. Yes, sadly he did. But Dan Taberski, anyway, was one of the people. He met Simmons while attending one of his famous exercise classes in Los Angeles in 2012. They struck up an immediate friendship, not sure as close as he was to Speedy, but maybe.
Careful.
He said Simmons would make friends with lots of his clients. Top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Bubba, these, right now, the what is it called where they just come into places and just start
Smash
pulling?
and grab.
Smash and grab.
Yeah. It's kind of like what I do when the donuts come in.
Yeah. This smash and grab stuff, first of all, we've seen some people get shot. I think more people are going to get shot. I think if enough people get shot, the smash and grab will probably stop. But we have thieves now in New York City. That they have done a smash and grab, and they got over $2 million worth of valuables. And I don't understand. It said that they get buzzed in, so they get let in, and then they come in and just start
it looks
going
like
nuts.
Somebody, the B-roll we're showing, it looks like somebody. It's weird here.
Yeah, he gets buzzed in, and he's holding the door. Now watch the group come now. I guess they wouldn't buzz you in if it was a large group or something.
No.
See, he holds the door the whole time. Now he's the lookout.
Well, why is someone not shooting them right now? Wow. I mean,
yeah, that's the question. I didn't understand, but it's a very disturbing video to think this is what we live in now.
Unbelievable. Yeah, but I mean, like, does the person behind the counter just not have a gun? Are they not allowed to have a gun? Or I guess they're not allowed to have it in New York City. I don't know. I mean, that's possible, right?
The guy that got buzzed in doesn't have a mask on. He's the only one that doesn't have a mask on. He's got shades and a ball cap.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming he did that because they wouldn't buzz him in if he had that on. But
yeah, and they also, like Bubba said, wouldn't buzz him in if the whole group's standing out there with him.
Correct.
Yeah.
He
So they
signals
buzz
down.
him, but so somebody had to buzz him, so somebody's back there. But it looks like they may be behind some glass too, Rick. See the little porthole there or whatever.
Yeah.
But how do you show customers this jewelry in this format?
Look at the bystanders. They're outside on the sidewalk, and they're all discovering something's going on in there. They don't know what. And then here they go out.
Yeah. Well,
how long were they in there?
30
seconds?
Yeah, if that.
They got a bunch of stuff.
Seemed like that was pretty quick.
Yeah.
So that's the smash and grab world that we now live in. All right, now what in the world is going on with a couple of things? First of all, Nancy Pelosi does this Taiwan stop, and I credit our country for not allowing China to tell us we couldn't go there. But now Nancy Pelosi makes some bizarre statement about she's always felt a connection to China. Did you see this?
Yes.
And have you heard her say why? Are you ready?
Rick,
are you ready for this?
Here's what I think we got going on. Okay, and you have to go on past history with the Speaker of the House. And we said this earlier. While I disagree with her politics almost 1,000%, I do respect and say that the Speaker of the House has the authority to go anywhere that she wants to go.
Of course.
That she's invited to be there. I guess that's where, really the rub is who gets to invite you, whose country is it? But anyway, we just passed a big, more money we're spending, a big $1 billion deal where we're trying to get chip manufacturing done in the continental United States for our own security. Because we need those chips for our weapon systems, for computers, for life. And so much of it is done in Taiwan and other places now that when those supplies get stopped, it's critical here. So they want to build more of it here, and that's good. That's a good idea. I like that. Nancy Pelosi is in charge, basically, of handing out a lot of this money through her bill and through this bill that's going through. And her and her husband have been pretty good at mysteriously picking stocks that you need right before the Congress announces a deal that makes those stocks go up. You know, we've got a history of this. So I'm going to imagine that she was probably there working some kind of deal for some company to get part of that money or learn some of that technology to bring it to the U.S., and it's going to be good for her and her husband. That's just my, and there's no proof to that. It's just my opinion. It's just speculation based off past performance.
Here's Nancy Pelosi telling us why we feel a connection to China. You ready for this? Here we go.
Sure.
When I was a little girl, I was told at the beach if I dug a hole deep enough, we would reach China. So we've always felt a connection there.
Huh?
What?
Guys,
I was told that as a kid too, but I don't have a connection.
Wait a minute,
serious.
she's not being serious.
I think
right?
she is.
Serious,
I
Clark?
think she is.
So that's her connection.
Yeah.
Because we live on a sphere, if you dig all the way through from the U.S., you come out in China.
By the way,
And that's her connection?
Yeah.
I was also told if you swallow gum, it'll make your stomach stick together. You know?
When I was a little girl, I was told at the beach if I dug a hole deep enough, we would reach China. So we've always felt a connection there.
I'm glad everyone around her has masks on because I would.
Oh my gosh!
It hides their reaction.
Wow.
I feel like I need to hide right now.
Oh my gosh!
I don't get that.
Maybe
Was
she
trying
should be able to go.
funny? Was that a terrible attempt at humor?
Bubba, maybe I'll rethink that. Maybe she shouldn't be allowed to go wherever she wants.
Wait a minute. Not now.
Well,
so there we go. How about that? Wow. So why do you think we feel this, dependence, this connection to the Chinese, the China? Well, when I was a little girl, when I was on the beach, they tell me if I dug a hole, I'd get to China. So I just kind of always had a connection there.
I don't even understand the question. Is she saying we have a connection to the Chi-Coms or Taiwan?
I don't know.
And why would you even say
I don't know
why we have a connection? To even bring it up for her to describe it.
Well, when she was a little girl.
By the way, flat earthers are furious. But Donald Trump.
Hey, send me your hate email from the ice wall that's holding the ocean in. I'll get back with you.
Donald Trump always overplays a little.
Goodness.
He's got swimmer Riley Gaines, the one that finished second to the trans swimmer Leah Thomas. Certainly okay to celebrate Riley Gaines and talk about how she was wronged and how this is bad for women's athletics. Got no problem with that. And he's trying to make the point about men versus women, but probably Trump goes a little far. So here we go.
Just to show you how ridiculous it is, look at me. I'm much bigger and much stronger than her. There's no way she could beat me in swimming. Do we all agree?
Oh, he's having fun.
That's actually funny. It actually is.
Well, that's the thing. See, if you understand it in the context, a lot of the things he says he's having fun with, but they'll print it and then take it verbatim per syllable.
Oh, yeah.
And then it sounds great.
Babylon Bee will have a blast. Have you seen them with the Brittany Griner? I don't.
You were reading something.
I don't know if we wrote those on the air or not, but the keys for her to get out of jail were hung at 10 feet, so she can't get out.
All right.
That's so good.
That's good.
And they said that they walked in to save her, and nobody was watching them. It was just like playing a WNBA game.
That's awful.
By the way, somebody
fun.
played for me the other day. Greatest comedian you might be familiar with. I'm not. He goes, "There was also guilt trip. Everybody trying to tell us guys that we should be watching the WNBA. We already have basketball. We have one already. Why would we watch this? It's better than what we already have. We have basketball. You need to sell that to women. I'm trying to sell it to guys. We got basketball.
Rick and Bubba.
Yes, sir. I think we have to go now. One more, he said. Yes, sir.
Over the course of your career, has your husband ever made a stock purchase or sale based on information he's received from you?
What are you saying?
Over the course of your career, has your husband ever made a stock purchase or sale based on information you've received from you?
No, absolutely not. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.